small group of people are sitting somewhere and dictating the fate of this country. You will not have IREV, will not work. We will give you the results to go, amend the results, go to the collation center. When the collation center chairman is ready to review, we give him the IREV figures which we have tallied with the fake results given. This is it. Only early this month, there was natural disaster. There was earthquake in Turkey. The president has sworn to rebuild it. Last year, there was earthquake in South Africa. They are rebuilding. These are natural disasters. Human disasters are when you have one individual destroying the future of hundreds of millions. They are worse than tornadoes, most powerful tornadoes. They are worse than earthquakes. 60,000 people died in Turkey. Remember, 800,000 people were killed in Rwanda. One individual brought Somalia to its knees. One individual brought Iraq, an ancient civilization, to its knees. One individual brought Libya to a sorry state. We have individuals who have amassed wealth and think they can, in the Eagle Square, disgrace citizen number 1, citizen number 2, citizen number 3, because they have millions of dollars to spend on state governors. And they will come out, hold INEC, control the security, control the judiciary. That is why they are telling you go to court. People are afraid to mention courts in civilized societies. The moment you mention court, he will say, okay, what do you want? That is the truth of the matter. We are heading, like I told you, when everything is at stake, and right now everything is at stake. My country is at stake. So I'm ready to deploy everything I can within the Constitution, not to let this happen.
Hello. Here to finalize our coverage of the 2023 presidential election in Nigeria. And it's been a wonderful few days, and I've been coming to you daily. And I want to thank everyone that joined us. This final day, we want to hear from you. How the whole process went, your reaction to the outcome. The INEC last night at about 4 a.m. Nigerian time declared Bola Tinubu the presidential candidate of the APC as the winner of the 2023 presidential election. We want to hear from you. What do you think? What has been going on where you are? And especially those in Nigeria, we want to hear from you.
Congratulations to all of us for that incredible united force as citizens in the last presidential election. I have never been so proud of Nigerians like this. Our tenacity, our resilience, our sacrifices, our commitment to orderliness and to legitimate freedom is the best in the whole world. In my next life, I will be a Nigerian. I want to assure you that we are winning this battle. Don't expect the Nigerian oligarchy to give up easily, right? So do not be frustrated at their games and their tricks, even though your impatience is justifiable. But let's show them that we are not only stronger, but we are smarter. The eyes of Africa and the world are on us as citizens. We will teach them how to handle these situations or situations like this. And they will respect us as citizens and the nation at the global stage. Our unity is our strength and power right now. So we are not doing anything to give it up. You know, they actually expect us to throw to the streets and destroy our own country and set it ablaze, but we say no. And they also expect us to divide now and lose our strength as the biggest black nation in the whole world and the soul of Africa, but we say no. We're not going to divide because of the few bad eggs among us. We have come a long way in love and unity to make history for our nation. So these few bad eggs cannot divide us as a nation right now, right? Our sin is that for once in the history of Nigeria, our nation, we are rising up and pleading that they give us our rights and treat us like human beings. Is that too much to ask? So if the outcome of this election is thwarted, I encourage all of us to do the following. First, we shall follow the rule of law and observe all our rules of engagement as citizens. All citizens shall be more united than ever before in love and resilience for the sake of our dear nation and the humanity to come. We seek more civil solutions that do not affect the common citizens, but designed to humble our oppressors. They can't survive without us. We know that. We are their blood, soul, and spirit. We shall go to court with our principals, His Excellency Mr. P2B and Yusuf Dati, and attend all court sessions in massive crowds on the days of court sittings. The court premises may not contain us, but we shall show our massive solidarity as true citizens that day, even staying outside the premises. We shall be very ready to testify as citizens and as witnesses in the court of law with all our field evidences secured during the election. So keep them jealously. They are still our powers. If they still hold onto our civil rights and mandates, we shall also consider and agree when we shall go on a peace and unity strike nationwide. This is not a street protest this time. We want to do things differently. During this time, we shall withdraw all public services to our oppressors anywhere in Nigeria and focus on supporting the most vulnerable and victims, and the most marginalized among us. During that period, we shall seek God's strength in various ways we relate to Him for grace.
To hear that announcement has been made that I have been elected the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is a serious mandate. I hereby accept it. That I am profoundly humbled that you have elected me to serve as the 16th president of our beloved country.
Gozika, how are you? How are you? What's wrong? Are you okay?
My mood is reflective. Sorry, today has been terrible. I can't even hide it. My
What
mood
happened?
has been terrible. I mean, you wake up to your hopes for the next 8 years dashed, and you're suddenly faced with the reality that the next course of your life, this is hard, this is tough, this is tough. It's really tough, and I went to the bank this morning. I went to struggle for the usual 5K they give, and People were angry. People wore this defeated attitude. A lot of them were saying they would never vote again. They were saying they were never going to vote again. Some were jokingly making comments about leaving, even if it is to Cotonou. Then I got a call from a childhood friend, or was it from my sister? I got a call at the bank, and I was taking the call, and the person on the other end of the phone was crying. I said, so what is it? And I said, another 8 years. Another 8 years. You know how many opportunities I have lost because I came from Nigeria. Once you mention Nigeria, it's like they start dropping your file even without looking at you. Said I'm going to have to deal with this for another 8 years. And I said, at this point, I do not care. I am tired. I do not care. Then there's this elderly man beside me. He tried speaking to me, and I told him, excuse me, sir, I'm on a call. I'm on a call. He said, okay, when you are done. So I ended the call. I said, sir, I'm free now. And he said, something you said caught my attention. I said, what was it, sir? He said, you were tired. I said, sir, I am tired. As of now, I am tired. He said, that is wrong. They want you to be tired. I said, sir, I don't care. He said, you should care. Then he went into this long lecture. And he said something that struck me. I told him, sir, so what do you want me to do now? What do you want us to do? He said, well, you can sit down and take it, which is what they would expect. But I expect that you wouldn't. I said, so what do you suggest you do? He said, you stand up. I said, stand up so that we'll be pushed down again. He said, no. I said, the people we are dealing with do not have scruples. He said, when you are dealing with people with scruples, you throw your scruples out of the window and face them at their own game. I I don't know. Let me find a way to show the video. I wish I could walk and speak to random people so that you get the general mood here. It's a sad one. It's as if some natural disaster happened. I wish I could just walk around and just randomly, hey, how far? Did you hear that somebody else did? So that you get the feel of what is going on. It's that bad, and I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know.
All right. Ngozika, thank you so much. Stay strong. We'll come back to you. Let's talk to.
Wait, Ngozi, what can I do from my end to just put a smile on your face? I need you to get back your energy. Tell me something to do, and I will do it. You've not lost. You are a victor, and we are getting it back. I promise you. But I don't need to do something to just make you happy this morning. What can I do?
Ngozika, can you send me how do I get your account number, please? Let me buy some ice cream for you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, I wanted to.
Ngozika, we don't necessarily need your account number. Give us your WhatsApp number, okay? So we can send you something through and your name. Just put your name.
Your labor cannot be in vain.
Your first and your hold on, Echo, hold on. I think your account number is not relevant. Just give us your WhatsApp number, your first name and your last name, okay? That's all we need. And your WhatsApp number, please. Just put it on the private link or whatever. That's all we need. Please do that. Your account number is not necessary. Can I go ahead and speak? Is it my turn?
Go ahead, Man of Prestige. I can't find.
Man of Prestige, I have a phone number, but I don't know if the name is there is her name. I will put it there. Just confirm it, Ngozi, please.
She need to put her first and last name, the way she can collect the money.
I'm going to send you the
on
one
the WhatsApp number. Okay, that's all we need.
I'll send you the one I have. She will confirm it. Ngozi, be strong. We are here for you people. We are not leaving you guys behind. Please.
All
and
right.
that is the message you must help us to take into the street.
Sorry. Can you guys see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
I can't see myself. All right, man of prestige, go ahead. I'll figure it out what's going on. Man of prestige, go on.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon in the East. It's morning here, and good evening Nigerian time. I greet everybody. So let's be. I hope it's not lost. There's nothing really changed. In my own, let me just give my own opinion. I'm obedience, and I supported Obi. I never expected Obi to win outright. I've been saying it in any platform I've been. My main permutation has been hopefully Obi will, and because of the spread wasn't there to begin with. So I never really had hope that Obi is going to make it like get Ghana 25% in 24 states. I never expected that. I was hoping maybe he can have majority of the vote, come second or first or whatever. Then whatever happened in the next round, let it be. That had been up with my perception, but it didn't happen. So let's be realistic. Tinubu is has been elected, regardless of the process that he was elected. It is what it is. Nigeria got where they want. I wish them good luck. If Tinubu perform, good. If he doesn't perform, let him be where it is. But if I have to give my opinion, it doesn't necessarily mean that my opinion is going to work if I'm expecting a doom for Nigeria, because whatever has been happening, is that going to be any change? I expected a change. Now that we have not been able to dislodge the APC or PDP, it's going to be a long road for Nigeria, okay? Because these people are not relinquishing the power. Because I wanted somebody different, or be one person or anybody, so we can go to a different direction. But it seems that the status quo has remained, which is the same thing. So nothing has really changed. But the problem I have when it comes to Nigerian space is the process. I've been saying it. The process, like I said yesterday, the process was probably the worst thing. Nigeria, we talk about structure, because we have governance, like what we could do, then you're going to win your state. Everybody here is in a developed country, state, United Kingdom, and everything. When has a governor ever prepare you to win their state? I'm in the state right now. I'm in California. Let's assume any Republican has a better, platform, a better, whatever to win. They can win my state. Governor doesn't have any structure, but we are so, messed up. The orientation in Nigeria is so bad that you have to depend on structure to win. To win election in Nigeria. That's exactly what happened. Structure in Nigeria. Wike is an epitome of what I'm saying. Everybody saw what Wike did in River State. It's very, very clear. Forget about other places, where the vote was truncated, subjugated. We know what happened, in every state. Look, how many? Tinubu won about 8 million, Atiku about 6 million, it will be about 5 million, and the other one 1 million, so whatever it is. Okay, calculate it. It's less than the previous election. And it's going to get worse because the hope, the hope has been lost. I have no intention of going to Nigeria. What would be win? Obi could have done nothing for me. But Kwankwaso couldn't have done nothing for me. But I wanted a better Nigeria, not for myself, because I'm not going to Nigeria. I'm established here, okay? I have business and all that. My job is here. So my family is here. I have no intention of going to Nigeria, but I wanted a better Nigeria for people in Nigeria, like my relative, the ones that are supported, But what they are telling me right now, say, Uncle, don't, if you're going to send us money because you want us to go vote, don't send us any money because we are not voting. So the voting apathy is going to be worse than it is right now. So let's just see what happens. But let's be my opening, commentary. So I will say more later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. Let me go to one man. Just because you came second, so that people who just joined us won't think that I jumped everybody to go to you. Go ahead, one man.
Well, thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, Rudolph. It's the morning after the night before. This is really where we are. It's the morning after the night before. So this is what has happened. So it was a long, hard fought battle for the Nigerian presidency, and the anticipation, of course, that this guy Tinubu was always going to win it. And a lot of stumbling blocks along the road. Right through the primary, it was never anybody's will, especially the power brokers. It was never their will. You know, power was meant to be retained in the north. He surmounted that. And then they wanted to put a stooge in Aso Rock to satiate the south, but still have the levers of power. He surmounted that. And then he got the ticket for his party. And then he went on this long and grueling campaigning thing, campaign of calumny and, you know, fighting both the opposition and his party. He surmounted that. So a lot of allegations, a lot of back and forth. But I invite you to concede that Tinubu is the popular will of the Nigerian people. So this is what has happened. This is what has happened. Tinubu is. We can do the back and forth, and I know that emotions are raw at the moment, and people are clutching at things to hang on to. So I can understand all of the narratives that we hear, both that we have heard and we will hear going forward. But Tinubu is the popular will of the people. So that is what has happened. So Mahmoud Yakubu declared just yesterday that Tinubu was the president-elect. That happened after having fought a grueling battle to land that ticket. So that was what happened. And today, Mahmoud Yakubu again invited Tinubu to the coalition center and handed him his certificate of return. So that was what has happened. So going forward, in the next processes, the handover processes will be done with Tinubu assembling his team to synergize with the federal space to see where they are in progressing the country so that there'll be a seamless transition of power 29th of May. So that is what will happen. So that is what will happen. But of course, it was a hard-fought election. People invested a lot emotionally, you know, in terms of financially even. Just yesterday on my platform, we had somebody nearly in tears. He went from the United States at great expense just to cast that singular vote. So passionate was he for the process. So passionate was he for his will to hold. But this is the reality of it. We have a lot of debutants into the political space, and this is the dawning. So what I am inviting Rudolph, because you're a lead voice, you're one of the voices, by the way, that matched a lot of people in hope to the top of this hill. So I'm inviting that you should be one of the voices then that match them back down that hill again. So all the Grand Old Duke of York and all that. So this is what has happened. So Tinubu will be sworn in as the president of Nigeria. There'll be a lot of you know when you chop off the head of a snake, the body still pulsates somewhat. So there'll be that pulsation, just that rabblings from the disappointment for next few weeks, and things will peter down because the swing of the state has moved. The swing of this, you know, that is a constitutional happenstance. What happened just earlier today and yesterday when Tinubu became the president-elect, that is a leap in faith. That is a pivoting now of the direction of travel, and the machinations of state will now invest in that transition process. So all of this still the raw wounds, it will still be a side dish now. So let me just land it then because it is quite important somewhat. So let me just say it.
We just want to, because there are a lot of people trying to join in. So
yeah, no, I know, but this is something that the space needs. What I'm saying, but if you don't want the space to hear it, then I'm happy to be guided by you. Yeah,
you spoke for more than 4 minutes now. This is
but am I speaking sense?
And I'm not. You're making a point, but I don't want.
So let me then make that point.
No, not on the.
Okay,
make sure that you can stand by. You know, when we get to, I want to say that before you spoke, I didn't make that clear. I want everybody to have 2 minutes so that we get more people. The goal is just to air views, not really about anybody can say whatever they want to say. So thank you, woman. Let me get the next person, Ovie Yones. Ovie.
Forget this. You are bad and talk, man.
Oh yeah, unlock.
Chairman.
I'm mood of yeah. I'm with your stuff.
Okay, if you're not available, I can go to the next person. I'm trying to get this off your face. Don't worry. Go ahead, Ovie.
I unmuted you, Ovie. Go ahead.
Yes, because I don't know what is going on. I those button to mute or unmute. I can't fancy see there. Anyway. First of all, I want to say congratulations to all the Agbadas wearers across the world. On behalf of the Agbada wearers, I'm talking about the senior men in our society. I want to congratulate the first family elect, none other person than Bola Tinubu and his lovely wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. I mean,
which wife? Which one?
The president-elect wife, Bola Tinubu. I'm talking about Senator Oluremi Tinubu. That is his wife. That's the incoming, as they call her, Mama. Maybe our mother now.
He has more than one.
Well, that's what now. What we know that. That's what he showed to us when he was delivering his acceptance speech. But I mean, what am I trying to say? I mean, I quite agree with one man on the journey of Bola Tinubu. If there's anything, I think in my book today stands to be one of the best politicians we have in my lifetime, from 1999 to today, however you want to classify it. I think that man stood tall among every other politician so far. He understands the system. He ran within the system. The system is against it. But one way or the other, he was able to negotiate his way through. I have to give it to him. What's now left is what has been happening. If you pay attention to history, even Buhari said, will tell you, Buhari ended up in court 3 times. While he was in court, his men, people that helped him campaign, were receiving appointments from the president-elect then. Donald Trump is another one. He's still in court as we speak, but he has already indicated intention of running for 2024. So, what am I trying to say? I think it's over. We can only go to court if we don't agree with the results. I'm smiling not because I don't see the tears and the agony of whatever everybody believe, but it was a game of the masses against the system, and once again the system prevailed. We can only live to fight again.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Dominic, Dr. Dominic.
I'm speechless. I think I'm even more speechless after hearing one man talk. It's quite interesting. People's different submissions. But every once in a while, one thing about Nigerian elections is you hear things happen, things here and there over the years. This is how election was rigged there, back and forth. But this is the first time in history, in Nigeria's election rigging history, where the whole of Nigeria can see it at the same time. And it's not a question of did it happen or did it not happen. This is a question of when did it happen, how did it happen, and can you show me? Like, it's very glaring. And then you get someone who's well learned make a submission that does not take that into account. Makes a spends 4 or 5 minutes, trying to bedazzle Nigerians, and you wonder, like, how do other people process this? It's quite interesting. Like, people see all this stuff, and then you wonder, how do people process this? Like, this is a fact. You can say the sky is blue, but if it's orange, everyone sees it. You can say the sky is pink, but if it's black, everyone sees that. So, like, trying to pull a wool over people's eyes or insult people's intelligence is it's quite interesting. It's just it amazes me. I know that every once in a while, we are reminded that we're here to share our opinions, but every once in a while, I'm just amazed, like, how people just express themselves, and you're like, am I living in the same country with this person? It's just I'm not trying to insult anyone. It's just I'm speechless, partly because of what I just heard in the last 4 or 5 minutes. I'm like, wow. Just wow. I know you can support a candidate and be passionate about the candidate, but, like, at least have some level of I don't know how to put it. I have some level of respect in what your fellow countrymen have seen. don't know. It's just I'm lost for words. I don't even know how else to say it. I'm not even an obedient person. Like I'm more of a Shawara supporter. I know Shawara likely will not win, but just seeing other political parties being robbed of their mandate, just it's something that's annoying. And for people to make the point of olive branch and all whatnot, like how can I be accepting an olive branch when I know you glaringly stole an election? Like you're seeing ballot papers and collation papers where they're literally a scratching of votes and writing something else, or they put a piece of white paper on top of someone else's vote and they write a different number. And this is something that's widespread. I don't know. It's just this country is quite interesting. It's quite interesting. The people that you live with, people who you call your fellow citizens. It's interesting.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dominic. Forefathers.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and greetings everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. Human beings, isn't it? We like to play this game where one side is jubilating and the other side is in lamentation. And this is one of the reasons why I ask that they draw the power from the center and to the people. Because this thing where one side wins and the other side is in lamentation is not ideal. And I must say, one man, there's nothing wrong with being a gracious winner. Being a sore winner it doesn't look good on people because you seem to lack empathy for your own countrymen. The Ngozika was here in tears.
So sorry, what did I say to lead to that comment? What did I say?
Because you were like, oh, he won. You all have to acknowledge it that he won. He won.
I never said that.
That's what you said. You didn't. Okay, you can play it back yourself.
Please,
I'm not making it up. That's what you said.
Don't prejudice my words. Everybody
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just address your space rather than me, please.
I'm just addressing.
I'm not here for a battle. I'm here to heal.
I'm not battling you. I'm just saying these things because I also said
no, don't reference me. It's invited your thoughts, not your commentaries on me. Your thoughts. So give us your thoughts and just leave.
But you are talking. I'm just saying that the way when Dominic said the same, you didn't have any issue with it. But when I say something, it's all right. It's all good.
He said something in the group chat. He said something.
Allow one man to celebrate however I want to celebrate.
Man, people are trying to bust him.
Let's face it. He won. Let him
no, he's allowed to celebrate. I'm not. See, it's when you come
I'm
and
not
start.
Celebrating. Sorry, I don't want to be the topic. Just be guided by Rudolph.
Some people deserve to celebrate. Nobody.
No, I am not celebrating anything, but just is inviting your thoughts. No, sorry. Rudolph is inviting your thoughts, not on me, but on the politics. So give him that.
All right. So
I will speak on what I feel like speaking on. I'm sorry. Regarding this matter, if there was widespread, cheating and whatever has happened, eventually it will come out, just like he did in the case of Ondo. If he doesn't, then he's duly elected fair and square. And the people and everyone that has campaigned for Peter Obi have to recognize the achievement that he made, because this is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, a president has been elected in the country by 37% of the vote. He didn't get most of Nigerians' votes. 62% of Nigerians didn't vote for him. That is the vast majority. So the way he governs, if he goes ahead to govern like somebody that won 100% of the votes, God help him. Because there will be consequences. And I hope the kind of attitude I heard from El Rufai, calling people angry people and all the rest who's come to the... You are asking people to come to the table and you're referring to them as angry people. This type of attitude is not going to help. I don't know whether these people want to keep the country together or whether they are trying to break it. What are they trying to achieve? So the truth, I would say to all the people that are that feel bad about this result, they should take heart from there's a bigger struggle out there that it goes well beyond Peter Obi. From my point of view, it goes well beyond Peter Obi because what we are fighting for is something greater than that. And the essence of P2B is not lost. If you want to reduce corruption, you can carry on the struggle. If you want to improve education, you can carry on the struggle. If you want to do it the way Showore does it, in activism, you can do that. And if you want to join the participate in the government, you can do that. Personally, I will advise that Tinubu consider a government of national unity, because this country needs all the brains and everybody's hand on deck. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Casper, you're next. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rudolph. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. So first of all, before I say anything, I'd just like to lend my voice to those of us that were actually talking to Ngozika yesterday, and this message is to everyone that's actually really interested in that's actually supporting the movement that was actually being led by Peter Obi. I mean, we should not be discouraged. This is just one step in a really long journey. So that's that. And then also just to respond to some of the issues that that actually come up during this conversation. So first of all, I think one man did mention that Tinubu actually has the mandate of the people of Nigeria. I mean, I think that's debatable when you consider the fact that you actually have more than 60% of the people that did not vote for him. So how he intends to govern, given that, it's totally up to him. But then another question that just looking at some of the data, some of the results, something that I find really puzzling, and I don't think there's been a lot of a lot of people haven't been saying a lot about this, is the fact that when you look at the total vote count or the total results, you actually have about 21, 22 million people. And when you consider that, INEC told us that they actually distributed about 87 PVCs or something like that. And when you compare this number to what we even had in 2019, when we actually had about, I think about 5 million fewer PVCs, and you're still able to have about 26 million people voting. I mean, what is it that actually happened? I mean, is it that we actually have such a very high level of voter suppression? Because anecdotal evidence would actually, show us to the contrary. Because when you look at the level of enthusiasm that's actually out there prior to this election, so what really happened? What happened to 5 million votes? Those are questions that we should actually really be trying to look at. We should actually be digging through, and the partisans and people who actually have access to political data, and those that are actually at the polling unit should actually be looking, into what exactly really happened here. And then finally, one other thing that I also would like to point out is okay, so this process has happened. I'm of the view that a lot of progress has been made, considering, I mean, whether Obi wins eventually or is eventually sworn in or not. Because I still believe that there's still an opportunity for him to actually, go through the courts. And even though there's not a lot of confidence in the judicial system, it's still an option to be considered. The question is where do we go from here? Because that's really what we should be looking at. Yeah.
Thank you, Casper. We are going to do that later on, but I want everybody to have 2 minutes to just air their view. Mama H.O., go ahead. You're next.
Congratulations, Nigeria. Congratulations, my children. Don't lose hope. They said he that the gods wants to destroy, he will first of all make them foolish. Tinubu, you are foolish and you are an idiot. You cannot sleep my children's mandate. Kosheshe. It's going to be a cold or hot fire in your hands. If you have integrity and you have dignity inside of you, you will not have sent your talk after them if you have integrity and you know they will vote for you. But because you lack integrity and moral dignity, you decided to send talk to harass them. And when that didn't make sense to you, you send your idiotic Agbero children to rig result for you. Shame! Shame on you, Tinubu. Shame on you, Amen. Bola Tinubu. The children is a hot coal in your hands. You won't take it. We will collect it back. To you, you have the Supreme Court judges in your hands. But my Bible tells me the heart of kings is in God's hands. And it is only God that has the final say. Therefore, my children's labor can never be in vain. They will not labor for another to inherit a woniye, a warisha. Ọmọ aláṣọ Tinubu kì í wà kísà. You understand Yoruba and you know the meaning. Ọmọ aláṣọ kì í wà kísà. Therefore, àwọn ọmọ mi wọn ò lè wà kísà sẹ́ èèwọ̀ nìyẹn. You want to rule? Not with my children's mandate. Never. You use money to bribe or bribeable. Gbogbo yín tó gba owó lọ́wọ́ Tinubu to steal my children's mandate. The money will turn to dust in your hands. The sun will work against you. The moon will work against you. The power of the sea will work against you. The power of the earth will work against you. The blood of the innocent and the spirit of the innocent will begin to haunt every one of you that collected money from Tinubu to take my children's mandate. 2023 will be a calamity year from now and all your generation. And so shall it be. In the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mitchell. Dr. Eberichi Yanis.
Good afternoon, Dr. Konkwo. I really have a lot in my brain, so let me see how I can compress that within 2 minutes. I was going to react to one man, just express my disappointment at his cockiness this afternoon. But I think Dr. Dominic and the other fellow have already done a good job there, so I wouldn't really waste my time. Now, the election proper, just this morning, after I saw the result, the final result that was published, I wondered what could have been. I think like Mr. Man of Prestige, I never really believed that, Peter B was going to win this election. And I thought he didn't have, he would fall short in some ways. But when I saw the result, I'm like, so after all this rigging, after all that happened in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in River State, he still was even running close to the Mr. Tinubu. So then I wondered what could have happened if they had allowed this election to go free and fair. And so what we have now is a situation where everybody is a lot of folks in Nigeria are totally despondent. Mr. Tinubu may have been declared the winner of this result, but he really has his work cut out for him, because I'm not sure how he's going to manage a population that is highly agitated. All my politics appears to have left the screen. I was going to wonder. Okay, I think he's here. When during the campaign, when they talk of alliance between NNPP and the Labour Party was on, I recall Galadima. I think Galadima was a spokesperson for NNP and even Kwankwaso. I can recall some of the things that they said on air. How P2B how an Igbo man how they were comfortable with voting an Igbo man. How NNP had a lot of states and stuff like that. So now that the election is come and gone, and now we now see the reach of these parties. And I wonder if it was today, whether Kwankwaso and the Galadima would have had a different take altogether. Whether they would not have been better off being going on their alliance and accepting the position of a vice president as opposed to the position that they took. So I'll just leave it at this point, and then.
All right, thank you, Dr. Eberichi. We're going to go into details about what happened. So when we get there, we analyze it. But let me also say that I want to rotate people, so that new people can come in. We will have time. Everybody will have opportunity to air their view and go into the conversation. So if I move you out from the screen or move you out from the studio, it's just to let people in. The Blackstone, you're next.
You can always move me out whenever you want.
No, I can't move you. That's the problem. People don't know that I can't move someone like you and forefathers because you guys have access to. So go ahead, the Blackstone.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
I don't think the victory of what they call the victory of Tinubu is a desired victory. It did not deserve it, actually, because if you call anybody in Nigeria and ask, are people celebrating the victory? No celebration. At least most Nigerians are sad, and a victory whereby the majority of the people are sad, are not happy, then there's something wrong along the line. So I think that I know that this is a stolen mandate that was handed over in the path of God to Tinubu. And if you actually want to go into details to analyze the result of the election or the voting and everything, if Peter Obi can get more than 5 million votes with all the ringing or the changes of figures and everything, then if it was a clean election, then we would have expected that we have a landslide. So at the moment, giving Tinubu being declared as the winner is just like it's already been planned. It's a planned election, and I don't think that it go very well with him in the process of ruling. And let me also say that Tinubu is not actually going to be the one who will be in control. There are many forces, many powers behind him, like all the APC top people that are going to be behind him, telling him what to do. And it's going to be like also Buhari, who will not have control over the government. So they are going to be under the control of the cabals who actually sponsored him, who stood behind him, because there's no way he's going to push them out from his government. So talking of unity government, I think that's just a word to pacify the angry people in the society, and I don't think it's going to be a very successful reign for Tinubu in the next election. And I think there's still a lot to do. Labour Party, Peter still have a lot to do. He can go to court, and I think there are many chances for him. If the judiciary can be impartial, I think what they can ask for is to recount recounting of the ballot papers. And if they recount the ballot papers, I think there will be a chance for him to get his mandate back if the Supreme Court can be strong enough and be impartial and stand on to call for a recount or cancellation of the election. Thank you.
Thank you, Blackstone. Janaba, you're next.
All right. Thank you for having me, Dr. Rudy, once again, and congratulations to all Nigerians home and abroad. Politics is a very tough thing in this world, and we actually have made a lot of progress. We are not there yet. Peter Obi is a hero, and he have laid a foundation. The reason why the number and the percentage, whether Tinubu is 50 or more, who loses in this election is Atiku. Without LP, Atiku could have won the election. Without PDP, LP could have won the election. In any case, the Bible said the heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord. May God grant Bola Tinubu Ahmed the grace and the wisdom to govern us for the next 4 years. I pray, and I know the little I've known about Peter Obi, seeing him on the screen. He's a man of integrity. He will reach out to him for the betterment of the country, not for the selfish and the bully tactics and the passions that of many of his followers. I believe he will rise above the challenges and to talk to his people that whether he admit winning or not, that for the betterment and to move our nation forward, there is no reason of this bitterness. If Tinubu fail, we all fail. And if, just like the past 8 or 7 years, when Buhari failed, we all fail because it is a collective nation. So the notion that they should fail or the nation that we should have a divided nation, it doesn't worth it. We are all better. Change starts with me and you, and we are better when we do the right thing, even for the sake of the less one, the weak ones among us, so that our nation can start healing, even though you may agree or disagree. May God give Nigerians the grace to bear this.
All right, thank you, Jonaba. Igbo Basics, you're next.
Good morning, Dr. Dalagis. Good morning, Nigerians. And good morning, fellow panelists. I was the last man standing last night.
Oh, yeah, I have that knowledge. Sorry, before you start. Igbo Basics was on until probably, I don't know what, 4 a.m. or something else. Yeah, it was unbelievable. He was on the platform. We did 22 hours, even though I wasn't there, but he was the outro. I don't know how he woke up now. Okay, go ahead.
Wait, by himself?
No, with a few people, and they were just.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like, okay, we start talking to yourself. That's a big problem.
All soldiers never die.
All right, go ahead. 2 minutes.
I really tried to get some inspiration from how Rudolph keeps the cool. That is really a blessing on its own. This is not a Nigeria. This is not the Nigeria that I was born in. It was not fair to say that. The selection has come and gone. What has happened here, I would dare say that Tinubu, he won the fight, but is going to lose the war. When I saw Tinubu come to Dobale for a woman from my village, I knew that we are now heading towards what we call the 37%, Alibaba, not Alibaba and the 40 thieves, but Tinubu and the 37%, which is what we have ended up with. So without missing words, I would just like to say, particularly to Ngozika, I'm very touched on the sacrifice that she made and the rest of the people that made sacrifices. But that was yesterday. We are now today. Nobody should be so down to the extent that you can't function. Let's pick ourselves up. My opening statement is that the battle has just begun. And for that reason, I'll say that it is still the day that the Lord has made, and I'm very pleased to still be here. Our plan now is to ensure that all obedience come out and massively vote in the governorship and state house of assembly elections next Saturday. Going forward, we will need this in our struggle to enlist everyone you know, encourage everyone you know to go to the polls next Saturday. Let's get the governorship full to back up Mr. Peter Obi. It's not over yet until it is over.
All right. Thank you, Igbo Basics. Ralph.
Yeah, hi Rudolph. Hi everyone. Yeah, I was watching the whole drama last night, and I already figured out I saw the mathematics. What's that song that the late Sound Sultan did? What's that song called again?
Is it Nigeria Jaga Jaga?
That's Idris.
Oh, Idris Abdul. My bad.
Mathematics. But anyway, they did it, and but that's why I was waiting for her at the end, because I said, I don't know who's giving echo, but I said we should wait for the end, because when they make the announcement, then you can start making your deductions. But what I would say is, watch who has been celebrating, watch how they have been celebrating. You will hear people talking about unity and all that nonsense. I still go back to people who are telling you that they are for, even the Tinubu speech, he still gave insults. He still threw insults while calling for unity at the same time, which was fantastic to see. But there are people who come here and say they are for Kwankwan Show, they are for everything, they are for this and that, or they are neutral. But none of them called out the people who were denying people their rights to vote. Rivers State, there was 3 local governments, Obiakpo, Falga, and I think Equatorial local government. I've been in Rivers State, I've been in those areas. I know how election works there. How will the population just drop? When results come out, the population drops. That even with this final result, Tinubu should have had more votes, at least. How are you going to win and your votes keep dropping? So if you're going to rig, after destroying roads, I mean, you are claiming Nigeria does not have money. There's no money to, you can't fight, you can't stop headsmen, you can't stop everything, and then you destroy roads to block INEC and all that. But it's for unity. So, well, it's not over, Sha. I'm with Igbo Basics. It's not over. So congratulations to you people who are celebrating right now. That's all right.
Thank you, Ralph. Kenny, you're next.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say right now because there is nothing to celebrate about. There's nothing to be congratulatory about. I will agree with Madam Esho, and I say amen to her prayers. And this is my reason. They say that a thief cometh at night to steal. INEC declared Tinubu the winner at night. So INEC is a thief. And beneficiaries of whatever that comes out from thief, they are all thieves. Tinubu did not win this election. Tinubu did not get up to 8 million votes. P2B's votes were stolen and compressed. In Lagos State alone, the original results indicated that P2B got more than 900 votes. In Plateau State, the original result indicated that P2B got more than 1 million votes. But where are the votes now? So there is nothing to congratulate anyone about. And if Tinubu, obviously, he's going to fail. If Tinubu is failing, he's going to fail alone, or maybe with his supporters. So I disagree with Jonava. There is nothing to support this tyrannic government. Just look at it. You are supporting Tinubu. It means you are supporting Muslim tickets. It means that the Christians in Nigeria are not relevant. It means that Christians in Nigeria should go to hell. That is what you're saying. So for anyone supporting this government, what you are supporting is the subjugation of Christians in that country. And the likes of you shouldn't be seen in any way. See, I really don't want to call out somebody here, but let me just put it that way. This is it. I will urge Nigerians, especially Nigerian youth, to not relent. You've given them that blow. Do not allow them to resuscitate. Come out in mass again on the governorship election and vote for the right candidate. Keep pushing out. Keep pushing it. You have given them that blow. Don't give them chance to re-energize. Come out on the street and protest this massive rigging. While P2B and his colleagues are going to the court, you, the Nigerian masses, I urge you, I encourage you to come out on the street and protest. Peacefully, do not destroy anything. If it even calls for, strike, shut down everywhere. Do not let them breathe. Make it known to the world that your mandate has been stolen. Do not give them that chance. If anybody is coming here to say pray to God, God does not interfere with anything that he has given to to mankind to handle.
Right.
This election has nothing to do with God.
Can I thank
do
you?
It yourself.
Can I thank you?
I'm really, really not happy. yeah, I don't know, that country need to go to hell, man. Everything.
Ismail, Yanes.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me and allowing me to speak on this blessed day, and a day to remember, absolutely memorable. How do I feel? I think I'm at peace with myself inside and out, knowing that in an election, there is definitely going to be a winner and someone is going to lose. It is it is difficult to take it when you're lying down feeling like you're a loser. But then, how do you define a loser? In Nigeria, we boo people. We see losing like as if it's the end of the world. When you lose a situation, when you lose your focus, when you lose your dream, when you lose your target, when you're running a race and you lose, you have to go back to the drawing board. You don't blame nobody but yourself. I know there is no imperfection anywhere in anything. I'm not mocking anyone. So in anything, some it's like they say, some will cry, some will laugh. But I don't support anyone mocking the other person because you think you've won. Nigeria is supposed to be one. We are one. We should not be divided. We should stand for one another as our brothers keepers, regardless of our ethnicities, be it Igbo, Yoruba, or Fulani. Nigeria belongs to all of us. I know sometimes I say I'm 50% Obi. Why I say I'm 50%? 50% in my heart and 50% with my brain, not to walk into foolishness thinking that, okay, maybe Obi will win. That race is open for anyone who wants it the most. Who wants it the most, whether rigging or no rigging. I know rigging is not good. I don't support it. But Tinubu, I take off my hat for him, okay? For me, I believe in reality, the truth. Don't bend things. He did he to me it seemed as if he wanted it the most, whichever way the obedience tried. I respect Obi. He's a dignified man. He tried his best. Look at where Labour reached. Many people didn't think it. To me, everyone is a winner in this election. Please, brethren, let's not tear one another down, and let's begin to rebuild and love yourselves the best, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jay, you're next. Is it, am I pronounced Jay? You're next. J-A-I. Unmute yourself. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. If you're having problems, we can go to the next person. We'll come back to you. Justice, you're next.
Yeah, I can't even unmute Jai. Jai, go out and come back. Wait, you just unmuted yourself. Jai.
Yeah. All right. Justice, go ahead. You're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. How I feel. The only way I feel now is that after Igbos have betrayed themselves, given Nnamdi Kanu away, shouted for the head of Simon because of this election. Now the election have come and gone. Can they now release Nnamdi Kanu? Because the election have come and gone. We know Nigeria. You know, we keep lying to ourselves as a people. And that's why no progress have been made. This will be movement. Give it 3 weeks to 1 month. Everybody will go back to their shell. Because Nigeria understand the psychology of Nigerians. Some of their key leaders in Port Harcourt, one of their labor leaders was collecting money. We all know this is on record to rig the election for the River State, the same labor we are talking about. By the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, when this government will be formed, they will look at some of their key players and employ them to the government. At the same time, some they will hunt them or they will hunt them down with DSS, and everybody will change their tone. At the end of the day, Nigeria continues. Nigeria will continue falling down because you can't put this kind of person as president that you want Nigeria to progress. But my own thing is what I'm making demand that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. Nigeria is not going to work. We all know that. We keep lying to ourselves. We have done election over and over again, and up till now, nothing have changed. and it's not going to change. So what I'm saying, let Nigeria let Nnamdi Kanu go, because Nnamdi Kanu is not your problem. Simon Ekpa is not your problem. Your problem is the lies and wickedness of a black man who have choose not to make, who have choose not to take the responsibility to make a dramatic change for his own people. Or they will lie, one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Now one Nigeria will continue, and they will continue killing our people. So let Nnamdi Kanu go and have their Nigeria, and let's see how we're going to go in the next 4 years. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Justice. Joe.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning. I want to congratulate all the true Democrats worldwide, or especially the ones in Nigeria, the one that stood firm to uphold our democracy and all obedience. I want to say congratulations. You did not lose. They must have rigged us out, but we did not lose. It's so sad that some people are celebrating the injustice being done to Nigeria because it favors their person. In as much as Tinubu won, and right now it seems like there is nothing to do about it, that nothing can be done. But that does not mean that we should celebrate the way or the method at which he got in there. We also saw the mass spread of rigging. We also saw the voter suppression. We saw the vote buying. We saw everything. Even the INEC chairman, his the way he was responding, his physical how do you say it now? The
Body
way he
language.
was, yeah, his body language could tell you that this guy did not even care. There is a saying that when a thief tells you go to court, know that his elder brother is the judge. These guys have bought the court system. These guys obviously know that nothing will be done. And our fathers, I'm sorry, I have to say this word, one man, whatever, you are somebody's father. You know, your children are coming behind you. Tomorrow we might not be here. Our children, are this what the legacy you're gonna leave for them? I'm celebrating Tinubu because he rigged it. Tinubu, the other one said, I doff my heart for him. Doff your heart for him for what? That he rigged his way in, he killed so many people. So many people died because of this. It might have not gotten to our house, so that doesn't mean that the pain that another person is going through, we should just wash it off. These men, they are dangerous, we know that, but there is nothing God cannot do. So I want to tell all the obedience worldwide, keep pushing. They think it is over, it is not over until it is over. So therefore, I want to thank everybody in the panel, and I just hope God's will is done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Shegun Yanes.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to be back here again. Well, I'll play a devil's advocate for a bit. And so somebody wins, his supporters would celebrate. I mean, that's the way it is. Somebody will win and somebody will lose. But however, I think it's a cold victory because it's all glaring that this is a victory at all costs. And that reminds me that when Tinubu said he was going to play dirty, this is the dirty remains. It's glaring in everybody's eyes of everything that happened during the election. So why are people not asking specific questions like the fraud that was perpetrated, the mutilated results that were uploaded, the reasons why results were not uploaded. These are the questions I believe will be tested in the court of law. I do not expect. Yes, we want a country that works, and yes, he's been um, confirmed as the president-elect. Yes, maybe he's going to be the president, and then we still just have to keep living. But again, these are things that needs to be contested in the court of law. We may not have confidence in the court of law, but that's the only system we have. That's the rule of law. So what I would expect is obviously the Labour Party to go to court and try to contest it. Again, it will be, I think, the youths and obedient in quotes have built a momentum. I know sometimes Nigeria gets to depress people, and then you just want to just forget about it. because at some point I was also not interested because everything was just clearing. Why was PDP, sorry, why was APC during the collation happy to say, yes, it doesn't have to be uploaded? I mean, and they're fighting the other parties that are insisting that the rule and the guidance should be followed. And you're coming out to say the guidance is not followed. So for me, that shows culpability. But again, we don't want anarchy. Everything has to go through the court of law, and let's see how to. Lastly, I would say is I kind of sit back and say, what kind of presidency would this be? I really can't pinpoint my heart to it. My hopeful heart wants to say it's going to be better and good. But if I look at the people that surrounds Tinubu and the way and the lies and all the things they've come to say, it kind of indicates what might happen. But anyway, we can't say. We'll just keep watching, and as citizens, try to keep fighting for whatever we need to fight for.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shegun. Jose, you're next.
Well, the elections has happened, and we have seen Nigeria the way it is. It's unfortunate for those who are celebrating because you are celebrating instability. You are celebrating unpredictability of Nigeria, and there is this anger cannot be appeased by appointments. Unfortunately, this anger cannot be appeased by some kind of buga dance. It's going to be really a tough 10 years going forward. I tried to contain within few seconds what one man was saying. I couldn't. I just turned it off and turned it back on when he had finished. So that I couldn't have the chance to listen to a bunch of balablu. Okay, so ideally, it's not about the election. It's about finding a country that can have pipe-borne water. As simple as pipe-borne water exists in many African countries. It doesn't exist in your country. As simple as pipe-borne water, as simple as community hospital, as simple as electricity existing, as simple as a school for a kid 5 years old. We don't have any of those. So if you sit in London and you are talking as though you won in a blatant loss of election, in a blatant robbery, you should be ashamed of yourself and your glasses. You are fool, asshole.
All right, thank you, Doze. Let me say this. I did something here that people may not understand what I did in a few minutes. I allowed Ovie, one man, Raf, Dominic. I wanted forefathers to be there, and maybe this Mr. Scribe. I value everybody who come here every time to participate, and I really, it's the reason why this platform works, that people different viewpoints come here to participate. Especially I wanted to point out people who either they have their own platform or podcast, or like someone like Dominic and Forefathers who help to moderate this. I think I wanted to point out that I hope that after the election, which is gone now, that they will continue to get people to speak up. I don't really care what people are saying, but that people are speaking up and people are having conversations across different lines of divide. I think that's what we need more in the country. In the last few weeks that we all came together because of this election, I think we learned a lot about what is working in the country, what is not working, and we learned a lot from each other. So I intentionally made it such a way that they end up being there so that I will say this while they're there. You don't have to agree with anybody, but they're all playing a role, and we're all playing a role. But especially those who spend their time, and this is a thankless job, so that some people know it's not like there is the reward. They're like teachers. OBA can tell you, anybody can tell you. I don't know unless there's something else they're doing, but I know that this is. So I appreciate everybody, and we are going to go on to talk about different things now. what do we expect to be to do, P2B? Because there's two things now left for him to do: accept the results or go to court. I know that his campaign and the people around him are saying to their people to calm down, don't go on the street. And then Atiku, I have not heard from him. What is he planning to do? Is he going to go to court, or is he going to say, let's move on? So that's one question we are going to tackle. Then what kind of presidency is Tinubu going to give the country? Because we have to think about it, that it's actually on the path. It's happening, even if we don't agree with what happened. And then are there positive things that came out of this, especially as we go along to think about the election next Saturday, not this one, next one? All right. So I will now let everybody up. So if I ever take you out, don't think there is any particular thing. There are some things I wanted to illustrate. All right. So we'll go around now. Everybody will have your say on what do you expect Obi to do? And I mean, it's simple. Do you want him? Some people are saying he just forget about it and wait for 2027. Some people are saying that he should go to court. What do you expect? Dominic, I start with you. Go that way.
This has nothing to do with Obi. This is more of every party that was part of this election should file a case. I don't know what it's called. I forgot what it's called, but multiple litigants, class action lawsuit or whatever you call it. I'm not a lawyer, but some of you who have some leanings in law understand what I mean. They should all join together and file one case, because obviously there was a lot of rigging. It doesn't matter if I'm the last in terms of the score. If you cancel out one of my votes, that is illegal. So I think they should go to court. The only sadness in it is this was all a game all set up, right? If you paid attention to everything that happened at the collation center, you could see Jaga's body language. You could see all the
not Jaga.
Not Jaga. I mean, I keep saying Mahmoud. Yakub. You could see all the protestations that happened, and at the end of the day, it was all about let's just finish collecting this thing so that we can declare Tinubu. And then once we declare Tinubu, he's now out of the hands of INEC. Now we can go deal with the courts, which we have already all set up so that they will help us win. So it's not even about Obi at this point. It's about doing the right thing. Right?
Yes.
Doesn't matter if it was an article that was rigged out, I will still have the same opinion. So at the end of the day, I think they should challenge it. What was the other question? What to expect?
No. Just let's deal with one and then go back and do the other one.
Yeah,
because they are different questions.
Yeah,
why I mentioned Obi is that he's going to speak today. We haven't heard from Atiku, and we don't know whether he's actually worried about this. We heard from his vice yesterday, but Atiku, nothing has been coming up.
Rudolph, the Atiku is an old soldier when it comes to being part of the rigging game, and then him being rigged out. So maybe to him, he'll be like, oh, okay, I guess I've rigged before, they've rigged me out. Okay, I guess this guy was more sharp than me. You know what I mean? So maybe he has that level of despondency. He's like, whatever, it's still the same old game. I'll come and run again. Versus the Labour Party or maybe some other parties that are all part of this whole third force movement. There's a whole different mindset to it about rescuing Nigeria versus let me just run again. I've been running since 1990 something. What makes it different now? He's just under 4 years.
All right, thank you. Obi, you're next. Go ahead. Oh, you want me to skip you? What are you saying, Obi? Oh, you can't speak? I can't hear you. Okay. All right. One man, go ahead. I don't know what Obi is saying.
All right. Thank you. I'll try and be as brief as I can, Rudolph. But first, I want to align myself with what John Abba and Bia, who comes here as Ifmiri. I want to align myself with what they said in their submission, which is really to the reality of it. And I want to say to Dozie, calm down, my friend. You and I will probably end up good friends after all of this, but just calm down. It's nothing serious. It's just a process. So it's not so much what Obi will do, or it's more really what Obi can do. What can he do really? What options are available to him? So he can go down the long and arduous journey of some sort of litigation, which has no chance in landing in his favor. because Obi is completely out of the mix in terms of it's not going to be some Hopus Dodema type of scenario. That so there's no magic trick that is going to reverse Obi back in the Obi that's going to reverse Obi into the presidency. So let's just and you have to take responsibility somewhat for this as well, Rudolph, to start to slowly disabuse mind and reset it to the reality. So there's no magic trick that is going to suddenly land Obi as the president. So you can park that. But what Obi can and should do and probably will do is that he will have to make that phone call and concede. It will make it will not make a full and throaty concession, but he will make a qualified concession that the process was flawed. There were a lot of anomalies, there were a lot of discrepancies, but overall, really for the benefit of the nation, I concede so that we can reunite. So he has to do that. But really, I'm expecting either before the end of today, but certainly by midday tomorrow, Atiku already conceding because he's already backpacked the Waziri of Abu Dhabi and all that. So he's back to his kingdom in the Emirates. So to not to come back anymore. So that's what's going to happen. But really, what I'm more interested in, with your permission, just a microsecond, Rudolph, what I'm more interested in is what happens to this obedient movement. Because I have the concern that within the next 6 months, it might start to cannibalize because there'll be self-reflection and then a lot of auditing. And because of the way that we saw that space, it will hemorrhage a lot. But is Obi able to hold on to a core base of them to still, because we don't have an opposition party in Nigeria at the moment. PDP is not an opposition party, so we really need an opposition party to come through. And Obi presents that window. So if he's able to manage that space to create an opposition party, then that will be the greater good that he does for the Nigerian state. But no, it's not. They just. Have you ever heard of a Nigerian presidential election being upturned by some court? That when that certificate was handed to Tinubu at 3 p.m. to today, that fate accompli. So that's your president. He's not going to die, by the way. Nothing is going to happen to him. He's not going to forget all of these hooplas and whatnot. For the next 8 years, your destiny is consigned to the hands of that man. And then for the succeeding 8 years, your destiny will be consigned to the hands of Kashim Shettima. So permutate for 16 years. And which is what Tinubu did. Tinubu started from 2007 to land here. So permutate for 16 years.
Thank you,
What a confidence.
Thank you,
Sorry,
that's why
Rudolph, I don't know.
What a scary reality too.
Obia, he took your time too. One man took your time.
No, yeah, let me take his time now.
Okay, when you talk, I want you to address this. If it ends up like we are thinking now, the opposition parties, if they don't come together to challenge this, and one candidate, one candidate decides to go on,
do I intimidate you that much, Rudolph? Do I have an apartment in your head?
I thought he has finished talking. This is torture. Come on, shut the hell up.
All right. So we have to remove Dozier because we can't. We can't let that happen.
So sorry, actually, let me leave as well because I didn't really come here to cause conflict. So if it's too stressful,
one man, you can stay where you are.
No, because they seem to always get intimidated anytime I turn up. I'm not quite sure why.
All right. So where am I going to? Ovie. So your guy, Kwankwaso came late to say that he's not in support, that this should be cancelled. I wanted to address. So what will your candidates, Kwankwaso and all the opposition parties? What's their option next? Are they going to concede, or are they going to go to court? Are they going to go to court together? Or what do you think is going to happen next?
Going to court together, I don't see that. I see some people, dropping off along the way, but I see one or two people go all the way to Supreme Court. But I mean, it's just for the optics. I don't think at this point the court will perform any magic of obtaining the election. But of course,
Ovie, it happened in Kenya. Why do you think it can happen in Nigeria?
Well, I know I can't speak for that of Kenya because I I can only look from outside. In Nigerian case, I'm also a stakeholder. But for what I'm saying so far, I think even before the announcement was made of Tinubu being the elected president, I see all powers align already. What am I trying to say? Congratulations were coming from places that I don't expect that early. They kind of
hold on, like from where?
I mean, even on Aeze, I threw a congratulatory message already by their secretary. So individually, people are saying that. But the point I'm trying to make here is that it's as if the individuals, people who have pretty much say in how the system works, kind of in a jovial, in a very friendly, and it's as if it's already been done and concluded. Yesterday I was asking a rhetorical question for the fact that these people are not up and harmed already. When I mean up and harmed, the major candidate are not saying anything. That means maybe they know something that we don't know. But I could just be speculating. But I don't expect anything different than the result that we presented before us now. I mean, it's obvious and it's clear that the results were manipulated, which is not a new thing. Trust me. For me, for what I've come to realize in terms of party democracy so far, rigging is not a new thing. It's about how and the magnitude that matter, that people
Do you think that this one is big enough to warrant a reconsideration?
Reconsideration, I don't think that's going to ever happen. I mean, they spent over 300 million already connecting this one. I think they're going to do another one. That's not going to happen. So that's why I keep saying that. I don't know of Kenya, but the Nigerian state that I understand, it's not going to happen. I mean, based on experience too, as Lelia said, I mean, 3 times Buhari end up in court. While he's in court, his men will be collecting appointments. So it's not something that I don't think they even try to manage the situation to be this calm, right? And I think if the country go up in flame 2-3 days ago, nobody will be surprised, right? But I'm surprised that things are this way. So from the movement of those men that I see, I think the verdict is going to stand. Whoever wants to go to court will go. And I don't know if I'm in a place to advise Obi, because from day one I never see him as a president. From day one, even before this momentum going on, my thought about him has not changed. But if I'm in a position to advise him, you should just sit down and look. Did we make any progress? What are the gains? What are the laws? Can we build on this? Because whether we like it or not, I have to give it to him, right? I have to give it to him. He was able to, mobilize pretty much people that I never expected that is going to happen. I have to get so. There is a game for all of us as Nigerians, especially those who, even though I did not support Obi, I support Konko. So that is because I was believing that the state, in a way, we meet the people halfway and try to push all these big ways out, but that did not happen. But I think overall, we Nigerians, there's something for us to build on here. If we, my mama say, "Who they cry, they see road." So it's good for us to cry, but at the same time, we should not lose sight that power is never vacant. Somebody will always be there to preside over things.
All right, thank you. Raf, you're next. I just want to announce that Atiku just spoke through the director of his campaign that his mandate was stolen and he will do everything to retrieve it. So Atiku is also going to go to court. Raf, go ahead.
The 7 stages of grief.
Raf, go ahead.
Okay. I hope I won't be interrupted this time again. Okay. I don't know if I think everyone missed the press conference where the LP running mate and PDP running mate sat down together. I believe that counts as because that counts as the two. As PDP and LP speaking, just because it wasn't Peter Obi at that press conference does not mean that wasn't Peter Obi's voice. As for SDP's Adebayo was the first presidential candidate to publicly ask for everybody to concede. So I think that nullifies the calling for all opposition to come together. And I think that already showed where he was that showed his true intention from day one. Because the way that guy jumped up and asked everybody to start conceding before even the results were collated. Yeah. So before
Ralph, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I actually reached out to him when I saw that. I thought it was fake story, and I asked him, "Did you say this?" And then he didn't respond. I went to his Twitter. I saw that he did. So when he reached back to me, he said, "Yeah, that he also gave them the option of going to court. You know that there is no other thing they have, other option they have." I wanted him to come on the show yesterday, but he didn't.
Why would they come on the show? When I said watch how people are celebrating and how they have been said, people are showing their true covers. It's you're not the usual suspects, but I think we are in an emotional state, so people are falling for certain tricks right now. No one had heard of opposition party winning before 2015, right? So just because it hasn't happened before does not mean it cannot happen. But there's there's another candidate who's like, I told you this will happen and this will happen. I think he's I don't know if his live conference, his State of Nation address has ended, and it started like around 12. He's your good friend Rudolph, and I was like, so why did you contest in this election if you knew everything will happen? You're kind of saying I predicted this will happen, but you contested. Because he doesn't sound like he would join the lawsuit. So there can't be a class action lawsuit. That's the point that I'm making. But my point still stands. There's already a united front between, even in other states where at the legislative level, where you saw the PDP and LP picking up seats, even those numbers seemed not to tally with the presidential numbers. That's why I'm like, something just seemed off. So it's up to INEC to explain how that mathematics works. That's why I mentioned that song by the late Sound Sultan. And thank you to the person who put it in the comment section. Yeah, so I don't know what you want Peter Obi to say, because there's always been Peter Obi, everybody's putting the blame on, putting all the requirements on, putting all he should do this, do that, do this. But the person who Koro came in daylight, night time, everything, nobody has any advice for them. So I'm like, well, they will do what they need to do, and we'll see what Nigeria will do. That's all.
All right. Thank you so much. Where are we? Who's next? The Blackstone. The next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. One man, let me ask you a question. If Tinubu was not declared as the winner, will he just go and sleep and forget it and not contest the election result?
If Tinubu was not declared the winner, but Peter Obi was, I would do that. But if Atiku Abubakar was declared, then no, I'm not sure that would rest with me. No.
So why Obi?
Because as I've always said, Obi has the capacity to do a competent job. I've always said that.
So, okay, thank you. You are quite biased anyway. I know that you're biased about Obi. So, actually, Obi should go to court. And I think there could be a possibility, sort of maybe canceling the election. Why don't you recount the ballot the ballot papers? Let them bring all the ballot papers out. Let them recount it. That's what they do in the US. When there's controversy over the result, go back and let's recount let's do a recount. So they still have the ballot boxes. They are not thrown away. They are not destroyed. So that will be a clever. So even though it was not uploaded into the IRF, but they still have it. We can recount it. That should be the route they will take in the court, because if they should cancel the election, I don't think the court will accept that. But there could be a possibility of a count, right? So if they count, we will see who each voter voted for. So I think that should be the best thing, what they should do.
Yeah, the Blackstone. If I don't think there's provision in the constitution for recount, so electoral law. So unless there is, I don't think they would go into that. I've never had it said.
No, no, I never had it said, but I think they should try it because something new. Because they go for cancel the election and they do it, the court will not accept that definitely.
Rudolph, I think the constitution says even if INEC make a mistake, the best bet is to go to court. The election will not be stopped. The process will not be stopped. Go to court.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
Rudolph, can you make this clarification? Just for my on the political education and for others. In the new in the electoral law as amended, right? What is the accepted? What is the proper means of announcing counts? Is it this supposed to be concurrently? Were they supposed to be concurrently calling the numbers at the collation center and also uploading to the Beaver system, or was Beaver supposed to supersede the collection center? I was a little bit confused with the whole process.
Yeah, there's no agreement as far as I know.
What does the law say? What does the electoral law as amended say?
Different lawyers came up with.
Are you a lawyer, Rudolph?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying
there was no specification. Yeah. There's no specification, but one thing I understand, I know the INEC chairman came out on the 22nd and addressed the press, even international press, that the transmission of the result is going to be manual. According to them, to avoid hiking, they were not going to use the electronically transmitted. That's what it.
Do you have the?
Yes, 22nd of February punch. Let me look for it and send it to you.
All right.
Rise News had the clip last night where the INEC chairman had a different clip where he said earlier on, I think on Monday.
Hold on. I have it. I have the clip.
Yeah, you have that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Because he said two different things and contradicted himself in the same press conference.
This opportunity to respond to a story emanating from a section of the media that the Commission has decided to jettison the uploading of polling unit level results in real time on election day. It should please be disregarded as fake news. The Commission will upload polling unit level results and citizens will have access to those results in real time as we upload to the polling units. This innovation was introduced by the Commission. The Commission cannot and undermine it.
Please turn the living room light off.
So this technology has come to stay. We'll upload polling unit level results from the polling unit. Citizens will have the right to view these results. After all, who are serving? The citizens. How can we deprive citizens from access to the results of the process conducted by them at the level of polling units? So I welcome you to the Commission. I want to assure you and reassure you that the 2023 general election is going to be our best ever elections. We are committed. Nigerians will determine the outcome of elections. Nothing more, nothing less.
There is nothing like electronic transmission, because transmission is when you vote and it goes to the server. What we have passed, and I can recollect this vividly because I read that act when it was a bill several times, is to transfer, after all the paperwork that we normally do are done, the agents and everybody there, security, everybody will have the papers. INEC will snap will scan or snap the result sheet and transmit or transfer or whatever it is. That whether it is transmit or transfer is that thing that is captured with beavers, the results. And for me, my understanding is, if any result.
Now, for those who do not know, Senator,
you should have finished. You should have played the whole clip because he contradicts himself in the same.
Oh,
clip.
that's the only part I have. I don't have that.
Do you not see logic to that argument, though, Rudolph? What you just said.
What's the logic?
The devil is always in the
Which
details,
one are you
isn't it?
talking about?
It's
Which one are you
it's a
talking about?
word play.
Hold on, one man. Are you talking about Senate president, or are you talking about?
Well, no, I was. I only really caught the tail end of what the Senate president supposedly Ahmed Lawan, what he was saying.
Wait,
But
wait, wait. Hold on, one man. This your language plays. Supposedly, you just had him and you said supposedly. Are you
yeah,
saying?
because he became the Senate president under dubious circumstances. So that's why the
Oh no,
supposed.
I thought you were saying that what he said was supposedly said.
No. It's his qualification as Senate president that I'm
Oh,
putting the
okay.
question mark on.
All right.
But
One man, does that allow us to use supposedly for
Hello.
President-elect Tinubu?
Hello.
yeah, you can use supposedly, but you'll be
Hello.
using it for 8 years though. So there it is.
Can
Sorry,
this
can I
be
make
a
my
little bit?
Who is speaking? Who is making a call while with us? Somebody is making a call. Go ahead, that one man. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying the devil always is in the details, as you know. So if I'm not, I'm only really going off the back of what he said because I've not really read the statute. But if he's saying electronic transfer or electronic transmit, so that still falls under the ambit of a capture and then upload. So the active word you want to look at is if the word automatic is there, because that is the wiggle room that you might have for legislation or for agitation. But if it says electronically transfer, if it doesn't put a time frame or it doesn't put specificity, it's not specific. I struggle with that word, but if it's not specific as to the conduit of that transfer, there's an ambiguity around that space that really wouldn't really hold in a law court.
All
So
right.
it's really, yeah, that space really.
One
Rudolph,
man.
I
One man.
sent it to your WhatsApp. I don't know why I can't paste CD on the private chat. So I sent it to your phone.
Okay.
The link to
Okay.
Me or Rudolph.
I have
No,
a
Rudolph.
counter to what one man said. It doesn't matter whether you say transmit or transfer. The
Yeah.
big difference I see is, are you transmitting or transferring results of an election, or are you transmitting or transferring votes themselves? So it's either votes or results. Results is what they did, which is a snapshot of what was done in each poll, versus you
You
press.
can't transmit votes, can you? How do you do that?
Dr. Damages, can I please speak for a moment, please?
And there is another issue there when they say they capture the beaver's information. When you use the term capture, is you are meant to capture the beaver screen or whatever what the data is showing. But what actually I saw, the only few that I saw, it was just like a form people wrote by hand. So it means that the machine could be saying something else and somebody could write something else,
All right.
depending
Okay.
on the
No,
concept of the people
there's a
around.
process. There's a
INEC,
process to it.
INEC no use machine. INEC just look the other way around and do everything
Oh,
manual.
It's okay, everyone. Let's
May anybody verse. That's what they did. That's what INEC did.
It's my turn. It's my turn. Emilio
All
gone.
right.
Emilio
Please,
gone.
Shegun's son.
Emilio
Dr.
gone.
Caleb, we're coming to you. Shegun, go ahead.
Yeah. So, where do I start from?
2
The
minutes,
topic,
wherever you start.
the topic is what should Obi do?
Yeah. What should the opposition? Then you can expand it, not just Obi. But now
Well,
I see the article is also going to do something.
well, I don't really think the opposition should all come together, because at the end of the day, what's in it for them? Somebody that's got a vote that is not going to make him win. What's he coming for? Well, you may say that for the for morality and to ensure that the processes are well, he could join a class action. There is the chance, but I don't see all the 17 coming together. The people that will lead the chat are the people who think if something happens, it could favor them, and I think Obi is one of them. I would expect, and the lieutenants of Obi have been speaking in different forms, that they would claim their mandate back. I personally think evidences that I personally think there are evidences. So how they present that um, would probably be a driver to them going to court. So I would expect that Obi should go to court, even to the highest level, we know that the court have never overturned a presidential election, but they will still need to challenge the process because you can't just let the process stand like that. So personally, I think it was one man who said that Obi should concede. I will personally be disappointed if he places a call across to concede to the guy. So again, there was a chat about what happens to the obedient movement. um, I think the obedient movement didn't really start as obedient movement. It metamorphosized into Obi. It was a carryover of NSAS and other previous injustice, and we or the young people saw the chance in Obi to want to try to correct the process. So um, I don't expect Obi to spare up everything. Everything may die down for a minute, but something will come up that will galvanize the youth again. What people are trying to do is to say, let's not just concentrate on the presidency. Can we put the same force to go for the governorship candidate? So I think that's one thing.
Shegun, do you expect Obi to? Is the question is for you, just on your train of thought. Do you expect Obi to continue to arrowhead that obedient space, or do you expect that obedient space to move away en masse and find rather a new champion within their own mix? So do you expect that obedient movement to still be led by Obi going forward, or because I anticipate that they'll find a new champion?
Well, I just said that I don't expect Obi to spearhead obedient movement as the agitations of the youths, because that metamorphose into his own aspiration to become the president. What will happen is there may be a little die down at the moment, but whenever anything triggers the country, which I know will happen, they will also rally around and push that. Obi is just in LP to pursue to pursue the purpose or service of being the president of Nigeria, and I think that's what we do. But obedient movement will metamorphose into something else at the end of the day. So I expect him to go to court. I don't expect all the opposition party to come together at all. They may PDP may go to court on their own, Obi may go to court on their own, just to challenge the process.
All right.
But whatever the outcome is at the end of the day, we all have to live with it.
Thank you, Shegun. Kenny, you're next.
Yes. Well, I said this here last time that why Naira was seized, because I don't believe that it was to deter politicians from rigging the election, but to prevent Nigerian people from protesting whenever APC decides to rig this election. The military were sent down to the east, to the south, to also help them to further their devilish plan of rigging the election, not to maintain peace and order, but to deter the population or the masses from revolting against the injustice which just played out. Now, I'm talking about Obi, the way forward for Obi. I personally will advise Obi not to let the Nigerian youth or the Nigerians down, because they saw that leadership in him before they now decide to rally around, for him to be the president. So let him not fail them. Let him, move straight to the court. Though we all know that Tinubu's brother is the Chief Justice. When I mean brother, I don't mean by, ethnic affiliation, but, whatever the gangs that they belong to. So he's there as the Chief Justice of the Federation. But
what gang do they belong to?
The devilish, evil gang that never want the country to move forward. And
do they have headquarters somewhere?
Yes, their headquarters. What is what is it called? It where that Tinubu lives in Bodilon. The other one is in Asoro. They are evil people. Now this is it. So what I will encourage Obi to do is to march forward to the court. They have evidences. They have whatever they want to, use to, defeat this evil APC in the court. And for Mr. Dr. Damages, I think election or vote can be recounted in some cases. That hasn't been done in Nigeria doesn't mean that it will never be done. You know, that presidency or whatever proclamation from the INEC has never been overturned doesn't mean that it will never be done. So something has to be done on this very case. So let Opitobi move forward to the court with whatever evidence that he has. Then for the obedient, or for the Nigerian youth, I hate calling them obedient, for the Nigerian youth that came out in mass and supported and voted for me, let them, I still maintain, let them move to the street and shut down everywhere. I think it has already started already. I think yesterday the Badagry Express was, blocked and, covered completely. No motorists going in and out of, Badagry area. So let them all over, across the country usher in the same process, shut down everywhere, protest against this injustice. Do not give them chance. I still maintain if you give them chance, they will continue to triumph. This is the evil people you want to kick out, and they're now trying to threaten you with some nonsense arrest. Do not buy that idea. How many Nigerian youth are they going to arrest? How many Nigerian youth are they going to kill? When they come out with their gun, kill one of you, surrender that idiot, collect the gun, and kill the hell out of him. See, there's no time for peace. Do not.
We don't encourage violence here. I have to say this.
Okay, let me correct this. I'm not encouraging violence, but we all know, we all seen it. We saw it during the 2020 NSAS. The Nigerian youth came out to protest peacefully with the Nigerian flag, and these soldiers came out and killed them. So in that case, will you just allow them to, continue to kill you? If one trigger-happy security personnel decide to kill a peaceful youth, you don't allow them to go, to certain examples with one of them.
Can I thank you?
Certain example with one of them. So not that I'm encouraging civil unrest, but just for a way to stop it.
Can I thank you? Because of what you said now, I have to play the video of Peter.
Sorry, Rudolph. Let me take my leave and attend to my boy. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me play the video of Peter B. What he said on his way to Abuja from Asaba, where he was. He was in.
Yeah. Before you play that, all right, Peter B is different from Kenneth. P2B is man of peace.
Yeah, but
he can condone everything. Like he can condone slap from anybody. Somebody like me, I wouldn't take that. So I'm just saying my mind. So P2B is calling for peace. I'm calling for peace also, but in a different way.
Yeah, but he's the leader of the party that is aggrieved, I think, and you're not the leader of the party. So I just want to mention that he said this, and let's watch. All right, my system is just.
Obi adro wana yo cha. Maka e bi we protest right now like bro. I get you one. So I need to comment bi. And if you comment we can mal go go open am no kita. Chilo work am not. At the end of the day, we will not expect much from them. Because you're trying to remove a situation that has been there for years. But what we need is to remain calm and persistent in saying this is wrong. Okay, sir. We will not get it. We will remain calm. Okay, sir. We will remain persistent.
All right. That was Peter B, and we're expecting him to speak any moment from now. And I think the vice president had a press conference this morning, essentially saying that this is what Peter B will reinforce, which is that they want people to be calm. They are going to challenge this in court. Dr. Caleb, you're next. Go ahead. Dr. Caleb, can you hear me? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Please, everybody, First of all, allow me to say this. I have never been in any forum. Yeah, can you hear me, Dr. Damages?
We can hear you. There's a delay.
All right. I want to first please say this.
Go ahead.
It's just because of, yeah, Dr. Damages, I've been watching you for a long time, and this election kind of caught me, in a situation where I have some times off. So I wanted to first come here and make my history on the internet or in anywhere in any forum of the internet on your show, Dr. Damages. And my wife, I took permission from her before I come here.
Thank you.
Nobody will say they have seen me anywhere comment or speak or be in any forum. But I want to do this and make my own history as Nigeria is making its own history with these election issues. So please, everybody here, forgive if I take much time. You will benefit from what I will say today.
Go ahead.
So looking at what is going on in Nigeria is not by accident. I will tell you guys that Nigeria is the only country that is designed by God Almighty, and Nigeria is the only country that will be able to change the world. So what you guys are noticing happening right now is some of the foundations of what is about to happen as time to come. So what you see today, the election of 2023, is about to expose a lot of the fundamental issues that the youth of the Nigeria have been talking about, but nobody's listening. If you first look at the numbers, that's what you should pay attention to. You are a 250 million countries as they assume. Nobody's looking at the number. You have 93 million people registered, 87 million collected votes, and you're having about these numbers of election results. Pay attention to the numbers. You guys are talking about P2B, APC, PDP. That's not the issue. The issue is beyond you guys. You should think about the international community's interest in Nigeria. What is the benefit? Who is it benefiting in the instability of the Nigerian people? Who is it benefiting in Nigeria being in Como? Who is dividing you, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba? You guys are here talking about races when people are dividing you for their own interest. They're benefiting from your resources. Everybody in this forum is not in Nigeria. You guys probably all live in the United States enjoying all the brains, all the people, all your resources are all outside the country. And you guys, somebody, Jagaban was one time outside the country before he went back to Nigeria, make all the money. Pay attention, guys. Don't lose the track of what is happening. Please, please, I'm begging everybody in this forum. Please, pay attention. Something is about to happen in Nigeria that have never happened. For the first time, 3 parties, each of them won 12 states. 12 states. That is the same thing with Azikiwe and the founders' fathers. A Yoruba man won, a Hausa man won, an Igbo man won. Pay attention. If you have a forum, gather yourself now and begin to pray for what is about to happen. The Nigerian numbers is about to expose. That means it's exposing that you are not even actually 200 million people in Nigeria.
Yes.
Somebody is cooking up your Nigeria and using your numbers, and you guys are here on the internet making noises. Nigeria is about to shake the world. So you use beavers, the numbers is adding up. Somebody use the numbers and putting numbers anywhere they want. Calm down. Just think. If you have families, if you have friends, gather them and start putting thoughts together and look at where the issue is coming from you. If they want to go to court, let them call to court. If you have legislature here, write some books, take some flap. You have people here. Educate people about Nigeria. People don't know what is about Nigeria. Nigeria is bigger than the world. A whole black nation, the hope of a common man is in Nigeria, guys.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Caleb. We appreciate this contribution. And officially you've joined us to become one of the noisemakers on the internet.
Thank you.
Sure.
And please don't forget the religious issue about, there is a big religious connotation about what is happening in Nigeria.
Okay.
Please, if you're a Christian, pay attention and pray.
Dr. Caleb, where are you joining us from? Can you hear me? All right. Sure, you're next.
I thought I was.
Actually, I am joining you from Texas, my brother. I know you're in New York. Yes.
Wait. Is that Waco, Texas, or is it where is that? Waco, Texas. Where do you work?
Why is it taking 2 days before you hear us and respond to us?
I don't know. I thought
it's taking you 2 days.
Australia or somewhere in the moon. No, I don't know.
Sorry, guys. I actually wanted to speak to one man. One man ran away when he saw that it's about my turn. One man ran away. You didn't know that one man is an informant. He saw that I came in, and when it was my turn, he ran away because I wanted to confront him, because he's kind of gave you guys information that P2B will be 77 years when he will be contesting. He told you that after Tinubu, Shetima will rule you for another 8 years. That's 16 years.
All right, Caleb, thank you so much. Sure, you're next.
I thought I was due to answer the question too. You missed me.
Hold on, sure. My guy is talking.
Yeah.
So does that mean I get the 2 minutes each they've gotten and I'll have 4 in one go?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. Forefathers, what are you saying? I'll come to your show next. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was about whether we Obi or the opposition parties should go pursue this. I think they should, if there is evidence to it, in terms of evidence that could overturn it. And one can argue that they should just do it just for the sake of the fact that, even if some people were disenfranchised, they need to be defended. But from the point of view of the bigger picture, if you want to go after something like this, there has to be clear evidence. And if there is clear breach of the election, these procedures, and people used it and abused it and used it to gain a lot more votes, I think it will be made this thing clear. And it's interesting because none of the other parties have released their numbers, and I'm sure they all have their own numbers because they have representatives, getting the listening number. So they have not even come out to say, you know what, this is our number. It contradicts what Tinubu's camp is got to show for it, and that is something one should also question. Why have they not released theirs? Sometimes parties, I don't understand them. They play politics with everybody. Because if you have your own numbers, these people have released theirs, then just release it to the people will know whether, okay, there's something to even pursue, or whether there's something to go and protest on the street for. Why have they not released their number? They just stay quiet and left all of us just dangling. Maybe they are having their own negotiations and all the rest of it. But I think that if they are going to pursue it, it's going to be for specific reasons. And I think that if they had something to go with, they would have released the numbers by now, because they have the numbers themselves. So I think that's how I'm going to leave it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Sure, you're next.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Dr. Caleb is left. I was even going to say, it seems like everybody in America is a doctor. You get quite a lot of doctors on your shows. Just going to touch on Dr. Caleb is back. Okay. Just going to touch on a few things quickly. For the first time, I think I wrote them down because I often forget, some things. I'll start off by encouraging and appealing to everyone who's watching to please like the video.
I've said this once or twice before. It doesn't cost you anything. They do extra, even if you're Nigeria, turn off data, turn on data, doesn't take any extra data. If you like the video, what that does is, the algorithm, it would recommend it to a lot more people, and that helps the channel. It spreads the word, and it helps the channel. It helps Dr. Damages. So please click on the like button, subscribe if you have not, share the video if you can with your friends. That helps. If I was the one running the show, I'll be telling people to click on the super chat. There's no shame in this game. YouTube put it there for a reason. If you can't do super chat and drop $2 and £5 and €5, or I watch a lot of football. I literally binge on football. My wife is going to kick me out at some point because she said, you've moved from football, it's now something Dr. Damages every day you're talking about. So I watch a lot of football, and I see people stream football games. There's a game going on your TV. You're watching the TV and you're on your phone watching another guy talk about the football game, and people are dropping thousands of pounds every Saturday to a particular guy that I watch his channel. So, if people can drop super chat, people do it from Nigeria. I see people 2,000 naira, 20,000 naira on this Oyinbo Boys channel, and props to him. So, Dr. Damages, there's no shame in asking people, support the channel, use the super chat. If you cannot, click like. That one is free. So please support the channel. Biko, Ejo, So
thank you, sure.
That's that. And for anyone who's not speaking, please mute your mic, because what I've found is there are some other channels since this election cycle. I've stumbled on a lot of channels. Some I like, some I don't particularly like. But when you're watching the live videos, when you're watching it back 2-3 days after they've done it, when you start hearing people's background noise, and that's my son coming, very typical. When you hear the background noise, honestly, it puts you off. You literally just move away from the channel. So if you're not the one speaking at the moment, please mute your mic. It helps, so that when someone is listening in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 years, 5 years, it's a better listening experience. The next thing I was going to talk about now is the actual Nigerian, politics and all of that. I've seen a lot of oh, thank you. I can see the super chats coming in. Thank you, guys. I've seen a lot of these things that people uploaded on the IREV, Beavers, and all these funny names. I've seen some of these things. Honestly, those dodgy pharmacies, when they go and buy some morning after pill or something, that pill, those dodgy receipts that they write for you, some of those uploaded results look like those dodgy pharmacy receipts. And you're thinking, even if you're going to rig, and this is where I worry, the people who are going to be in charge of Nigeria, they can't even rig and make it clean. Their rigging is so poor. It's so poorly executed. It's a shamble. And these are the people that are going to be in charge of that. That worries me more than the rigging itself. It gives me an idea of what you're capable of. You see people like Dele Alake and Festus Keyamo vibrating at the sight of Arise TV lady, asking them a question or advising them to turn their rhetorics. They were vibrating. They were literally like shaking. But you can't look. If this is the best they can do, Nigeria is heading. I don't preach doom. I don't preach gloom. I'm a very happy guy. Honestly, I talk. I'm happy, but this worries me. These guys cannot rig. It's so poorly executed. We should be worried. If this is the standard at which these guys operate, we give them too much credit for what they're able to do. No, forget them. Another thing, I was going to liken, this election announcement to the VAR. Like I said, I watch a lot of football, and I mean the one kicked with your feet, not the one in America that you throw. Football in the UK, I watch a lot of it. They introduced the VAR. The fact that Manchester City or Bayern Munich is playing Shooting Stars of Ibadan, where I grew up, and they are losing 20-0, and Shooting Stars feel they will have a penalty, doesn't mean we won't ask for a penalty from the referee. And the referee's job is to stop and review it before we continue. Dino was making that case. I don't agree with Dino a lot of times. I think half of the time he acts like a comedian, like a clown. But why? What was the hurry to announce the result? If there's enough evidence, and that you said something yesterday, Dr. Damages, Dino missed a trick. If you had presented some of these figures to say this particular place, everything he quoted was wrong, but present some figures to say this is wrong, show some of these, things that they've uploaded. Let's stop and review it. You can't tell me as a referee, oh, forget VAR. Or go to the Premier League Association and complain later. It was almost like they were in a hurry to release the result. It was clear infringement on many fronts. And I've tried to speak to my APC friends because I'm canceling a lot of about it. Because for a lot of people in Nigeria, it's life and death. It's about life and death. For me in the UK, it doesn't affect me much. Like I keep saying, my mom is living fine, me and my siblings with I send them some of it. Some of the videos of intimidation in Lagos and all these places. It's almost like they bury their heads in the sand and they don't want to discuss it. One will say, oh, it's part of politics. Rigging is blatant cheating is not part of anything. We need to do better. And this is why changing the president. We need to flush the system out or flush the people out of this system. We need to build a new structure. It's never going to be perfect, but this level of impunity, this level of robbery, daylight robbery, almost like we're going to do it and there's nothing you can do about it, is what we need to get rid of. Politics is never going to be clean. But you saw American politics. Trump complained, but you didn't see this sort of, quack pharmacy receipts all over the place. Tipex. I saw a video today of a Kogi State local government chairman with police men, 3 or 4 of them, standing, watching him ripping ballot paper, shredding it, ripping it apart. Police stood there, and that, not David Udain now, Benjamin Udain, the Lagos State spokesman for the police, went on TV and said, oh, what do you expect policemen to do? What do you expect them to do? These are the sort of things we're saying. There's only so much that one human being can take. Nigeria is almost an experiment to see how much a group of people can take before they revolt. You cheat people blatantly. It's enough. And we are saying, let's make little progress. A lot of us saw Obi as the one that would halt this madness. We're not saying it's going to take us to El Dorado, but it would at least halt it. He did it with the campaign style. Nobody was hawking agbado. Nobody was, frying akara. Nobody was drinking gari with primary school children. So he's made changes already. And we are saying, if Obi won, he will have made a slight change. No, forget any obedient that is telling you Obi would solve all the problem, it will change everything, Nigeria will become Dubai overnight. No, but let's stop and retrace our steps. That's what we're asking for. It's not too much. And I didn't see this video, but apparently while Tinubu was speaking, he called Dino a raging gorilla or escaped gorilla or something. In your acceptance speech, that is not healing. That is not uniting people. We don't want a Donald Trump type of presidency. I was watching American politics every day for 4 years because it was fun to me. I was just from other side of the pond. Trump was just, comic relief. And we don't want something like that. Always, poking people, looking for reactions. We need someone to govern. If they go to the court and he wins, I would wish him the best. Someone asked me on this panel before when they thought I supported him. I said, no, if he wins, genuinely, I would wish him the best because I want the best for Nigeria. There's no point, saying, oh, I want him to fail so we can say we told you so. No, any obedient that wants that is not a true obedient. We want the best for Nigeria. If Tinubu would genuinely do that, which I highly doubt because of all the wolves around him, if he would genuinely do that, I wish him the best. I want Nigeria to work. I want to go home and not be looking over my shoulder. The last time I went home, my mom would call me at 9 o'clock. Where are you? Are you inside? Are you at your hotel? Have you gone in? You go to Spain, you go to Spain, you go to the US. Your parents don't call you worrying. These are countries I've never been before. But the first time you go there, you get on with life. The country I grew up in, where I didn't live until I was 21. I go back now, and my mom is constantly calling me, where are you? Have you entered? 7 o'clock, lock the gate. I was going to go to see my mom around 9 o'clock. They said they've closed the gates of the estate. I said, who built gates? There was no gate before. And we want to stop these things and, change the direction. But people will come and tell you, oh, obedient, you are stupid. The IPOB wants to come. Oh, we told you so. Who does that help? How does he help anybody? I pray God helps Nigeria. I'll go deal with the family once they go to bed in about 2 hours. We're in the UK. It's almost 8 o'clock. Once they go to bed, then I'll probably come back and we'll continue from here. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Ovi, I salute you. Dr. Dominic, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Seems Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Damages, it seems his computer is having problems. We need to buy him another computer.
I think
Jai is supposed to speak.
Okay, yeah.
Jai is supposed to speak.
I beg, I want to go. Let me just make quick submission and go. I beg. Sorry. Let me just jump.
Please give me. I have a meeting. Let me just. I don't have much.
I want to pick up my picking. They'll charge me money. Which one? Who
Oh,
go enter this?
Ralph, go first, and then.
Ralph, please gonna be sure. I have a meeting at.
Ralph, don't worry. Asiwaju is president. We'll give you the money to pay.
You not see what you all this time. You just hate to be. We know already. So anyway, my submission is this. I don't know. Is Rudolph back? I don't see Rudolph on screen. I don't know what's happening. We have Jabajan internet now. Let's take over. Anyway, all I want is 1% increase. That's all. 1% every day. Government can do that. That would be nice. But I know it's not coming from Jabajan. You don't need to no juju, no witchcraft, nothing can bring that to happen. But those of you that were using Wayo to support your candidate in the shadows, you can't even say it publicly. I can't hear you, Dominic. Oh, I thought you were saying something. Can you hear me?
Dominic is muted, but who can hear you?
Was talking to me. Some people are using Wayo to support their candidate in the shadows, which I just like how Show said it, and that I'll go, brother Show. But the people who, all of you put all your attack on Peter Obi, meanwhile you were supporting the evil. Go and enjoy your evil. That's all I'll tell you. Well, you have what you want. So I'll see you all later. That's all. My brother Okija, I hand over to you.
Dalo, thank you. Okay. I don't know. There's this poem in the Bible. I call it, it's in Psalm, but I call it it's poem to me. The book of Psalm is poetic. It says, why do the hidden rage and people imagine eventing? When Bush the second won over Al Gore, I'm a Democrat, so I couldn't eat, and for days. When Trump won Clinton, I the same thing, I couldn't sleep. But since this election was announced, I've never been perturbed. My friends and family, they've been sending me messages. I said, calm down. The show is starting. It's gonna be the mother of all court cases in Nigeria. Like Africa has never seen before. That's what's going to happen. People, Tinubu suppose that they can celebrate and do whatever. Some people think, the court will never do anything. But I mean, this is the final moment for Nigeria. And I believe that everyone knows that. And I'm believing that there's going to be an interim government because this will not stand for the international community, for Nigerians. I mean, this is, absolute, open, naked violation of laws, violation of rules. You made rules, and I mean the constitution gives you the right to make the rules, but you have to develop a guideline, and then you violated your guideline, so it's not going to stand not anywhere. Nigerians Tinubu is a compromised person, and people know there are so many things wrong with him, and with his ticket. Tinubu is sick, so I mean, eventually, I think I've said it that day before. Eventually, there will be a meeting. Nigerian stakeholders will sit in a meeting and decide this election and how it will go, and probably impose on the Supreme Court. But let me tell you, everybody, people thinking, I mean, I'm pro Tinubu. I don't see Tinubu May 29 be the president of Nigeria. You can take him, maybe take it all somewhere else. I don't know what I'm talking about, but that's what's going to happen. Tinubu will not be president of Nigeria May 29. Thank you, guys. I have a meeting.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Dominic, I don't know where you stopped and where we are.
Jai is next to speak.
Okay, Jai.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Jamijis. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah,
I'm trying to get in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think the question was, what should Obi do at the next stage? I think going with the court case is a good start. But you shouldn't do it with a mindset of overturning the election, because I don't see that happening. But I think you should do it with the mindset of actually asking the questions about what happened with the beavers, because everybody trusted that the beavers were going to walk and be uploaded. You should go with that and then keep building the team that he already has, because Tinubu and APC, I think they ran a numbers game. They didn't run a popularity contest. So a lot of people, Obi was popular, but it was in the numbers. and accept if Nigeria is really fooling themselves about the population numbers that they have, because a country with 200 million people, that was a very, very low turnout for the election in this defining moment of this country. And I think that's what should happen. And the president-elect, I think I'm hoping you should, extend an olive branch to all the political people that ran against him. This will help unify the country. And it's high time that they all come out with a plan. It doesn't matter whose party you want. It doesn't matter who is in power. You have to follow these plans, which includes, security, electricity, agriculture, all what that flag stands for, And I think that's what I'm hoping will happen, because this election numbers, the more you look at it closely, the more disappointing, and you know that it's been rigged. Who was rigging it? You can see during when everybody was complaining about beavers. There's a party that was not complaining about it. That was, like they were not. They were fine with it being done manually. So at this point, I just hope that this happens and Obi is able to do it. But it's going to come from the president-elect, by him really not bashing anybody. We've already seen that in America. We've seen it. It doesn't work. And this is not who we are. We really need a unifying power. And we're hoping that he's going to tell us a concrete plan. And it's okay if he doesn't have any concrete plan. He can be able to unify with the rest of the candidates and see where he stands. Because you can hear his speech. He was like saying he's going to the first thing he's going to do when he gets to the office is to kick the ground running. What does that mean? You're going to kick the ground running with what? The youth, I can hear you loud and clear. What are you hearing? You need to clear those statements. Those are very ambiguous statements, a blanket statement. Anybody can say that. You hear us loud and clear. What are we saying? What's the frustration? It's not just about, putting numbers, just saying things that will make us feel okay and then going on and doing something else the next day. So I'm just hoping Obi push this to the court in a way that we can get some answers with it. All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it's Dominic. Is that Uzo next?
Uzo, have you? I thought Mohammed.
Uzo was supposed to talk today. He's on suspend.
And Mr. J have not talked yet. So, Uzo
is Batify.
Go ahead.
I've been trying since over 3 hours. The man told me that I would just want to see if the damages can be addressed, because you have enough traffic and people are trying to come into this. I don't know if you can maybe have trained Dominic, train some other guys. This guy put a new channel, at least Premiership A and B. If we cannot get here, we'll get here and continue. It will help so that he tries to vote. You have enough guys that can handle it. Yesterday we are going off and on. The show was going. So so many people that want to join, but they can't. For 3 hours, I've tried to join. 3 whole hours. I've been 2 whole hours. 2 whole hours. 2 whole hours. So my point is this. I wish.
Move for work, apply. Yes, they can.
I'll tell you. I will expect those people that supported people that he won. All our obedience. We are hoping that it will be with all of us going to pack our load, try to invest in Nigeria, take our family, go there once in a year, twice a year. I will expect something like one man by next 6 months, if you locate to Nigeria, for Nigeria will be better if Tinubu wins. Let him not to stay wherever he stay in comfort zone and be like passing messages. You should relocate to Nigeria because Nigeria will be better under Tinubu, as he said. He should not be come online and stay in America, or I don't know where he is, and start telling us Nigeria will be better. If Nigeria is better for you, you should go there and enjoy it as well. And for what we do for Obi win, if I'm to advise Obi, yes, he's going to court, but as much as he's going to court, we know how this game is in play. We know where they play with people. Obi at. It's for the governors. All right. Now the governorship election is coming on. Let Obi lead this group of obedient, dislodge the governors, that structure of governorship, starting from Lagos, Imo State, which is the Labour Party become like win the governorship candidate of those states. That means that's a step forward. All right, you let him dislodge Lagos, use his own obedience, dislodge some of all these states like Edo State, all these states. Put the governorship candidate for Labour Party there. All right, this will start moving right. Before, if you can get up to 20 states as a governorship of Labour Party, then you can talk of him winning. But the way it is, we know that the Tinubu did not do it by himself. He uses the governorship, the governors, to dislodge the whole thing. So let's not dislodging the governors and putting our own people there that can do the right thing. That's where we can make a move. But we'll try it at the upper level of the presidency. They use the lower level to finish it. Let's go back to governorship and get those tickets and get those seats. Then we can see how it goes. But first of all, we are starting from Lagos. Tinubu can win presidency, but Port Harcourt and Lagos is going to be a showdown. Let's take Port Harcourt and Lagos from them. Let's see how it goes. That is two major economic super hawk of Nigeria. If Labour can take in Lagos, take in Port Harcourt, then let's see how Nigeria is going to go. We can also decide what happens in Nigeria. If we can take those two states in Nigeria, Port Harcourt and Lagos, be Labour Party govern those two states, then you know that we are. Labour Party is a very good opposition. I don't support going for protest. You know, when you go for protest, no it is. The next day that be a counter protest with violence and destruction, and they all blame the obedient, blame everybody. So let him go to court. It's the only court that can do anything right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Uzo. Mohammed Yanes.
Hello, doctor. How are you?
Yeah, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. So I joined in late. So is there a topic? Is it?
Yeah, there is. We're talking about your reaction to Tinubu's anointment as what do you call it? Declaration as president-elect, and what it means, and what is left for the opposition parties to do at this point. There's something that Uzo was talking about. I wanted someone to address it. You know, Uzo said something about Labour winning Lagos and Port Harcourt, and I wanted someone to think about: do you think also that NNPP will win Kano, for instance? You know, because that's the next election coming up next in next Saturday, not this current one, the next one. Go ahead, Mohammed. So this is
Sorry. Okay, you mean in the governorship, right?
Yeah, governor. Yeah.
Hold on. There are two extra windows. Two windows are opened, which is not reconnecting. You have two windows open for you, and one window. Yeah, you have two windows. One is trying to reconnect, and the Shegun is there.
Just look at the backstage. So you will see that we have less than 9 people on the screen.
Yeah, two windows are opened.
Shegun is not functioning, and Rudolph is not functioning.
No, turn on the screen now, and then I see Justice down there, and I see Forefathers. So
no, we are more than, yes, but the space on this the space on the screen is
where I am. There are 10 people. I see.
Okay, you good there. I think it's a network.
Yeah, it's a network. Some places it happened to me, knocked me out. So yeah. All right, Mohammed, go ahead. As long as you can see who is speaking.
Yes. So my reaction to Tinubu's announcement, like I would just say that like it's been, the writing was on the wall for a long time. Like most people knew that they will announce him, and also I just thought that overall he did the most to win the election, and also he made the least amount of mistakes. So overall, I thought it was a deserved victory. Like barring all the lapses in the election, I think they are not enough to. The margin is just too wide between the first and the second to overturn the election results. It was not a perfect election for sure, but I think the difference between him and Atiku is about 1.8 million when I saw that. So I think all the lapses that we saw, at least the ones on video, I think they're not enough to overturn. And I just thought that he did the most to win, and did the least amount of mistakes. And I think along with Tinubu, I think Peter Obi also is a winner in this election, regardless of the disappointment that I see. To me, at least, I think he did very well. I remember when Tinubu announced his Kashim Shettima as running mate, one of my friends, David, he sent me a message. He said, I heard it from him. He said, do you think that what this APC is doing with this Muslim ticket, do you think that it is good for the country or something? Then I went into Google and checked. It was true. I told him, definitely it's kind of, it is insensitive for sure. And a lot of people, a lot of Christians will not like it. But I told him that if I were to advise Tinubu, like if he was paying me to advise him, I will tell him to do exactly that, because that's his only chance of winning. And it played out for him in more ways than even I think he thought, because what it did was it took a lot of votes that traditionally go to Atiku. Let's say mostly the Christian North, they usually vote for PDP against APC. Like that's Atiku's votes. It took it from Atiku and put them to Obi, while at the same time keeping himself in the game. So I think there's an element of like just all the stars were aligned for Tinubu to win, basically. And for Atiku, I think he's the biggest loser in this election. Everything was with all the problems that APC, like the insecurity in like, let's say, the Northwest still, but he was not able to convince them to vote for him. And also, one thing also that Tinubu, I thought that he did very well, he managed to somehow disentangle himself from the APC and Buhari, while at the same time being
Dr.
in the
Damages,
party.
can I
Somehow in
interject?
the minds of
No,
people.
Yeah, I
No,
just
I
want to
have.
ask him a question. It's very
Sorry,
important.
calm down. Let me finish. Huh?
Not yet.
Okay. What I was trying to say is, like, he in the minds, like, for example, in the minds of the people, like, somehow he is APC candidate, but also, like, people don't associate the failures of Buhari to him. Somehow he managed to do that. I don't know. Like, the prime example of that is the cashless policy. Like, how can you be the presidential candidate of a party when your president institutes a policy, but then you are the main opposition in the minds of the people? And I think Atiku overall botched this election. So I would say Tinubu winner to me, Peter Obi winner, Atiku lost, and then other people like Autumn and all, like losing senatorial seat, losing your as a sitting governor, losing your state to Tinubu. I never thought that would happen. So I just think Tinubu deserved to win, and he did the most to win. And I think I don't buy this idea of he's ahead simply because of Reagan. I think the element of Reagan is not enough. Like, I don't think it reached the scale of 1 million, 1.7 million. And in any way, like, of course, like, and then to your second question quickly. So what can the opposition do? Like, I think it's not an appropriate question to ask. Like, so PDP thinks that they are rigged out. Labour thinks that they are rigged out. So what are they collaborating on? Like, if you think about it logically, like, their interests are mutually exclusive. Like, they're collaborating on what? They should have collaborated before the election. Now it's just, they're just going to waste their time and money, and nothing will happen.
What collaboration are you talking about?
Yeah, like I saw joint press conferences, and
No,
they
that
are
was not a
talking.
joint press conference. I mean,
Yeah.
to my understanding, they are speaking at the same
Well, I
time.
saw two vice presidential candidates talking, and
Yeah,
they're making
just
the same point. That's a collaboration, of course. Like,
at this point they are going to they are going to court. They are going to challenge the election in court.
Yeah.
So,
But we don't know if it's class action or if it's just individual.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If you think about it, it's a mutually, they have their, so if PDP thinks they have been rigged out, Labour thinks they have been rigged out, like so what is their aim exactly? Like, so then the court will say, yes, PDP, you are rigged out, you won the election, but you were rigged out. Yes, also Labour, you won the election, but you are rigged out. Like, the outcome can never favor them at the same time. So I just don't see the point in them going for a joint press conference. And in any case, my view is that there's nothing that will come of this. Like, I think the writing was on the wall, and I think Tinubu won primarily because he made the least amount of mistakes. Like I said, he reached across the aisle. And why Obi lost? I think mainly because like he did not penetrate deep into the north. I think he won Nasarawa. He did very well there, and he won Plateau, and that's everyone knows like it's because of the Muslim, and also like Kano, Katsina, these places, of course. I don't think that's what is missing from this analysis. Like I hear the talk of youth, but how about the youth from Katsina? How about Peter Obi has 0.5%, 1% in those places? Like he lost because of that. Like, I mean,
actually believe those numbers.
Yes,
so
Rudolph, I want to ask him a question, please. It's very important, and I don't want to, forget this
just
question.
make it quick. Make it quick.
Mohammed,
Yeah.
Mohammed, you say that Tinubu won because he made a list of mistakes, right?
Yes.
Do you agree with what Rivers State governor did in Rivers State, especially when it comes to his, involvement in rigging of the election? Do you also agree with how the electoral documentation were falsified, specifically the number of votes that belongs to maybe that went for Itobi, how it was suppressed and falsified? Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that. If it happened, I don't agree with that. Yeah.
If it happened, so do you agree? Do you know from what you've seen so far, did that happen or not?
Yeah. So
or was it just made up?
So okay, assume that the whole of Rivers was rigged. Take the votes of Peter Obi, add that with that of Atiku, add with that of Tinubu. It's less than 1.8 million.
It is not only in Rivers. It cut across all the states, not only in Rivers.
You mentioned Rivers. That's why, like,
no. Okay. Let's use
like,
Plateau State.
In places like, okay,
let's use Plateau State.
I don't want to. Okay.
I don't want this to be back and forth.
The original vote in Plateau State for Peter Obi was more than 1 million. So what happened to the votes at the end of the day?
Where did you get that number? On
It's
Twitter.
You
saw it on Twitter.
Not on Twitter, online. From the polling agents.
Okay, hold on.
Polling agents, like there are how many polling units in Plateau? All of them gathered and summed the number, and they told you that. I mean, see, on the first day of the election, just like 5-6 hours to the election, I saw Reno Omokri. He posted on Twitter that, breaking news. Atiku is the only candidate that reached the required 25% in 24 states. Therefore, he is the only candidate that can be winner. He has a blue mark on his Twitter handle, and this kind of things was just spread around. It was just spread around. So you saw 1.1 million in Port Harcourt. I saw for Concourse, so 1.2 million in Kano, but the real one was 997. This is just, you just saw numbers on Twitter, and Twitter is basically an echo chamber. Like all the people, they just carried it. When I saw 1 million in Plateau, I was just intrigued. I said, whoa, like I've never seen these numbers for Plateau. I just like this, but I thought, okay, maybe this time people were galvanized. But then when I saw the real numbers, I say, yeah, this makes sense to me. Like if, for example, you saw 1 million votes in Bayelsa, you know that it's false, definitely, So see, like I'm just trying to explain like why I think the results are the way they are. For Peter Obi, in my opinion, there's only one thing and one thing responsible for him not winning, because he did not penetrate deep into the north. Simple. Do you disbelieve that if he has 5,000 votes in Katsina, do you really think he had more and then he was rigged out? How many people in Katsina, or how many person that even heard of that told you that he will vote for Peter Obi? So you have no basis, even theoretical basis, to argue that you are rigged out, at least there. Lagos, I don't want to talk about. I don't know the dynamics of Lagos. I can believe that he has been intimidated and rigged out because of the peculiarities. But what I'm telling you is what I know. Like if Peter Obi has 100,000 in Adama, it makes sense to me because there is a lot of like Christian population there, and that it's pretty clear that they will vote for him. If he has 20,000
is it only the Christians that have to vote for him in the north? Is it only the Christians that have to vote for him in the north?
It's not. If you rephrased it in a slightly different way, I would say yes. Is it only the Christians that voted for him, I would have said yes, but
No,
not you. Yeah,
I think you have to vote for
see,
him.
basically, that's where he got his votes from. There's no doubt about that. Basically, like I
Please,
don't
can I
know
butt in
one
here?
single
Can
person.
I
I
say
don't know one
something
single
real quick?
person. So I don't know one single person, or I've never even heard of one
Uh,
single person that is
Mohammed,
that is a Muslim
please,
from the
just a
north.
quick one.
So
Just a quick one. You said
see,
that
okay.
the votes he got
Sorry,
in.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah, hold
I'm
on.
trying to bring a balanced perspective here. Everyone says Reagan. I'm telling you, I think Peter Obi lost because he didn't penetrate into the north. For that matter, Atiku also had the same problem.
So
Like
I think people are
powerfully
asking what
underperformed
evidence
in
you
Kano,
have.
for example, and he's gone. He didn't win. He made a lot of mistakes. Atiku, like the number one mistake he made, like just sticking to this. What is his name? Iyocho Ayu, someone who could not even deliver his state to you. You risk everything, lose 5 governors, lose Wike, lose this, lose that because of this person that did not even deliver his state to you. And then also taking in hindsight, like Delta State Okowa. I've never heard of him until when Atiku. I remember I was at the airport when I saw the announcement. I had to Google who is Okowa. He couldn't deliver his state to you. Like he lost abysmally. You leave a giant like Wike and stick to someone like that. I mean, Atiku just botched the whole thing. Like, and I think, to be honest, like he should lose because I think stupidity should never be rewarded. And like I said, but Peter Obi, like I thought that, okay, I will just say this finally. Like when my friend asked me, I
Wait,
told him that I just capped Peter Obi. Peter Obi at 3 million. I just want to mention this. I thought that he will not surpass 3 million.
You are not keeping the
But-
time again. You are not keeping the time
Okay.
again. You are
Calm
not
down,
keeping the
okay.
time again. This is
Okay.
wrong.
Okay. Talk. Okay.
No, hold on. I wanted to say
Ask me a
something.
question.
No, hold
Yeah.
on. Hold on.
If I should say something about Mohammed,
So hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, everybody. I hope that one day when Mohammed comes here, he will just come here and participate like everybody else, and won't be somebody that everybody wants to ask questions. So that's what I'm trying to, I'm trying to make sure that we get to that point.
But Doctor, I want to say something. Like, actually, I enjoy this question part more than anything.
Oh, okay.
You know why?
So let me ask you a question then.
I like this format more than anything because what I see is there's no focused topic here. Everyone ranting. Someone in the same breath, election was rigged. We want Biafra. We want to go our ways. It's just like there's no focus to this. It's better if I just respond to question and leave is better for me. So I just think that is what happens. So if like someone had a question, like if it's just quick one question, I'll just answer and answer.
Right, closing at first.
Yeah.
Dominic, hold on.
Sorry, Mohammed. So
Yes, Ngozi.
you said that the votes Atiku got in the votes P2B got in the Adamawa was just from the Christians, right? You said this.
Yeah, that's what I think.
How do you know this for certain? And if you do not know this for
How do I
certain,
know
how
this?
can you also, excuse me, how can you now say that people are pulling numbers from the air if you do not have any numbers, any facts to back up your claim that those that voted for him in Anambra were just Christians? And when you say that Tinubu made the list, mistakes, please, I'd like to really understand what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say that by collectively insulting the whole sensibility of the Christian North, that he played a smart game? Is that the least mistake? That's
Okay.
picking
Please
a
don't add
Christian
another question because I will forget
it.
it. Sorry, I will
The
forget it.
same question. Okay, let me let you answer the first one. You told every other person that was bringing statistics here that they were pulling it from Twitter and they were pulling it from the air. And here you are categorically saying with your full chest that every single vote Obi got in the North was a Christian vote.
No.
How is that possible?
99%. 99. I will say 99%. Okay. So this is why I say it. So anywhere Obi does well, just go and check. Okay, like in a place like Adama, it's very easy to verify. Just check like Numan local government, for example. It's like Christian majority place. Just go and check the votes.
So
Where
what
is
you're
he getting
essentially
that
showing
100,000
is that Muslims did not vote for him in Adamawa.
He's talking
Yes.
about the majority people that voted for Obi and the other
Oh,
party. It's
yeah,
not.
he is, and he can answer the questions himself.
Yeah. So
I do
that's
not
why.
think
So
you're his
you come and
spokesperson,
start
are
3,
you?
4 questions, and you add commentary. I forget what you're saying. Just ask one. I will answer it very quickly. You said
You
why?
said that the
What is my
vote he
basis
got
for?
in Adamawa
Don't
was
repeat it. I
Christian
had.
vote.
Yeah. Yes.
And I'm asking, so it means Obi got nothing except Christian. All the votes he got in Adamawa were Christian votes, right? You got this figure from where?
See, I cannot tell you every single one of them, but I'm saying 99%.
Then why do you
It will be
why do
something
you
like that.
argue the fact that somebody else is saying that the numbers do not tally up, and you're saying it is Twitter number? Where did you get your own numbers from? Are you working with INEC?
No. Why I say Twitter number is like if you see a number on Twitter that is not coming from INEC, it's not coming from Labour Party, it's not coming from PDP, it's not
So
coming
your
from
numbers
APC.
are coming from INEC.
Which numbers? Oh, see, you ask a pointed question, but you are just, I don't
I'm
know
just
if it is a
asking
commentary
follow-up
or not.
questions. What I'm asking are
What was your
follow-up
second?
questions
What
to the
was your
same
second question?
question.
Sorry.
I asked a single question and I'm following up
Yeah.
based on your reply.
Sorry, that's what I'm telling you. Just go and look at the local governments where like there's a heavy concentration of
The
the vote.
same local
Why do you
governments
think?
on Twitter or the ones
Calm
that are not
down,
displaying on
please. Calm
IREC?
down. Oh, if
I
you
just
don't
want to
want
know.
to talk, just comment. Do
I
make your
just want to
commentary and
know.
just.
Okay.
Maybe if you allow
what you said is very clear.
So you are just commenting and going around, and I'm trying to explain to you what I'm trying to say, but you don't want to listen. What I'm saying is, why do you think that it is Adama that he has 100,000, for example, and Katsina 5,000? What do you think is the reason? Why do you think it is Nasarawa that he has he's one Nasarawa, for example, and very well in Benue, and not in Jigawa?
Okay. I have to head out.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
head out.
So
gonna
your
ask you-
second question was more interesting, but I forgot what it was.
I'm gonna ask Mohammed one
I
question.
just
I'm
bring
gonna
it up.
head out.
Okay, hold on. I want to
Lake has to talk. Justice has to talk.
Yeah.
Dominic, after you,
Yeah.
Lake speak because he's been here. I don't think he's.
Okay, Lake, go ahead. Oh, did we skip Lake and go to Ngozeka? Sorry, Lake.
Of course. But and meanwhile, the time you guys say 2 minutes, except if Muhammad is a guest speaker here, then I understand it. But if he's not a guest speaker, why do you leave someone to stay for 2 minutes? And the other guy that was trying to speak, you had to stop him in that 2 minutes.
You know what it is, Lake.
Can you tell us what is happening in the north? Like, do you have
because look, every one of you here, you are just obedient here. So yeah. I'm just trying to give you a different
Lake, the Northerners are your owners, so allow them to do whatever they want.
Justice,
so Dominic, don't come here to say that you're English. The Northerners are your owners. It's a proof here. Why are you complaining? Let them finish.
No.
So
give me a second. We're not here to insult anybody's intelligence.
I insult you. Did I insult you? I said the Northerners are your owner. Whether you like it or not, they are your owner.
This is
Whatever
a
they
time for
decide
us
is
to
what you take.
He did not perform well in the north, but no, at times we should just listen. See, we don't have any access to. We should listen. Why did Obi not perform well in the north? For the sake of tomorrow. That's what this guy is telling us. You don't have to agree with what he's saying, but if you understand the demography of those states that he's talking about, you understand why he's saying that majority of people that actually vote for Obi are people who are Christian. If I ask question, why did Kongozo not win Anambra? The question is that nobody actually knows what he has done.
90.9% is not just majority. It is almost the full figure. I hope you know. 60% is majority. 70% is majority. He said 99.
How
Or did
he
he say 99?
in any of the core states in the north? How?
Okay, hold on, everybody.
Wow.
Let's.
This guy is telling you exactly how things run over there, but no one agree.
So that's what I'm saying. So, sorry, I'm just trying to enrich the conversation. If I just came here and said rigging, I might as well not be here. I was listening for 2 hours. All I heard is rigging, and our mandate was stolen. The youth. So okay? I am also a youth. Okay, So what are you talking about? And I'm just trying to tell you what I think. And see, if Dr. Damitis
Dr.
could
Rudolph,
remember,
I think
told
you should manage this
okay.
situation, because we can't have one person keeps talking and others
Okay,
don't talk.
okay,
And
that's
you say
fine.
you want to hear from the this. I respect his opinion, and that's his opinion. He have to speak for 2 minutes, and others will speak. It's not about what he's saying. Is not. I'm not against what he's saying, but I'm against him staying longer than others. And that is what we are talking about. That is what we are talking about: transparency. When we attack the INEC about setting rules, and we come here and do the same thing we are attacking INEC for. If you say that we stay here for 2 minutes, every 2 minutes somebody else will come. That is it.
Okay, so like you speak next. This is what I'm saying. I started talking about it, and people interrupted me. I said that I hope one day when Mohammed comes here, he will come here as a regular person like everybody else. But what happens is that after he speaks and he says something, a lot of people want to ask him questions. That's what extends it. Understand? If he says his own part and we move on, but it looks like when he says something, everybody else will want to now ask him questions. So we now have to pause what we're doing and then take questions from people. And that's what they want. And this is your show. This is how we are saying. If people want to question him because he says something totally different. And also the other part of it is that I also want diverse conversation going on, not just one track. So I value when I know that there's a woman here, there's somebody from this part, there's somebody different viewpoints. But I'm not saying that I'm giving more time to anybody. But what happens is exactly what just happened now. He will say something, everybody will raise their hand, they want to ask him questions. What do you do? You have to let him ask him questions, and he's willing to answer. So it's not that we are trying to give him special treatment or anything like that.
Sorry, right. Like if I come across as because I was speaking, they say, okay, I want to ask, because I say things that most people here don't want to hear. So sorry if it sounds like this. But,
Mohammed, hang on. When we get what we're going to do.
Let me just say
hold on one more minute, okay? When we get to somebody like Blackstone, if you want to use your time to talk to Mohammed, you can use the time and talk to Mohammed, okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a better way to put it. I wouldn't want to. I believe that Mohammed have his opinion is his opinion. I think I respect his opinion. And what I want to say is that I was in another platform and I noticed the trend after the charade thing they did with INEC. I noticed, you see people coming into platforms to try to down stations, to give you a contrary view of what's happening, to try to manipulate you and everything. A lot of them are paid sponsors. They are paid to do that. So I don't really when I see people saying things, I don't really take them at heart, because I know a lot of those people are really being paid.
Hold on. This is the easiest, the most common allegation people put out there. I've been told that everybody pays me. Different people pays anybody. You don't have to say something like that unless you know that somebody is being paid. You can disagree with somebody. How do you feel now if I say that you are here because you're representing the CIA? Do I know? You don't say things, unless you know that somebody is being paid.
No, I know for a fact there are people that are being paid.
Yeah, but
I know for a fact. If you want me offline to give you more information on that, I will give you more information on that. I know for a fact that people are being paid.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying it because of anybody in this platform.
What is wrong
with
being paid?
Because of anybody in this platform? No. No, please, Mohammed, don't be offended. I'm not referring to you, please, Mohammed. I'm not referring to you.
I just want to make sure you
know. No.
I would actually want someone to pay me.
It's not because of Mohammed. Let me just put that caveat. No, it's not because of Mohammed.
Is it a bad thing to get paid to do a job? Is it a bad thing? When does it become a crime to work?
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. People have that job as their thing. People are being paid for that kind of thing. It's not a bad thing. It's legal.
Okay, go ahead. I just wanted to make sure.
Same way you have a lawyer to represent you to talk. It's legal. It's a job. So going forward, I think the the topic is about what's next. What should P2B do next? And I want to say that anybody that is, trying to discourage people about P2B going on his way, about going to court, or what will happen, that he cannot overturn anything and whatsoever, I think you're getting it wrong. The right thing, P2B's mandate, he came to tell people to do a different thing from what we've known in Nigeria. And you cannot see all the ills that happened. Everything. I have a polling unit. I have a polling unit that I know of, that I was in contact with. When they were counting, it was videotapes. After videotaping everything, I went to the rev. It was a different thing there, and so many other stories like that. So like it's an open fraud that everybody in the world sees. So for him, what he should do, I know that is an uphill task. Like going to a Tinubu presidency and you're going to court, everybody will say, "Oh, that is almost impossible," but it has to be done. The same thing happened in Anambra. When he was in Anambra, at the time, his supporters weren't even following him again. He made sure he went through, and by some kind of miraculous way, he went through and then won. And I believe it's still very, very possible. We can't, even if it doesn't work, he has to go through it. And I respect P2B for one thing. I think the obedience, or the youths, Nigerian youths that are looking for good governance, I think they made the best choice ever for following P2B. Because I know one thing with P2B: if he knows what is right, he will go through it no matter what. And I know now for sure that a lot of people they will try to reach him, they will try to give, they might even promise him large sum of money that will upset whatever he used in the election and different things. But I know P2B will never budge. He will go through till the last, no matter what. And that is what he did in Anambra. So what I want to encourage anybody here, you understand, we did what we did, and we gave them a bloody nose. And not only giving them a bloody nose, they know. Just like what happened in the news, a PDP guy came in Arise News, said from their own situation room, a PDP man from their own situation room, Labour Party got 900 and something thousand votes from Lagos alone. In Port Harcourt, the same thing is happening. And when you're saying 2 million, if 2 million divided, any vote that any vote P2B gets is a vote lost by Tinubu. So it's not 2 million votes. P2B might need to get extra 900,000 votes to even offset Tinubu's win. So let us keep calm. P2B just said it. There's no need for violence. I don't even think protest. Yeah, protest. If you want to protest peacefully. But I don't think violent protest is needed. It won't take us anywhere, because if you protest violently, Tinubu's people will have counter protest, and it won't really lead us anywhere. Let us, our leader is going through the courts. Let's believe that it will work out, and even if it doesn't, which I believe it will, we still have elections coming on. We still have the Lagos state. We still have other states coming on. It mustn't be a Labour Party you are voting for, because a lot of people didn't vote for Labour Party. People voted for P2B. So it's not. I don't think you say it's right to say that, okay, because it's Labour Party also win. So it's the right candidate. Anywhere people see the right candidate, they will vote, and they will protest with their votes. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You see, I didn't stop you. You went over 2 minutes. So sometimes, if you will be saying something interesting and I think it's important, I will give you that. All right. Let me go back to Ngozika because she's in Nigeria. Go ahead.
So thank you, Doc. I'm sorry, everyone. At the beginning of the show, I was not able to get a hold of myself. I thank those that reached out. I feel much better. Thank you. Now,
I
I
should
like
explain apology because I also cry
I
while you were
like
crying. Let me cry.
Obi, I like staying on the issue, and I said that several times that I like to stay on the issue as it is hot, and the issue here is INEC. Unless anybody thinks any other thing is the issue here, and never in my life did I think anyone would be bold enough to come live and say even if there was rigging, it doesn't matter because it would not affect the margin. That was what Mohammed insinuated. That maybe there was rigging, oh, but the difference, 1.8 million votes, no. Even if there was rigging, it wouldn't have affected it. Now, I find it really, really, really curious that we are no longer bothered. We have been so desensitized that we're no longer bothered that our electoral process is flawed. We are making excuses that, as long as the rigging will not affect the final result, then you can rig here and there. That is a sad statement to how low we've descended. And still staying on the issue, I will keep saying it. I hold INEC by their word, which is uploading results of polling units by Vivas. And as I still speak to you today, the polling unit where I worked is still not on the IREV. It is still not on the IREV. Then I went to my hometown. I checked the polling units there and I almost lost myself in laughter. You'd have an upload. Say, for example, this was the EC8 form. They'd take a picture of it and take a picture of only where the names of the parties were written, no figures. And this was not in one polling unit. This was in many polling units in my hometown. I did not work in my hometown. These were results that I saw on the IREV, no figures. They would take the pictures were half of where the names of the parties were written, and then the top part where the name of the polling units were written. The few places I saw the figures, they were pretty straightforward, but the majority had this kind of funny looking uploads. And I ask again, if INEC did not upload all the polling units, how did they come about the numbers they gave us? And if they collated all those polling units, what is stopping them from uploading them? In the interest of peace and stability and transparency, is that not the right thing to do? And for those saying there was no rigging, please stop insulting our sensibilities. Even the blind can see the rigging was massive. Brazen is the word. The rigging was on a scale I'd never think possible. That is how brazen it was. You're going to pretend you've not.
Sorry, Ngozuka, I wanted to say if you want to, a lot of people were interested in you giving them the name or the number of your units so that they will check.
If it's safe.
Okay, my polling unit, please. My polling unit is Ekenene Hall 1. It's in Udi Abudu, local government. Go to Enugu,
Type it
search
in
for.
the comment. Type it in the comment. I think that's the
I'll
best way to
type
do
it before I leave. But I do not want to say that of my hometown here because of obvious reasons. But I dare you to go through Enugu portal, check, use Enugu for example. I am from Enugu. Go through Enugu results and check polling units by polling units. I will forward the screenshot of what that I took of the like 2 polling units in my village. I'll send it to Doc. Maybe he will display it. I am not making this thing up. Till today, I have not, and I have the funny thing is, I have a copy of my polling unit results. So why is it not on the IREV? And obviously, it is not just mine. And we are leaving these issues and we are glossing over everything. It doesn't matter if there was rigging. As long as even if there was rigging, it won't affect the outcome. What kind of nonsensical talk is that one? Even if there was one vote that was rigged, the whole system should be cancelled because that is illegality. We should not ignore illegality, no matter how small. And still staying on the issue, let it be known that INEC broke their own rules. Let it be known that for the longest time, these kind of things have continued to happen because there are no consequences. And if we continue like this, it is going to get worse. That it does not affect you today is no guarantee that it will not affect you tomorrow. So if you feel that the person on whose mandate you stood or is still standing has been declared, and for that reason, you can gloss over electoral malpractices and ignore them, you're doing yourself. You're not doing Nigerians, you're doing yourself. It will come back to bite you. I rest.
Thank you. I know that I'm not sure if there's anybody representing any party here. I saw Henry on the comment section, but this is the question I have. Now there's another election coming up in a few days. I mean, next Saturday, not this Saturday. And I'm thinking, why is it difficult that none of the parties could set up their own alternative system where their agents at the units, polling units, can send in these figures to them and they will tally it themselves. So despite what INEC is doing, they will do their own. They can do it. Why is it that they don't come out to present? Okay, go ahead, Dominic. Why am I missing?
You are declaring impossible.
Why?
Here's why. Even INEC itself does not have enough workers to do that. Who are they using? NYSC structure, pretty much. And so you expect all parties to be able to have the means, because you have to pay these people. You can't do, they're not doing it for free.
No, you're already paying them. Hold on, Dominic, you're already paying. Ngozika was paid. Oh, no, Ngozika was INEC. So they had agents at every polling station. Labour had agents. So Labour agent saw the final result after the count. They gave him, he signed. He took a picture.
Doc, excuse me.
You are sure?
In the form EC8, this is how it's done. In the form EC8, it has duplicates.
Okay.
It has duplicates. So once the form is filled, the duplicate automatically is filled. And before any agent takes a copy, all the agents present would have to sign, and they all did.
Okay.
Even before they took a picture, we insisted they sign it before they could take a picture of it.
Very good point.
So any agent that is present and tells you they do not have a copy of the EC8 form, hold them accountable.
Okay, so this is my question, Dominic.
Rudolph, you asked a very valid question, Rudolph.
Ovia, let Rudolph finish now.
So they got this. I know they got these copies. They got it. So what's the difficulty in sending it to the ward level where they can tally all of them and send it to the local government themselves for the party, so that when they are in front of INEC and they are saying that this result, this number you're calling is nonsense, they'll show and they can put it up on their own website. This is all.
I see. Can I answer your question on that for Labour Party?
Let's hear from Lake first.
Yeah, for Labour Party in particular, we did it. We have a situation room where we gathered the whole thing. But you don't really put out in public because you don't know what will happen aftermath. There might be court cases and everything, and you need to gather it for. It was for their own personal business. PDP also had their situation room where they gathered all that. But why Labour Party? I think I mentioned it yesterday. Why Labour Party had problem in some of their polling unit that they couldn't get the snapshots was the polling unit INEC said the total number of polling units was around 170 something thousand. I don't remember the actual number. That for polling units. But on the election day, we found out that some polling units was splitted. Some polling units, some polling in Rivers State and some other states were splitted. So Labour Party had about, because they teamed up with ADC, had about 200,000 agents. So when those polling units were splitted, because some of them have multiple beavers, Labour Party agents couldn't man the whole, and it was intentional. We believe that it was intentional from INEC. So when they couldn't man every polling unit, that was why, and some polling units, there was attacks and everything. That was why they were calling people that were present, obedience that were present, that took the picture of some polling units, especially some in Lagos and in Port Harcourt, to get the pictures. But from the situation rooms of Labour Party in Abuja and Lagos and PDP, they all have all those documents, filed in case of court proceedings.
So you said we are saying that INEC. Hold on. If things had gone well, INEC will have put it up, and everybody can see it. But things didn't go well with INEC. What's the difficulty in having the Labour Party put up these things, even if they don't have all of them? Let's say they got 80% in every state. What's the difficulty putting it up there? It won't mean that it's not going to be accepted in courts if they go to court. So I don't understand why they did not put it up, so that people can see all these things we're talking about, the difference. You understand?
Yeah, Rudolph, I think I totally understand your question, and it's very valid, right? But again, I will also make excuses for the party who did not go ahead and do all this you're talking about. With all the money that all this party are spending doing rallies, campaign and all that, it does not cost them anything to set up a special room where such like this that Ruben is talking about, will be delivered. There's nothing wrong in having a very stand, or just like what Leke is saying, all the party have a situation room that they collect data and all that. That's normal. But why I say I will give excuse to this party today is because we've never been here before. That's one. This is our first time being at this juncture in terms of this election. Two, I think we all believe that INEC will do the right thing. Maybe it's a mistake on our part. Pretty much over 60% of Nigeria believe that INEC will do exactly what they say. And I think the most painful thing here is that it's the totally disrespect and disregard for that process that they promised us they are going to use. They decide to just look the other way around and do everything manually. And why I'm not really mad about this thing, because there's no way anybody would tell me that the state or the federal government, it is not aware of what INEC did. That's why I'm not like, because all these are said and done. Yes, I think in next election, if we are still going to be at this junction, I think it's our time the political party invest heavily on how to checkmate all these irregularities. Rudolph, if you remember the very first day on Saturday, when I was here, people were saying, why are you there quiet now? I was actually jubilating the people that they are celebrating. And you asked me, why am I not like every other band? I said one thing. I said, come, I don't care about the result that are just coming up now. I'm paying attention to how this thing is going to be flipped. I said something exactly like that. The violence they are going to use, the money, at the end of the day, we are going to end up in court. Those are my exact words. So I think we should, as I said, our people say, who they cry, they see road. As much as we want to be hungry and do whatever we want to do, we should pay attention and learn from here. If not, guess what? 4 years from now, 8 years from now, we are still going to see these same Nigerians. Now, they are not imported. All people that are headed in doing all the irregularities, the INEC are about, they are us. So we need to be a full step ahead of this politician.
Okay, let me say something. Let me contribute actually. Okay, when they did
the just to be on the safe side, while we were speaking, I still went back to check on the IREV, and the results have just come up. While we were speaking, I went back to check.
Hold on, okay, let's
tally with what you have.
So what came up? What came up?
The result, I went back to check. Before I came online, it was not up. But now that we were speaking about it, before I gave out the word, my polling unit, I came back to check. And yes, I can see the results has finally been uploaded. But I could send you a screenshot and with the timestamp of when I checked, and it had not been uploaded. But finally, I can see the result for my own polling unit now.
You have is the numbers in the tally with what you have.
Yeah, that's the next question. Yeah, was it?
I have checked. I've just opened the presidential, and just a few seconds, please. The presidential. Just a few seconds. Let me open this. This is taking longer.
Are you using the same device? Because your stuff is not frozen.
Sorry, I am using the same phone to check.
Ooh.
My system is bad, real bad. So,
all right.
I will come. Let me go offline and come back. I'll come back.
Yeah. Come back
Let me
and
just do this.
I will reserve you one
Okay,
spot.
thank you.
Okay. The black.
Okay.
Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
wanted to say something right about the old result. Actually, first and foremost, when they did the Anambra election, there was somewhere in Anambra where they did not vote on that day because of insecurity, but it was rescheduled for the next day, right? But in this election, there were many places that they did not vote. Why did INEC not repeat the election in those areas? There are many areas where they did not vote. Only the places they did was in Lagos, whereby they could not continue. They did not finish the election on Saturday. Then they continued on Sunday. So INEC once said that anywhere that election did not take place, that would be do it again. Right? But they did not do this in this area. And about second thing is that I was monitoring the IRF on that Saturday. If you check the IRF, if you see some of the uploaded PDF documents, you'll be surprised. You ask yourself, are this document real? You can still go down and some of them can't even see any figure on the document that was uploaded. So at the end of the day, so that means that they did it in a special way that when it was dark, they screenshot this document that you cannot actually see the number that was written because the numbers were so faint and some were cancelled, right? Some were like
pasted over. I saw one that was pasted over.
Like that. So these are issues that actually surprise everybody, right? And actually, if INEC want to be really sincere themselves, if these forms were uploaded on that day, right? Why can't we use what is uploaded to compare what is being presented? And in the first place, why must we do a three level collation? If from the polling unit is uploaded, right? Let INEC use what is uploaded to do the result, to do the announcement, and then they collect from the IRF and they announce the result. Then they're going to the local government, to the state, and before Abuja. So this is where everything is being messed up.
All right, thank you. The question, okay, yeah, Justice here will be nice, okay. But the question why I asked that question, I wanted someone, if anybody has knowledge of technology and computers, because there's another election coming up in a few days. I will expect that, and that one will be easier to handle. I will expect that the political parties, like Lake, you are there. I will expect that they are ready so that we don't hear these stories.
No, Mr. Rudolph, it will be difficult because to set up those things, it takes time.
No, you are okay. You are in technology. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, to set up those things, it takes time, right? It's not an easy thing that can be set up.
What are you saying? Hold on. Set up what?
Set up the system that you can upload to their. They can upload to a certain server of their own. Right? So for them to set up those systems, it takes time. You understand me? Then, okay, for example, the IRF is on AWS, it's in the cloud, right? For you to set up this cloud and everything and start uploading those data, it takes some time and it's very expensive.
Okay, okay, hold on. That's fine. Hold on. Can you mute? Some people are on. Okay, let me go to where is
Christopher, mute yourself.
Oh,
Christopher, mute yourself, please. For some reason, I can't mute Christopher. Can you try?
People like that, you can mute. I don't know how they do it. I technically take them out if they know it's coming from them. All right. So black. So even if you can't set up server and all this system, okay. If you take this picture when you are signing, you sign off on it. You take a picture. You send it by even WhatsApp to your to a phone number. They can sit down in their situation room and put together. This is the ward. This ward. This is this town. This is this local government. This is the state. Why can it be done within 2 days?
Yeah, of course. Some of them did it. Some of them, like Ngozi said, that they photograph it. I saw a video when they were trying to photograph it. The INEC officer said, "Do not photograph it. Do not photograph it. Do not photograph it."
Okay.
That was,
but wait, Blackson, that's not an excuse because
no, I'm not trying to say is that they can be able to photograph it and send it to.
But hold on, Blackson. Ngozika said that they were given a copy.
Yes.
So you can take it home. You can go home and take a picture of that. You don't have to take it there. So they have it. So the question is, why didn't they do it? And are they ready to do it for next election? Because we don't want to hear this excuse that INEC didn't upload anything when you can do the summation. Because just to think about this, if Dino had come in front of INEC, in front of the world really, and say, this is what we got for every local government in Lagos State for PDP. This is what we got for the whole state. It's different from what you are showing us. And you can go to this website and see the original, what we signed, our agents signed for at the polling station. So why are you presenting something different? That's it. Okay, Justice. Oh, go ahead. Dominic, go ahead.
But Rudolph, you're missing one thing, right?
Yeah.
You are missing a couple of factors. When I looked at some of the results, you can see that some parties didn't even sign. And when you look at some results, the same person signed multiple times. So it begs the question, were there no agents there in the first place?
Some parties don't have all the agents. So
one person signed the entire thing. And you can obviously it was mutilated. One person signed the entire thing. I'm like,
then that one is not the original one. So we're thinking about, we're talking about parties like PDP, Labour, that they have resources, okay? So they should have somebody there. And they should have the real one that their own agent signed. So anyone that wasn't signed by their agent, I'm assuming that either they don't have agents or that it was the wrong one. It was.
But Rudolph, when they are snapping the picture and uploading to the server, all you see is just the original. You don't see the multiple. So what if everything has been signed, and all the agents took their own copies, and then someone went and mutilated?
Yeah, it will be easy.
Uploaded up to this thing.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that because let's say PDP has the same one that Labour has, and APC people will change something. That's not important, All right, let's go to Justice. Justice. Sorry. Oh, Justice, hold on. I'm sorry. Ngozika is back. Let's see. What did he say, Ngozika?
Sorry. So I checked again, and it's been uploaded, thankfully, and it's the same. Okay. Exactly the same. And to buttress what to answer the question Dr. Dominic was asking, to show you how serious they take this agent signing the copies, signing the main thing, because when you sign the main thing, it reflects in the copies. To show you how serious it is, the polling unit after my own, that's second NA Hall 2, after my own, they had an issue. What was the issue? The presiding officer was not properly informed that to write in the from EC8 from EC8A, you need to deepen your writing, because we're talking about more than 3 copies. So you need to really deepen your writing. He did not know, he was not properly informed. So he wrote normally, casually, and some of the duplicates, the figures did not appear in them. And he did not know. So he went on and said, oh yeah, everybody come and sign, party agents come and sign. And they came and signed. After signing, he took a picture and uploaded it on the Beavers before they started collecting their copies. And that was when they discovered that some of the copies, the numbers did not reflect. And the party agent said, no way, that they're not living there. They had to call the RATEC, that is the tech people in charge of the Beavers. And she had to come over and they had to restart it all over again before the numbers reflected in the duplicate. So that is how serious it is for this party agent. So in a case where there is no party agent, I don't know how they do it, because in my own polling unit, all the parties that have substantial number, except for obvious, I didn't see any NNPP party agents over there. But I did see, surprisingly, I did see an NRM, something like that. When the guy said it was the agent for NRM, I said, I had to look at the form again. I'm like, so there's a party called NRM. They had no votes. And he signed. I said, okay, you're not even faithful to your party. You didn't vote. And you have 0. And you're not ashamed to sign this form. Oga, fear God. He said, no, now, this is not my polling unit. I said, okay, that means people don't have even one supporter here. Lesser, or your sign. And he signed it even with the 0 votes. So that is it.
All right, thank you. Justice. All right, we called his name and he went off. Oh, okay.
Sorry, how many minutes do I have? So before I know what I'm going to say here.
You have 30 seconds, Justice. 30 seconds.
Mohammed, they speak for like 20 minutes. So how many minutes do I have?
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Let me tell you what we give you 1 minute. Say you are
I'm going to manage
5 minutes.
Ovia, just keep quiet. I'm going to manage 15 minutes. First of all, Ngozi have validated the election. He said his polling unit, that what they upload and what he have is the same. Or I didn't hear it right?
My polling unit was not the only place election was conducted.
I just want to make sure, because this time around we are going to work with evidence. At least your own evidence have showed. You say you work in Enugu, and they have showed in a stronghold of PD, in the stronghold of Obi, they didn't rig the election. They showed exactly what you have. That is a sign that was a due process. Let's take that one at one side. So when people complain of one thing, they know how it's going to turn out, it boils my stomach, because we all know the outcome of this election. We know. But when we are crying, people don't want to listen to us because they feel that we don't want Nigeria to work. And they will tell you, go and join the system. Go and join the political process, as if we have never participated on election all our life. This is 24 years of democracy in Nigeria. All of us have participated. Even Simon Epa, that all of you wanted to kill. Oh, shit, my alarm went off, I think. Okay. So,
Fire alarm. Fulani men are coming for you. That's what it means. Rudolph, if I claim to be Biafra, will I get more time? Let me speak up on behalf of Biafra.
Let's go to Black League while we wait for Justice to come back. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me. Well, elections have come, but it's not a destination, it's a journey. So I see people already giving up that they've been rigged out, but I think it's a journey. So we still have more coming up. March 11th.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Let him finish, and then you come on.
Yeah, we still have more coming up March 11th, and thanks to candidates like Peter Obi, our political map in Nigeria has changed, and I dare say has changed forever. It will never remain the same, because there were a lot of upsets. I knew Peter Obi would do well, but not as I was surprised by his victories outside of the Southeast and the South-South. Now I knew states like, my permutation was she would win at most one state in the North, and that would have been Benue. But he didn't win Benue. I believe he was rigged out there for him not to have won Benue. But states like Plateau, states like Nasarawa, he got considerable votes from places like Adamawa. He won House of Representatives seat in Kaduna State, which was an upset, and so on and so forth. So I think there's hope in the process. Now the process is flawed. I said it before the elections. I've told that on our politics numerous times that yes, it's going to be rigged. We all put in the factor of technology, beavers, IRF, this and that coming in. I said, what about the human factor? We've never had elections that has been free and fair in our history, including the one that was supposed to bring Abiola in. It was just the freest we've had. So that doesn't mean it didn't come with its own hitches. So, and I mentioned that to Ovie, that this one will come with a lot of hitches. For one, that there's no incumbent president contesting. Yes, his party is there, but he himself is not contesting. So a man like Tinubu, who has come out to tell you this is his lifelong ambition, and he has never lost elections before. Every time he comes out, he wins. And he's known to deploy all means, conventional or unconventional, to win elections. He has done it several times in Lagos State. He has done it all over the Southwest. So my question was, what will be different this time? And can we start to put our minds around the response when this human factor comes in of rigging? What will be the response? What's the quality of our judiciary? Do we have judges in the land today with, pardon my English, the testicular fortitude to overturn elections? Does that exist in our judiciary? So we keep thinking of Nigeria, maybe because most of us have been out for so long, we think of it as a European or Western country, that yes, the judiciary can come and overturn things, but that's not the case. When you're looking at a country and its democracy, you have to look at the people, the temperament, the culture, the traditions. Everything has to come together. It's the same country. Supreme Court gave a verdict about this cashless policy. The president came and gave a contrary statement, contrary to the verdict. Nothing happened, and nothing will happen. Can that happen in a place like America or other democracies, even South Africa, where the Supreme Court will make a pronouncement and something contrary would be done? No. Same thing with people like the current Senate president that did not contest elections to become senator. Well, he's on the ballot to be a senator. So there are things that in Nigeria does not work the way it should, and we understand that, and nothing happens. So we understand the type of system we've put in place. So then if we are going into elections, I think one of the major discussions should be how would we checkmate these inconsistencies with regards to elections if in the event we are rigged out, which we know has already been happening. There's no election that some level of rigging wasn't involved. So it's expected. So in case we are rigged out, what are the steps to take? Would it be to go to an international court, the West African court, the justice in the land? What's the quality of judges and advocates do we have that can actually look the presidency, which of course that's what controls INEC, in the eye and say, no, you lost elections? What process will we start to bring in to see that our judiciary can become really a judiciary of world standard that can uphold justice? So things like this should come on. But regardless of all the rigging, I still give Peter Obi that credit to be able to create such upsets in this election, because he's the one outside. You know, the two Atiku and Tinubu, to me, they're like twins. So for Peter Obi, actually, from my own observation and from my own permutations, if it were to be a free and fair election, he probably could have won. But then there's the other human factor, as I said. So I'll round up by saying the election is a journey and not a destination. There's still March 11th, and there's still time for us to really test it out in the judiciary.
All right, thank you. Justice.
I'm going to head out.
Oh, okay. All right. You want to say something?
I've shaken the platform.
Be heading out since. How many doors do you have to exit from? You'll be heading out.
I was saying something when I was out there, and you started butting in.
You want to say something before you leave? You can go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is Nigeria is a very special case when it comes to elections. It's the only place that I know where there can be blatant rigging and someone will still show up and tell you, you're a sore loser. Um, I don't understand the kind of conversation that we will have to bring Nigeria together if things are blatant and there's no level of redress at all. I don't understand what kind of country you want to run where people will go out and vote. You're encouraging people to go out and vote, and then you end up discouraging people. How will people go out and vote March 11th if they know that you rigged massively and the INEC chairman still accepted the results without even any sort of verification? So I don't know what's happened March 11th, but I will still encourage everyone to vote and protect your votes. That is the only voice we have for now. And then when it goes to the courts, I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't really bank on the courts making that much of a difference. But the most important thing in this election is that it has shown that structure is not about criminality. Structure is about the people and having the support of the people. And so you don't necessarily need to win. What has happened is that the obedience movement has shaken up the political map, like someone else said. And I think that enough is a starting point. Every problem may not be solved at the same time, but little by little by little by little, I believe that at some point Nigeria will get to a level where we're able to hold free and fair elections, where the voice of the people are actually what ends up prevailing. I'll take my leave, and thank you for always giving me an opportunity to express my views, and thank you everyone else.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dominic.
Bye.
All right, Justice.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that distraction earlier. Like I said, we can argue from now till tomorrow. The election have come and gone, and Tinubu is the winner. And the funniest thing is that Ngozika, who is a polling agent, come here and confirm that his own unit, that there was no rigging, because he said the number he have on his paper is the same thing on INEC website. That is one evidence to prove there is a kind of fairness in the election. So, but the problem remains, is Nigeria going to change? Is things going to work? Is in the next 4 years, Nigeria can have a stable electricity? Is Nigeria going to have a good road, medical care that the president himself can be able to use? The answer is definitely no. I'm not trying to be a prophet of doom, but what the thing I found so funny with African people and Nigeria in particular, they always do the same thing and they want to see a different special result. They want to wake up one morning with the wishful thinking of that Nigeria have become a paradise because they don't want to put the work. And another thing they don't understand is they don't want to take that pain of solving Nigerian problem because they know Nigerian problem and nobody is willing to solve it. You can't, even if you bring Jesus Christ. This Ngozi that came here, I was telling her that Peter Obi is not going to win the election. They always lead some of us that are telling them that this is a effort in futility. And after this election, one thing people don't understand is how psychological of Nigeria work. Today we are talking about the election. They have forgotten the Lekki massacre. They have forgotten the killing of Deborah. They have forgotten MK Abiola election. They have forgotten the way everything, even while Abiola was in prison, King Gibe was appointing in government. So what Nigerian system does with this Obi movement that have shaken the political class, what they're going to do is so simple. In the next 3 weeks, few of them, the government identify will be taken into government. The ones that I want to be stagdigba, they will just use DSS to silence them like they are doing to Obi this morning. DSS didn't even allow Obi to make a press conference. They hold him captive in his, the report we have.
Hold on, Justice. Where did you get that?
You know, he asked me where do I get that. We are in contact in Abuja. Why is his vice making the press conference? Did you ask yourself why?
Okay,
DSS doesn't allow. DSS don't want him to make the press conference.
Hold on. We don't just come here and say anything you want to say. What did the vice president say? The vice president said that he's speaking, but after him, Obi will speak.
Then have Obi speak.
Obi also tweeted that after his vice president speaks, he would speak shortly. That's what he tweeted.
So he
have
said,
been speaking now. Have been speaking now.
Justice, hold on. Even if you don't, he's not working on your timetable. Yesterday, he said on the way to the airport that he was going to speak. He did not. That doesn't mean that somebody stopped him from speaking, unless you know.
Okay, Dr. Rufus, let's
no, we have to.
No. Okay, let's forget about.
No. Wait, we can't forget about it. I'm just not talking about to you. I'm talking to everybody here and everybody watching at home. You just don't come here and throw out anything. You know that. Just let me tell you how the world you may not be in part of works. If Justice, you know this story, if it's actually true that something like that is happening, okay? There's somebody within Obi's campaign that will leak this information you are talking about to the media, and it will be there, it will be published. So you can't just imagine in your head that something like this is happening. Don't come here and say it.
Your media always trot up propaganda. Sarah reporters carried the news that Finland government issued a letter to Simon Eber warning him to stop talking. Your media, Sarah reporter, is there. Do you want me to show you the screenshot?
Justice.
Your media always lie now. Why are you coming here to defend the media?
Justice.
Your media is lying. Channels TV cannot tell you the truth. So these are the things.
Justice. We are not. I'm not defending the media. I'm not saying that the media sometimes they don't get it wrong, or sometimes what I'm saying is this: that if the story we're sticking to what you're saying. The problem sometimes in arguments that people make here is that when we are talking about something, you go and bring something else, as if hold on, Justice, hold on, as if you're going to justify what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what you just said now. I'm saying to you, hold on now, relax. I'll give you the time. I'm saying that what you just said now cannot be true. And this is why you went and started talking about another issue about the media, that they're not reliable. I'm telling you that stick to the point we are talking about. You said that something that didn't make sense. You don't have evidence. Somebody told you. I said, you can tell it to your friends, but don't come here and say these things. People are watching. There are about 500 people watching. And they will take it and run with it. I saw it on Javier said, Rudolph. No, it's not. It's not true. All right. Go ahead.
Dr. Rudolph, now you are believing your media. Your media doesn't say the truth. You said what I said is not true because I'm not a media personnel. If I'm from Sahara Reporter now, you, Rudolph, say this thing, you will believe it. Or if I'm in channel that said it, you will believe it. Okay. But why you are not taking it is because it's coming from Justice. But it's okay. Now, let's go back to Nigeria. Now, if everybody will say that this election is rigged, but Ngozi can come here, try to justify that this election is rigged. You didn't take that thing as something misleading, but he went to his portal and look at his form, the agent form they normally sign after they have counted the result. He look at it, look at what is in the INEC portal, and see that everything match. But he's still saying that the election is rigged. What is the justification for him to say the election is rigged? I am not for this election because I know that Nigeria is a charade. They know what they are doing. They know that they are not for the people. But I'm trying, if you want the truth, or interrogate other people's truth now, because he's a polling unit, he's in the polling unit. He brings his result, but still, he's insisting that the election was rigged. Okay, but you didn't say anything about that.
Hold on, Justice, hold on. Okay. People who are saying that the election was rigged, did they say that it was rigged everywhere?
No. What I said, did I say that DSS was everywhere?
Answer the question. Did they say that it was rigged everywhere? Have you had anybody come here and say everywhere this election was conducted?
Yes, they say it's everywhere. Many people say it's everywhere. Everywhere was rigged. People are crying that everywhere was rigged.
I have to move on to the next person. Charles, you're next.
Hey, Dr. Rudolph, what's
Yeah.
going on? Why are you
Okay,
back?
thank you, Doctor.
Oh, I thought you spoke already, man of
No,
prestige.
I'm not.
Matter of prestige.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
let me.
Okay. You, Charles, you want to speak first, or you want to wait for man of prestige?
Should I go ahead, man of prestige?
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, let man of prestige.
Let City Boy fans speak first.
Let
City
man of
Boy,
prestige. Man of prestige.
who is City Boy fan? Who's ready for Tinubu to speak first?
Man of prestige. Go
Oh, President Charles.
Okay, let me go ahead. Where's Justice? He's gone. I was gonna make a comment to what he said. I think Rudolph, you have already replied him. You know, when he come here, I mean, I can understand his narrative. You know, he's one of those people who don't believe in Nigeria. You know, I mean, he's a Biafran, agitator to the highest level, but there's nothing wrong. He has an opinion in that regard. But he's come here playing some misleading information. And, he need to come here with some factual. Because like he's properly stated, when he made that propaganda here, it will be carried all over. People, some gullible people will believe what he said without no fact check, And he's here quarreling Ngozi what Ngozi said. Ngozi said, my polling unit, I have verified it, everything is correct. But nobody's saying that everywhere was raining. There are some places that was properly done, like he properly stated. And most of the Southeast was properly done, in my own opinion. But let me make a statement about what happened in Imo. In Osu and Ologoba government area, they have 19 polling units. They didn't vote. So that's just part of the places. They didn't vote. They didn't vote on Saturday. They came back on Sunday. Nobody came. Go and verify that. They have 19 polling units. So what am I trying to say? There's a lot of suppression all over the country. I mean, that's part of what happened to this election. From what I'm looking at right now from BBC, they said Tinubu got 8,700,000 something votes. Can you verify? They say I didn't know Obi got up to 600, up to 6 million. Is that correct? That's the latest update.
Yeah.
I thought it was 5.
Yeah, he got up to 6 million.
Oh, okay. Then
He got more
Atiku
than
got
6 million.
6,900,000. Okay. I was just trying to verify. I got that from BBC. I thought he got only 5 million. But anyway.
No, he got 6.
Okay. So everything is very close. So having said that, let me go back to what I've been saying. The whole election is fallacious in my own opinion. I mean, the process, that's where everything began. I mean, like everybody have properly stated here, everything's supposed to be transmitted electronically, but it was done manually. So they knew what happened. Buhari even know what happened. Forget about what was saying. I'm going to deploy. I'm going to make it the best. What kind of legacy we was hoping that he's going to have a legacy? Of course, it was planned, in my own opinion. It is what it is. I mean, I'm not equivocating about what happened. It is what it is. Nigeria should take a notice about what happened. Hopefully, I don't know what's going to happen, but in my own opinion, whatever just transpired in this election, it has set Nigeria backwards. Because how many votes, how many people voted? Out of 84 million that collected their PVC, are you telling me only 23 million voted? Which is less than the last time. I think the last time was 25 or 26. So we are even going backwards. So I wish Tinubu good luck. That's what I'm going to say, I mean, Nigeria got what they voted for. So I'm not going to come here and equivocate or repeat what people have said about ringing the election or not ringing the election. Everybody know what transpired, particularly in Lagos. I mean, a lot of people didn't vote. So is that supposed to have been a big vote? Probably. And you have what's happening in Lagos right now. CM was here yesterday, talk about his relative that was killed or whatever. Are you telling me everybody that voted for Obi is Igbo? There's no way Obi could have got that vote, which, in my own opinion, would have amounted to 900 something. But it's about, what is it right now, about 8 something? It could have been way, way more than that, but they suppressed your vote. So why are they attacking the Igbos? When the Yoruba people voted for Igbo, the Southerners voted for Igbo, why is it about Igbo? I don't want to play any kind of trouble, league in that area, but what's going on is wrong. So we need to call a spade a spade. That's all I'm gonna say, but good luck to Nigeria, okay? So in my own opinion, nothing like let me make one more point. All this so-called structure that has been established in Nigeria is a part of criminality. There's nothing like structure.
Right.
It's a criminality structure, in my own opinion, and it's going to keep on happening. I don't see anything. I don't see any hope for Nigeria. That's my own opinion. So let it be so.
Thank you. Thank you, man of prestige. Charles.
Thank you, Dr. Ovie. We know see Kwankwa, so for me, I want to start on the positive thing that happened in this election. Some good news. A bike man won a seat in Kaduna. That was
what seat?
National Assembly reps in Kaduna. A bike man in Enugu, village chairman Hunter or something like that also won a seat with Labour Party. In Delta, the former minority leader, this is Tony Elumelu junior brother. Somebody, LP, one Labour Party person, unknown person beat him on the election. You see progress in Abia State. Almost they retired all their problem. All lose all this Okala. I don't know how he survived. I believe that is also rigged. The governor lost, so it's also progress. So the election, if you look at some in Lagos too, one guy like that won some seat, unknown people, won some seat. So some progress were made in those other elections. So the presidential, I think they just did it deliberately for us to see it that way, because others they transmit easily, like Senate and others, they transmit easily. So others, the presidential, they don't want to do that. But anyway, we still make progress. We watch out and see what will happen in the courts. But based on Nigeria courts, the court that gave Lawan that did not contest in our own presence, in our faces. This man was in Abuja contesting for presidential ticket. He didn't even participate. The court gave him this ticket. So how can people trust this court? So we will not give up. We would encourage people, mainly in Southeast, they should go. They use this opportunity to win that Abia State governorship tickets, win it from PDP to LP. In Enugu, they should also use this opportunity to try and win the governorship there, because that is the chances. The Enugu governor also lost his Senate bid. You see progress. So they should use this opportunity, even in Ebonyi, they should try. So there's some progress, and we'll see what will happen in the courts.
All right.
Thank you. Can I add something real quick?
Okay.
The Okada rider that won in Kaduna actually defeated the incumbent minority whip in the House of Representatives.
Wow, that's good. That's cool. Okay, Dr. Berichi is on the phone, so we skip him and go.
So I know I can contest under Labour Party for my village.
You for win.
Maybe I will beat Oshomole.
You for win. Kate, welcome to the show. I know you're driving. Let me unmute you.
Let me.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine. It's very sunny in Florida, so
you're
it's a hot day. Yes. Dr. Dami, a quick one. I didn't want to come in today, but I want you to protect Ngozika. You know, when she was trying to make those comments, I don't know if there's a way you can mute them. Like I know for the radio station, if you're trying to give your number, there's a way they can take you off air.
Or did she give number on air?
No, like when she wanted to give the polling something and those things she was saying. Okay. Because if you check the country we live, that result may not be there. We should not think that all these party agents are not watching your show. A lot of people are watching it. They may sneakily go and put it back, and our life is not safe. Because why I'm saying it, we have 2 coppers in my house in Bini right now. They were among the INEC officials at Igbodo, Delta State. One of them is in the hospital. The boy has the injury on his leg. And he said they were beaten by soldiers and they collected their ballot boxes. So I was trying to make him send, because she said he has the same paper like what Ngozi said that he has. with him. But he said he's afraid I cannot do it. That is so much afraid because he's not sure if his interest can be protected, you know. Even since they came back, because my mom used to teach in the school where he was working, where he's doing his NYC primary assignment.
Yeah.
So none of the teachers there accepted them. They have to come to my mom's house that have retired. It's my mom now that is taking care of them, both their treatment and everything right now in Benin. So, like I said yesterday, we should not try and instigate anything that will make our youth to go out. Me and you know that there are a lot of, a lot of people on NSAS that is still in the prison behind the bars. We know there is no law in Nigeria. Let whatever happen, both the obedient and everything, let them just take it. It's not what we want. I know everybody wants to know who. We don't care if it's article like this lady was saying yesterday, is it Blessing or something, was saying yesterday, INEC. We don't care if it's article that win or if it's Tinubu, if it's Obi that win. We wanted to see a transparency in what they are doing. And this takes us back to El-Rufai's speech. You know, El-Rufai said they should keep the old 1,000 and the old 500 naira note. That after the election, they will use their money. I stand to be corrected. I know I watched it on Arise.
Yeah.
When they were playing the video. So it was already, the ground was already set for them. They are going to win the election. You know, sometimes when I hear Mohammed talk, and I need us to ask Mohammed. Mohammed is in America, right? If the system is like this, if America's system is the way it is in Nigeria, Mohammed won't be here schooling. I'm sure he's getting a full funding in America if he's doing PhD. Like if I overheard him, I heard him say he's doing PhD or something. I'm sure he's in a full funding. How many of us that don't have somebody in government that have access to scholarship? How many of us Nigerians? We have good brain. We have a lot of them in Florida here. More than 10 in my church. They are all on scholarship, doing PhD, picked from Nigeria. But the society that we come from, we are not recognized. We are under marginalized there. So I just want you to protect Ngozika. That's all, because I am a mother and I have sisters. You know, if you can ask her not to be coming, or if you come up, she should not say anything about the election. Let the politician, like I said, they are all one. They will come back to look at Festus Keyamo. I remember during Obasanjo, Festus Keyamo used to fight the government, but today he's benefiting from the national cake. He doesn't care anymore. So we that don't have people to speak for us, let God fight our battle and let the politicians settle themselves. And before I go, I watched this boy. What do I want to do with it? As if Paz, he said something like what you just said. Let all the youth come out massively and vote on the governor election. They should not give up. Let's unvote those ones in power. Mostly Soyolu should lose Lagos, so that they will know that it's no longer business as usual. Why do we think when all the other states were being given to APC, they did not complain that the election was rigged in those places because they didn't win? Because they already know the underground work that they did. They know that come rain, come sun, they are going to win. So we are just crying over speed milk, like my father will say. We are crying over speed milk. So let's think of moving forward and let's protect our youth. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you so much. Janaba, you're next.
Dr. Rudy, thank you for having me again. I think I have to get off medication now. It was a big threat for me here on my head. Today I have to get off my medication. I thought Dr. Dominic is here, whether he will advise me to continue with the medication or to get off of it. But I will see my personal doctor one of these days. I have to get off medications because the reason, so many reasons, joking apart, is that uh, look at look at the demography, the map of Nigeria, and when people like Mohammed and Danladi say Obi is not known in that part of the world, the people that access internet, they get upset. Why are you going to say Obi is not known here? Obi have laid a foundation. I live in Brunei State, Yobe, all of the northern states. I know them very well. And some of you that been there. It's not anything, but they are still backward when it comes to technology. I saw the last time they took money to them. Some of them didn't even know they have changed any money. In the civil society, you want to carry people along. There are places in the north that don't have filling station. They use what is called black market to get gas on the road. I mean, fuel. So if we believe that this is not a great progress we have made, then we don't know how the politics play in Nigeria. We are still sucked into the past, or we are living in our own world, and we don't care about reaching out. And in order, someone else said that, must we be friends with the Northern to win Nigerian election? It's a game of number. And that's why I suggested that the able men and able women, if the number is not on your side and religion have kept you like me to marry only one wife, then just take it easy like that. Uh, you can't have it in both ways. And the woman said, okay, why can't you also marry husband? Marry two wives, two husbands. And I said, okay, that is on your show the other day, you were not here. And I said, okay, if you can take it, maybe you tell the man that this son is for you and the next day is for you, then we can increase in population if that is the
Janaba, you just touched on something more important than all this thing we're talking about. Marrying more than one wife. I thought you're a pastor. You can decide on change your church, make it the philosophy of your church. You can marry more than one wife. You have this is something very big. You should pursue it.
Well, if I say that like the way you want me to say it, I'll be sleeping in my living room for the next 1 month.
Why do you? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
But then it's okay. The point is that we were talking about number. How do the number increases when you tell me that Almajiri feed the road on the other side? Out of the Almajiri, some people gain number. So we can't, in the serious note, we can't add, and there is a lot of space. When you look at the map of Nigeria, there's a lot of space there that you see that even if it's like Texas, they said, according to the number that 20 million people can come to Texas every year. There's no space for it. So if you want to move the Republican base here, remove the Republicans institution here, then there will be a room of the people that are liberal or independent or Democrat to move and change the demography. And through the Spanish growing and so many black and foreigners from Africa, you can see the last election, the gap is closing on. It's politics. So let us have a bigger view. And to be honest, Obi blow my mind. I think he would. I didn't know he would do this better. But any other thing, no inciting violence. I think in the next election, it's improving in the system. And I've said to you on this platform, power is no giving in any society. Even in America, if you go and look how Obama come to power and look at how he was walked to speak on that Kerry Democrat convention, I think it's in Marquette Square Garden in Manhattan. It's not the way we think. So we a lot of progress has been made. So please, I pray. I'm pleading with my brothers and sisters. Let's keep the momentum. Let us forget the fact that this guy worked the system and he was able to succeed. The only way we're all going to find the peace is that let's pray for the betterment of our country. Bola Tinubu, like him or not, he has the burden of Nigeria, and a good leader will carry that with them. When they wake up in the morning, how did the Nigerians it will be safe? How can they give the opportunity for ordinary Nigeria to become who God has destined them to be? Let's pray that God give them that wisdom, or those team, the people in his team, so we can move forward and pass this level of if you are not Yoruba, you are not Igbo, you are not Hausa, you can't win Nigerian election. So people like me now, we are forgotten. We are done. So we will never contest for national position because we are minority, even though we are capable or we have all it takes to take Nigeria to the next level. We have to pass that. And another progress that has been made, in as much as people don't like the Muslim ticket, it's a progress. It's a progress that has been made. I mean, our belief influences us on spiritual basis and sometimes in our judgment, but it doesn't overshadow this policy and the politics of the nation. So it's a progress that tomorrow, wherever you call Shetima, whether Boko Haram, Harbor, or whatever, you can say, okay, there is a possibility of Christian ticket, and it can pass through if they walk their way. The problem Peter Obi had, and I said it on this platform, you guys now put me on medication, but thank God I'm coming out of it by God's grace very, very soon. So is that I told you it's not going to win. You guys are talking about the number. Number is one thing. Go and look at the demography, like I say again. Did he win most of the northern part, apart from Nasarawa, where Danjuma came from? So, and the middle, places like Abuja. Abuja is almost like, of course, we all know the ratio people, the people that live in Abuja is multicultural people, Hausa, anybody lives there. So he won those places. So let him reach out and not him not go for Dan Tata or Dati. I can win Dati in his own constituency. The only thing that brought Dati to land like this when he challenged Obasanjo, when Obasanjo was trying to extend the policy to run for the third time. Nothing else that make Dantata, Dante Ahmed popular in the north. So at least he should look for somebody else next time, and I believe Obi will run again, and he will gather this momentum. Don't discourage anybody. A lot of progress. Rudolph, your guy or two that they give him Chintasi in the Igbo land. He has been retired. I thought he worked his way. He did not work. He has been retired. May God keep him alive and enjoying all the money I've stolen from the innocent people in Benue State. May God give him the grace to eat it well.
John Amber, I have a question for you.
Thank you, ma.
I remember I have a conversation with you, and you told me the desire of your late mother. What you are saying now, is that what mommy would have expected in a situation like this? I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed at your utterances. I'm really, really ashamed.
I don't know what you are talking about, mother. Madam Ichi, I don't know what you are talking about.
There is no problem. My Nigerian youth, make una fighter for home. I need all the evidence. I will single-handedly go to Washington. Give me all the graphic evidence of my youth
we are independent nation. Washington can sit in their own world and live there.
You don't talk your own waka.
You are the one that called my name.
Give me all the graphic evidence. I saw my youth couple being shot in River State.
Madam Echo, hold on. It's not your turn now. I thought you were asking questions to John, but I allowed you. Now you went off. There's Patrick there.
No problem.
He's waiting. Ify, can you host this show for me? Maybe you can give me a formula to do it. Okay, Patrick, you're next. Unmute yourself, Patrick. And while Patrick is trying to do that, I want to announce that Pansat is back. I thought he went to vote.
What's going on? You okay?
Oh, hallelujah. Praise
I'm
the
dragging
Lord.
your life. What's
Yes.
going on?
Good morning, good
So,
afternoon, good evening.
as far to the treatment team, the concern they have.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Yeah.
First time here.
Oh, nice. Welcome.
Thank you. The election, I just want to talk about the election. Was I surprised with the result? No. Because in Nigeria, anything goes. I know we have heartbroken people, who are sad, but for me, it's not bothering me because I was not expecting anything less. Somebody told me something. It says, if the angels in heaven, if they want to laugh, they will tune into Nigeria. And because Nigeria is a comical country, that angels will be rolling on the floor laughing if they want to have a fun time. Can we imagine that a sick man, is not the president elect where he's the president? There's no. So it tells you that when we talk of democracy in Nigeria, they are not practicing democracy. This is anarchy. On Agbada. The country is for, and like Mommy H, I've heard her saying that the youth, if the youth go there to protest, they will kill them. So as far as I know, will Nigeria improve? I don't think so. The country is doomed. Since 1999, just since 1989, I heard my grandfather say that called a meeting that Nigeria is getting difficult now, and nothing has changed since then. It's been going from worse to worse, going down the hill. So will it get better? I don't think so. We are screwed. Look at what's the name? Buhari. He came and made all the promises, $1 to $1. Did he materialize? No. And here we are again, electing sick people. So I'm ashamed of that country. I don't see my children going back there. The country, as far as I'm concerned, the country is screwed. So
All
that's
right.
my take on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Echo.
To my children out there, it is not over until it is over. Give me every graphic evidence you have for the rigging of the election. Those of you are computer guru, help me to compile them together. And Amogo charitable organization, of which I am the convener, will go to Washington with those documents. You people say we should let it be. He was only in charge of Lagos and it was like this. Is it when he became in charge of the 36 states that we will expect something different? I am not saying, all of you know very well, I told Obi to his face, you are not my favorite. But for the fact that my children are gravitating towards you, I have no choice. And I said it with the bottom of my heart. So I'm not going to give up on my children right now because some of you who are cowards are here telling my children to calm down. Have we not spilled enough blood? Or you think when he becomes president like this, blood will not be spilled without them even protesting? You people think it will happen? Listen, children, go out there, request for your mandate. Do not be violent until they become violent towards you. Those of you who are computer, who are in social media guru, compare all the graphic images, including the one that Wike was opening his dirty, useless man, demanding for the death of my children. Everything, compile them, give them to me. I will go to Washington, D.C. with it. You people want to be coward in your house. And any of you that says, let them relax, I decree today by the mandate of heaven. And I say, may you labor and let another collect it from you. May your children labor and another reap it. Anywhere you are, as long as you march this ground, may you labor in vain. Any of you that support this wicked act against my children, if they have not worked for it, and Tinubu win gallantly, I won't contest it. But he opened his mouth and he said, Obi will labor in vain. And he worked tirelessly, using some idiots that collected money, and they really wanted to make that labor to be in vain. If you people will take it, I, Hannah Jabari Obukoko, alias Mother H.O., the voice of the voiceless, will not take it. Therefore, my children, reach out to me. Reach out to me with every evidence, and I will go on your behalf to Washington. And I will make them to know, if they don't do something, you people have said, Nigeria, we are fraudster. The kind of fraudster you will see, you won't be able to contend it. So if you don't want my children to continue to be fraudster, do the needful and give back their mandate. Give me every evidence and let's fight this war. You people want war, we will give you war. And that war you people do by 10, we will also do. Collect all your evidence and we'll present it to the international war for battle, and we'll get back our mandate.
Thank you, Madam H.O. Paul, welcome. Before you speak, I just want to announce that Show will help me to moderate while I run out to take care of something. About an hour, I'll be back. So be nice to him. Yeah. All right, Paul, go ahead.
Doctor,
I'm here.
It's time for me to start protesting. This one that you are giving all these people from London and in Canada,
this
is our position. Now discrimination, no.
Okay,
this
Paul.
If I go protest, so and I go report it to Mama H.O., they'll carry you go Washington.
No. You see, I asked if I know you're a businessman, so you don't have to. I asked if she wants to moderate. She said no. But anyway, yeah, go ahead, Paul. But I will see you guys when I come back.
Okay, yeah, talking about this election and everything, I don't even know what to say after Mama H.O. It's so painful. I feel the pain of everybody. But what is the essence of election? You understand? It's choice. This is the choice of the people. We understand that it is not clear. It is completely rigging. You understand? We take it or we leave it. Obi blew every one of us away, in as much as some of us that wish Obi to win. To some extent, Obi won 12 states. No matter the demographic that he won 12 states. Like I said the other day, everywhere APC is leading, we don't see any trouble there, or their strong zone. Everywhere the PDP is winning, we did not see any trouble there. It was where Labour is doing well. That's where we see all these problems going on and the likes. So it's clear that even though Obi did well and every other thing, but I still want to beg. I don't still believe that we still want to use violence. I keep saying it. This election is kind of funny. Remember, Nigeria is one kind of funny state. We have the North and the South, like they fondly said. Then another minute, they said it's 6 geopolitical zone. Now, the 6 geopolitical zones, there are 3 strong ethnic groups, the Yoruba, Hausa, and the Igbos. Now, whenever an Igbo man is contesting, it affects the Yoruba man. Whenever a Yoruba man is contesting, it affects an Igbo man. It's going to be a problem. So by the time some of us want to think that we want to protest, protest. When we protest, we may not achieve what we want. And it will also deepen the hatred because we feel like some people betray us, some people did not join for the campaign.
Paul,
I've not even seen anything that to some extent.
Let me explain something to
Mama,
you.
no, Mama,
wait,
I'll finish.
Let me explain something to you. Nnamdi Kanu was exonerated, but he was locked up. His brother contested the election and he's being robbed. What are you people talking here? What are you guys talking?
Mama, I said, Mama, I said something. Mama, I said something the other day. Mama, Mama, okay, it's my turn. Okay, Mama, it's my turn. Mama, it's my turn.
Violence in the East.
Mama.
When my brother was released and you people locked him up,
Mama, it's my turn. Mama, it's my turn. Remember that you and I, we are from the same place. So I'm not speaking as a Yoruba man, not speaking as an Igbo man, or speaking as an Hausa person. I'm a pure Urobo boy like you. Mama, let me land now. Mama, let me land.
He was stealing his mandate.
Mama, let me land. When you talk all these things that you talk and everything, Mama, I understand. I feel your emotions. Like I said the other day, I know some people. Mama, it is not emotion, then if it is not emotion, then it becomes violent. If it is not emotion, then it becomes violent. And if it is injustice, you don't fight injustice with injustice. Our common way, the only law that our Nigerian police knows back in the day, they say two fighting. Then the law just catch both of you. Why don't let one person hit one person? You understand? Then it becomes you abuse, you violate the other person. So Mama, like as the Mama, hold on, Mama.
Oh, please,
Mama, hold on.
Please, just
so
hold for 30 seconds. Maybe there's something she needs to. Now that you're quiet, Mama Icho, please let Paul finish. Once he finishes, you get the chance to take him on some of his submissions. Just let him, round up in the next 2 minutes. Then, if you have anything to say, as rebuttal, we'll give you the time to do so. But if you are talking over each other, like I said earlier, when people watch this in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they'll just switch it off and it affects Dr. Damages. So please, Paul, in 2 minutes, drop your submission, and Mama, you would have all the time to give a rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you. Sure. So sometimes when let me know, go that direction. For example, look at my people from the East. They cry, oh, Fulani. They send ordinary civilian, the cattle rearer, ordinary civilian. They cry, say he's killing our people. They sent soldier go. Under 10 minutes, over 20 people die. Nnamdi Kanu ran away for his life. If not, Nnamdi Kanu that we are saying is jail wouldn't have even been in the picture right now as we are talking. They sent civilian. You understand? Call ordinary Fulani, cattle rearer, nomadic, whichever English they call them. They are killing people anyhow and everything. They send soldier, they kill. Do you still want us to use this same method? You understand? We have to change strategy. I understand it is painful, like they say, the long arm of the law. There is a reason why they call it the long arm of the law. It takes time. It's painful. It's everything. You take it or you leave it. Obi might lose this election, but Obi win a lot. They have senators. They have House of Representatives. They want 12 states. Obi won 12, like as Tinubu won 12 states. Like as
I think he's the winner.
PDP won 12 states.
Even though they declared Tinubu, I think he's still the winner because he only had 8 months. He had a new party, was not a member of the party, could not campaign
with no
like
structure.
The rest of them.
With no
But
Instagram structure and everything. They want 12 states. Now, today, as we are talking, that the next house now, they're going to have people out in House of Rep, in Senate, in State House of Assemblies and everything. Mama, it's a plus. When we go to school, when we started going to school, when I was sending my kids to school, how do you learn? You first of all learn by not knowing it. That's how you learn to start knowing it. When we're going to school, you learn 2-letter word, IT, it, ATF, IF, if. Then we learn 3-letter word. Then we learn 4-letter word. Then you start learning how to use it to make a sentence. It's a process. It's painful. It's everything. So when you talk all these things, like I said, I like my Igbo people because they are good to cry, like the way very many of us will cry in America. I use, for example, like Delta Airline United to make example. Delta Airline is closing Lagos-New York route. What did they say? They run to America. They say, we are losing 100 million every week. We are losing 5,000 staff. I said, Delta Airline will get only 8 staff for Lagos. Now, they lose 5,000 staff. You understand? It is good for the business. They whine. They need attention. You and I that come from the oil rich region, are we not suffering there? In Nigeria, to the tell me any community that have what they call community work, that I will go work for 6 months till the next 4 years before I work again. That 6 months that I will go to work, before you know, 4 women will have kids for me because of I'll make some money. After that, no work. But the same Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba people will work in that same Shell, Chevron, and ExxonMobil for 35 years. Is that not marginalization? You understand? But who is marginalizing us? The system is wrong. It is not the Igbo man. It is not the Hausa man. It is nobody. You understand? The so-called Northern, they are going through pain like we are going through pain. The so-called Southern, they are going through this same pain. So we don't need this unnecessary thing where we will lose people. Mama, the way you address people, you ask people to take it, that is not how the protest will go. That is not how it will go. At the end of the day, again, we'll become a loser. And so many people who hate the system will say, I can never vote. Like as Fast said, just imagine if they can come out in mass instead of them to protest and win Lagos. That is a plus. That is a plus. We don't need this fight, and for that thing. Mama, as I did so, I did find person where go fight me for road. The person go tell whether I go reply. I go fall. Paramedics then go carry me. 2 weeks I no go work. Paycheck go to come for me. You don't need that.
Paul,
please.
In summary, what would your advice be to the obedience?
Like Obi said, Aisha Yusuf
Mama, just
said,
1 second. Mama, 1 second.
Hold on. I like that concept that she said. Please tone down the rhetoric and come up with the best of the best. People should stop this fake news. Because by the time they put all these things, use computer and everything to bring all type of fake results. Obi might want to go take some of these fake results and go to court. Before you know, just because of 1 or 2 that looks fake, they might throw the case out of court. You know the Supreme Court. Now technicality, they take the past judgment. You understand? So please, because now we are seeing all type of results. Oh, they didn't count well, all type of things. Please slow down. Obi said it, Aisha Yusuf said it. Just slow down. At the end of the day, let's go to court. That is all we have for now. It is painful, but that is all we have for now.
Yeah, thank you very much for your submission, Paul.
You're welcome.
Are you good to go?
You see.
Good evening, everybody. Mama
Rachel, we'll come to you. Shebi, you spoke just before Paul. We'll come to you. Don't worry. Now we did here before Dr. Damages. He can't add anybody, he can't remove anybody. So we are stuck here for the next 1 hour. Just 6 or 7. We'll go on.
Mama H. I feel your pain. I'm hurting more than anybody, to be honest with you. This is not what we all expected to see, but unfortunately, it is what it is. Yesterday, somebody came on this show and said that Nigeria is working for him, and he's a youth. And I'm looking at him, I don't mean to shade him, but I'm looking at him sweating like a Christmas goose, and I'm like, you don't even have electricity, and Nigeria is working for you. But I don't want to go there. Like the question everybody is asking, where do we go from here? I didn't believe what I said to myself yesterday, and I keep saying it again, is either we go back to regional government, which I don't think we're going to get with Tinubu. Everybody go their separate way. And when I say it at home, we have a lot of disagreement, but I can see where everybody's coming from. Paul just said something now that I agree with him 101%. Yesterday I said that the youth will not come out to vote again because of this, because they're going to feel demoralized. However, Paul said if people can come out again and vote in Lagos and vote, I mean, there is how you will vote. There is no way they can rig it. I think it's going to help a lot, help Obi, and also help in the House of Rep and help on the House of Senate. We have to accept this election, whether we like it or not, unless there is any magic that is going to happen when they go to Supreme Court. At least we know who owns the Supreme Court. Tinubu owns the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of Federation. He put him there. So, but we never know. A lot of things, they might be cooking up a lot of things. So let us wait. even if they swear Tinubu in, let's just calm down because there is nothing at this point we're gonna do that is gonna help us. I don't want us to start fighting and start protesting because we know how the protest goes in Nigeria. Somebody's gonna hijack it before you know what is happening. There's some people they start burning businesses and start stealing from people. I'm not happy again being in the country where I am. Like I always say, in as much as I am comfortable, in as much as I have good job. However, I want to go home. When you come back, touch your leg in Murtala Mohammed Airport, there is this joy you have because you're in your country. I want to go home. I want to retire in Nigeria. I have family back home. I told you guys how I went home in December to see my auntie. I haven't seen in 8 years. Instead of the excitement being there, what she asked me, why did you come back? Go back. That was what she told me. Can't you see how the country is? Why did you come back? She was raking and raking until my uncle said, sister, calm down, calm down. At least give her a hug. She was so reluctant to give me a hug because she feels that, it's not safe. I understand that. Everybody's panicking. I mean, a lot of people don't want to go home because of the insecurity. Let's give Tinubu a chance. There is nothing we can do at this point. Mommy Hesho, I know you're going to disagree with me. I know, Mommy, it's okay, but that's what we have at this point. What are we going to do? Are you going to fight the system? When Ovia was talking about this is a game of numbers, I now understand. Even in American politics, there are some states you have to win in order for them to declare you president. Without the Northerners, I see now that nobody can become a president. It's a game of numbers. And we know that this election was massively rigged. But what are you going to do about it? So let's move on. Let's wait and see. Let's Mommy, hold on. Mommy, hold on. Mommy, hold on. Let's wait for Peter. He hasn't considered yet. Atiku hasn't considered. None of them have. The big people, they haven't considered. So listen, let's give them opportunity. Let's see where this thing will go. He's not yet president. He is president-elect, even though he has been given the certificate. But we are still hopeful. So let's move on and wait and see. Even if nothing happens, we will still be where we are. Mommy, calm down. Mommy, forget about it. God did not forgive anything.
Wait, do you know we used to ask, how did we get here?
Mommy, I do. Mommy, I know. Mommy.
This year you'll be talking for how many minutes? The way you be listening, the truth is this.
Sure, you're muted.
How did we get here? Yes. This way you people are doing. This is how we got here. How did the court system become what it is? This way you people are doing. This is how it become. When the first person committed offense, please, now your brother, you're this, that is how the Supreme Court, the judicial system become what it is today. This rigging, we knew from beginning. We encourage it and let not do anything. Let us not. That is how we got here. And this dangerous one, you people are saying what? You are saying what?
Mama Icho. So let me just get something.
Madam Icho, who did you think INEC could announce as the winner?
See, hello. It's not the announcement, though.
No. You say they rigged it now. Who did you give me one name that was supposed to win?
Wait, it is not the announcement. We know vividly it is rigged.
No, what?
And we are telling ourselves that you know what? Let us just forget it.
Well, there's nothing to do if you're not. If
Exactly, please wait.
If it's rigged,
just wait. Blackly, just 2 seconds.
Listen.
Yes,
go on. You know it is rigged. And you are saying, you know what? It is rigged. Let us just leave it. In 2027.
Mommy, what are you going to do?
Mama,
you want to carry gun?
Yeah,
guys, please 1 second. No. Don't incense Mama Icho. So Mama Icho, my question, and I'm not trying to
many ways.
Exactly.
Like
so
what?
That is what I'm trying to get out of you. So
okay.
Now the
I
election has
am
been
not
rigged.
asking my children carry gun to fight for justice No.
What's your advice to the children?
Good.
Like
Can I say
once and for all, so that we can put it on
advice
record.
for the
What's the
children
advice?
is this. Obi, if you accept, because I know that they go lobby you, I know that one for sure.
So this is a separate message to Obi before the children.
Yes, the
Yes,
Obi
go
on
on.
that won't give her.
Okay.
Obi, if they lobby you, say man, you not go court, you can't accept.
No Kosamo. I know.
I go curse you, and I go naked for the middle of the night. Curse you, curse your children, curse your grandchildren.
Okay.
Because
So that's Obi.
wait, because if you not come into the show, therefore follow show whatever and for fight for them. But you tell me. So in no account under the sun, Obi, must you listen to those thieves? Say make you concede. If you try am, make you buy your casket and dig your grave. Because heaven will strike you. And to my children, Obi say make una wait, no wait. Do peaceful, peaceful protest. Organize yourself. Plan very well. Do
Mama, I hope you remember saying that talk, now they say rig will be election. And those talk, they are still there. I hope you remember.
Oh,
you
just
forget
wait.
that some of
I
my
want
children
that to
get
land
gone.
because I'm going to ask some
You forget
questions.
that they get gone. Do you forget that some of my children get gone? You forget? You forget that they get gone? So make you not bring that level. Do your peaceful protest.
Mama, that's not
Then
the
don't
narrative.
leave. All the
Can I
evidence.
ask you something, Mama Hichi?
Well, 1 second. So, Mama Icho, try, give the advice to the children quickly so we can
all
move
the evidence. I not me fake news, I not me dotted one. Especially the graphic one. The one they use to kill, shoot my youth coppers. All of them. And everywhere when I catch people, some don't them my hand. Make una gather all of them for me. And that Moko charitable organization will go to Washington.
Okay.
We will present our case.
Okay. So, Mama Icho, so my question to you is, and I'm just trying to play out the different possibilities. So these children go onto the street and protest peacefully, like they did during NSAS, singing the national anthem, waving their flags, peaceful, no riots, no nothing. But you saw what happened. It was infiltrated by thugs.
Nigeria government.
Wait.
Tell them say they're not a big pikin. Now they tell the pikin make it not cry.
I'm not saying they shouldn't protest.
Should Nigeria government send military men to kill my children?
But what if they do, what happens? NSAS.
Go carry gun. Nigeria that make una carry una gun ready.
You can't say that on Dr. Damage's channel because if I get in trouble.
That's incitement. That's incitement.
So
if he was here, he will ask you to withdraw it. So
on behalf of Dr. Damages, I'm just making it clear that that's not something he condones on his channel.
They don't. If you leave me to those questions,
speak, please?
Okay.
Don't leave me go there.
Okay.
Please let somebody.
So
you ask me, make I lie to you? I know they lie.
That's fine. So
they don't leave me there with those questions.
Okay, that's fine. Apologies for
make I ask all of
them
when they here. I want ask una make una answer me this question.
The last point, yes.
Good. All of now when they.
Okay.
You labored over something that dear to you, over something that will make a meaning to your life and the life of your children. You burn the light. You spend all the resources.
And it was taken from us.
And it's taken from you. What will you do? Don't answer me.
Yes, would I want to try and answer you, and I'll leave the other guys to. I will leave the other guys to answer you as well. So what I would do, I would strategize. See that. God bless you. I've heard you speak Yoruba many times, and I'm a Yoruba man. Yorubas will say,
"Sorry,
wait, any suru." Yoruba will say, Wait now. This is what
If you people won't do
Dr.
anything
Davichi
in
said.
Nigeria,
Let
I
me
will do
speak.
something from the Western
It
world.
can't be a monologue. Someone else has to talk as well. So you see, we waited patiently for you. You resolve to say, "Any towo batite kwida kumbiri kuto pa babai." I don't know how to say it in English. If your hand never reach cutlass or like a weapon, you don't start going around
All these
the
useless
neighborhood asking
idiots,
who killed your
when
father.
they did their destiny,
And,
they type
and at the same time, Yoruba say, kì í tán lára ọmọọba kó má kù dànsákì. Mama,
So
all those
I'm not.
you
are the
understand?
one they
Mama,
do.
see, inciting
Now
the kids to
lead
go into the
Nigeria to
streets.
where we did so. Una
Okay,
can't say when we continue this way,
I think we
we
have
will
to.
not come
So we
out
have to
of
move
this
on.
mess.
Okay.
Now
Yeah,
let Lagos,
apologies.
now Tinubu
We have to move on
control.
from. Unfortunately, I can't
Now
remove
do all this
anyone. I
one.
can't
Now
mute
when he
anyone.
control the
So I don't have the power to
36
do
state
so.
of Nigeria, now
Let's go to Man of
things go
Prestige.
better for now. Oh my
We'll come back to you. Let's go. Man of Prestige, you have the floor.
So can you mute everybody?
I
Unless the
can't.
person speaks.
Unfortunately, I don't have access to the background yet. Man of Prestige. So just to change the topic slightly, there's conversation. I'm not sure if you've heard about between PDP and not conversation, but the PDP gubernatorial candidate in Lagos is saying that it won't rule out forming an alliance with LP if that's what it takes to get rid of APC in Lagos. What do you say to that?
Wow, that's a good one.
Okay.
He said it won't
thank you
rule out
very
the
much.
conversation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Is that a developing story?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. So they are trying to oust the APC governor, something like that. That's the main motive. But
Yes,
anyway,
get
before
rid
I
of.
proceed to my own commentary, Mama Echo.
Oh no!
Please.
Can I beg that we don't?
Yeah,
can
I'm
I
just trying
beg
to
that
let
we
her know
don't
we should not come here and
particularly address Mama
stimulate.
Ito, because it would lead to more rebuttals.
Yeah, okay. I just want to let her know we should not come here and stimulate any kind of violent protest or whatever. Okay, that's all I have to say. But anyway, going back to what you said earlier, it's all politics if that's what they want to do. But I'm afraid there might be a lot of other apathy in Lagos because of what transpired. Is everybody's going to come out and vote like they did before? I don't know. Sometimes I tend to be very pessimistic about the about the outcome of the situation because of what transpired. If that's the case, that's not even my issue. They can put anybody they want in governorship or the person there can be the governor. That's not the issue. I think the issue I have with Nigerian space is the process. Like I always say, whomever win, Tinubu is the president. Let's just admit, okay, he's the president right now, so we need to respect that. Whether we like him or not, he wasn't my candidate, he was my candidate, but it is what it is. We have to take the outcome. It's the process, it's the structure that was set up in Nigeria that we produce whatever the people in Nigeria want, like the so-called structure. The governors have structures or whatever they put on. We have a structure elected somebody in a developed country. In California here, let's assume let's use some of the red states. An example, there's a lot of California. There's a lot of US here. Let's use a red state. Let's use a state that is very contested. That's not a red or blue state. Yeah.
Right now, Arizona.
Okay, Arizona is a typical example. Georgia is a typical example. A governor there, we never win a presidential election for you. That is what is happening in Nigeria. We are, basing on structure. You have to have a structure to, what I call a structure is a criminal structure to begin with. It's not even a legitimate structure. I don't know what they mean by structure. So that's what is happening in Nigeria. It has never changed.
But Man of Prestige, didn't we know this before the election?
Huh?
Didn't we know this before the elections?
You're talking about obedience?
No, about the process being rigged. I personally brought it up to you several times before the election.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the process we have in Nigeria, I'm talking about going from INEC, they're supposed to upload this and automatically was supposed to be uploaded automatically.
But we predicted these inconsistencies. All you kept telling me is it has changed. There's technology. Everything is new. Nigeria is now Europe in terms of elections. I said, the way people are talking about this process,
let me say
it's
something.
like
Let me say something.
One at a time.
I was hoping. This is the first time I followed Nigeria election. As long as I've been in the US, even when I was in Nigeria, I never followed Nigeria election. But this is the first time I was hoping.
Me, I've been following it since '99, and I told you
yes, you
that
said
this
it,
is how
that
it
does
works.
not take away what I hope. It doesn't take away my hope. That was what I anticipated that may happen. I was thinking it's going to be a new paradigm shift in Nigeria about how to organize, not even about who wins. That's not my main focus. I was hoping it's going to be a new paradigm shift about how things are conducted. We were sold on this beaver, thinking that it's going to change system or not totally change, that it's going to help. But it seemed nothing
That was a game changer.
We're talking about, do you know how much that was budgeted to beaver? I mean, they gave that man all kind of money. So sometimes, I just kind of
over 300 billion.
Exactly.
All right.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Imagine that. You're not able to train. You're coming up with all different kind of schools. The situation in Nigeria is an impunity. When does the governor go to, go to an electoral office and command and tell them what to happen? By that time, the governor is supposed to be an ordinary citizen who's supposed to come out there and vote, like what Wike did in River State. Imagine that. And we're just going backward. Let's admit it. We have like about 23 million people that voted, isn't it? The most is 23 million. Last year, the other election was about 26 million. So we're not heading anywhere. We have about 84 million people that collected their PVC. And you telling me that they didn't come out and vote? Yeah, maybe half of that came out and vote. I'm not going to say about 84 million, came out and vote. But at least half of that came out and vote. But a lot of them was truncated, suppression and everything. So we don't know how it could have gone.
So what's the way forward, man of prestige?
What's the way forward?
I like to discuss solutions. What's the way forward?
I don't want to advocate any good way forward for Nigeria. I'm sorry, my brothers.
If you had all the powers in the world, what would you do?
Man of prestige, I disagree that we'll move back.
Thank you.
One second, Black Lake. So, man of prestige, if you had all the powers, absolute power, what would you do to chart a way forward? Absolute power.
That's a good question. If you want me to ask about a way forward,
I can come back to you on that while you think about it. So, Black League. So, with regards to two things. With regards to the development, the potential alliance between PDP and LP in Lagos for the gubernatorial. What's your take on that? What would you advise? That's one thing. And second thing, would you admit that the people, and I fall into that category, there were some people who totally give up on Nigeria. Honestly, the way I talk about Nigerian politics and the way I come on this show, my wife looks at me and thinks, sorry, who is this guy again? Where did you come from? Because I packed it up a long time ago. Been in the UK for 20 years. She's never seen me discuss Nigerian politics. But because of the Beavers promise, some of us were sucked into it. You can call me naive, but Beavers was one of the reasons why a lot of us got involved again and thought, oh, maybe, because I heard you say you told people it wasn't going to change. But for a lot of us, honestly, and I see a lot of people who went back home from the US, Canada, and all these places to go and vote because of the promise of Beavers. And I think that is one thing that makes it so hard to take, because they promise, oh, Beavers will transmit. Now they're trying to, bamboozle us with transmit and transfer, as if it's like two distant words that are not even related in any way. So would you admit that the promise of Beavers is why some of us got sucked in?
Yes, the promise of Beavers, number one. Number two, as man of prestige rightfully said, a lot of people who were never interested in Nigerian elections, they came on board this time. So it's like almost first-time voters in Nigeria. So there's very, very little institutional memory of how this process actually works and how people lose and how people win elections in Nigeria. So I knew that the Beavers is nothing sent by any messiah. I know Mahmoud Yakubu, yes, he's a professor, studied in Cambridge, studied in Harvard. He's at best a man. And he's susceptible to human factor and flaws. He himself said it, that results would be transmitted to be uploaded, a picture would be taken and uploaded to the server from the polling units. He said that even as recent as November last year, when journalists were really pressing him on the issue. He said, how can we disenfranchise Nigerians? This is the process for them. We will transmit it right from the polling units. But what happened? So I'm used to these inconsistencies in Nigeria. That's why I ask all now politics. I always tell them, I said, this noise you're making, you have to first of all see, okay, if these things, these inconsistencies happen again, as I've predicted, it will keep happening. What will be our response as a political party? And also to your point where you're talking about all the other political parties coming together, something like that in Lagos, LP, PDP.
No. So it's a recent development that PDP gubernatorial candidate in Lagos is saying he doesn't totally rule out forming an alliance with Labour to oust APC in Lagos.
My sister was talking about crying over spilt milk earlier. Is what time of the day are you doing that? When I was, well, I should stop people say I was doing it. People were calling for these people to come together. Let these parties come together, right? In Nigeria, we have to have institutional memory. Look at what's been happening. PDP was supposed to be on power for 60 years, 60. But they left in 16 years, right? They were boasting all over the country since 99. Power. That's why that's even their motto. Power. That's all they cared about. But how did they lose the power that they were so famous for, and they were bragging and doing and undoing in the whole country? They lost because the parties that they were used to defeating every time and clinching power, they got tired of losing. They said, we have to come together. Whatever is going to take us, whatever our differences are. That's why a man with the ideology of Buhari can partner with a man with the ideology of Tinubu, a man with the ideology of Okorocha and Imo, you know, things like that. That's why all those people said, you know what, we'll put our egos aside. We're tired of losing to this PDP giant. Every election, we say they'll rig, and there's no uproar, nothing. We go to court, court takes us all the way to Supreme Court. No results. Even when we try to rig against them, we cannot outrig them. So what do we do? What's the way forward? Can we now come together? So however way they bring the battle to us, we'll be ready. If it's by one man, one vote, we'll do it. If it's by propaganda, we'll match them. If it's by rigging, we'll also match them. You need to have the strength to face these people on every terrain they bring it. Because it's Nigerian elections. Go check the constitution. There's nothing you can do to INEC if they decide to disobey the constitution or their own guidelines that they set for themselves. The constitution says there's absolutely nothing you can do, and the process will continue till the end. If INEC itself does not reverse itself, there's nothing you can do. Constitution only gives you one thing that you can do, is go to court. It's these same politicians that put this in the constitution.
That's the problem.
That simply means we will win elections by any means necessary. The end will justify the means.
Yep.
I can go all out. If you're unsatisfied, please go to court, but I will be president-elect in the meantime. They will swear me in the meantime. Let's go discuss. Let my lawyers and your lawyers go argue it out in court. That's Nigerian elections. That's what I've been trying to get everybody to see, but everybody thinks Mahmoud Yakubu is the new Jesus Christ. That because he said Beavers has no flaws, that's how it's going to be. I said, that's not how you play politics. You have to have institutional memory. Go back to why did PDP lose? They were supposed to be there for 60 years. Every other person that was opposing PDP had strength in his own right. Buhari had his own strength in his own right in the north. Tinubu controlled the southwest in his own right. Okorocha controlled Imo State and a part of Abga in his own right. You know?
So you reckon it's too late for the alliance, or it wouldn't work?
Well, why didn't they align before the elections? Everybody was into their own selfish gain, selfish whatever. Now that especially for the PDP, Now that Peter Obi is the new Messiah, the country is flying their flag. Wasn't Peter Obi a part of their party? They didn't know that they can keep him. Now that they've seen results are coming out. Winning Lagos, winning Plateau, winning Nasarawa, winning Abuja, places far away from his domain. This is the time they're now saying, oh, let's talk to Peter Obi's party. Should have done that before election started. Should have done that before the same Obi even left your party. That's what I'm talking about, coming together. Because in Nigeria, the end justifies the means. We'll run the elections. We will spill however much blood we need to spill. There's nothing, the Constitution says you cannot stop the process. The only one who can declare a winner is the returning officer for the country. That is the chairman. The chairman is the returning officer. And the whole country is taken as one constituency. People don't understand Constitution. That's why he couldn't stop the announcement. It's not like it's your polling unit. There's one constituency. We'll just announce the results from there. PDP, this, that, the other. But when you're doing it for the presidential, the whole country becomes one constituency. So once you're announcing, even if you've announced 50% of the states, it's still not complete. You have to announce everything. But then when you announce everything, a winner has emerged. So you just have to go to court.
Okay. Yeah.
Go
so
ahead,
going back to sorry, man of praise. So to my question, because I think Black League will make a very good politician. I know you've answered the question, but question remains: what's your take on it? Is it a worthy adventure, or is it just pointless at this point? Is it too late
for the Lagos
gubernatorial LP PDP coalition?
I mean,
is it too late?
To me, it's too late, but they say never, right? LP has shown that they can pull their weight in Lagos State. Now, having a coalition with PDP, so that's Rhodes Viver on the LP side. What's the other guy's name? Jandor. Yeah, Jandor on the PDP side. But then who takes the ticket? All that has to be worked out within their party. Who takes the ticket? Can they alter the name that they've already sent to INEC? Maybe withdraw the deputy. Like, it's complex at this stage.
I mean, I don't know. It would have
I
to
don't know if you. I don't know. INEC does not have that provision. That's why NMPP in Kano State, they still had the name of Shekarau, who was contesting as a senator, although he left the party, but his name is still there. So I don't think at this stage you just have to, or maybe PDP can say we're conceding the elections to Labour Party in Lagos State.
You promise us this, you give us this. They'll probably make things.
You give us a few commissioners, we run an
Man of Prestige, your question quickly, please.
Yeah, let me make something. Let me conclude my statement. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were asking a question.
I am Black League know each other. We've been commenting on different platforms. But anyway,
we're actually neighbors too. You don't know.
yeah, we're actually neighbors. Well, let me make a comment in reference to what he said. I think what they can do in Lagos, I think the problem is to dislodge the ruling party, maybe in Lagos. I mean, they can take their support. They can take their supporters, go and just vote for this presidential candidate. I mean, this governorship candidate. That's all the person we want you to vote. I mean, that can be actualized in that way. But let me make a suggestion about what you asked me earlier. What's the way forward? This is just one point way forward. Maybe that will lead to something in terms of INEC. What they should do, appoint everybody, maybe each state or wherever, each region, one person from each region. Let them have an independent, INEC. Instead of any party that come in, they will reappoint their own INEC. That's not the way to go. They have to have an independence. Maybe pick one person from each state. Anybody from each state. It doesn't have to be the politician. Pick one from each state. Then pick one person as the chairman. But the chairman does not have the uttermost power. For them to arrive at any point, they have to vote within those 36 people they pick from each region. The majority win. It's not a matter of being the chairman. Then you have the monopoly of any kind of opinion of what to have. So they have to have an independence and appoint them politically. I mean, appoint them permanently. That's the way forward. If you want any kind of rational or reasonable election, let's have an independent INEC, not based on party, based on state, and one particular chairman who doesn't have the monopoly. The power has to be 1/3. Anything that was proposed, it has to be 2/3 of the majority. We win any kind of implementation they want to implement. That's the only way forward. Instead of party appointing the INEC, we're still having the same problem because they are loyal to their party. If they can start from there, that would be a new beginning, in my own opinion. So,
all right, thank you, man of prestige. Patrick, what have you got for us?
Well, the guy suggesting for collaboration for the Lagos party, it's based on self-interest. Politics is self-interest because if he sees his chances of winning, I think that's why he's asking for that matchup. Apart from that, but will they win? Let's hope and see. But I think winning Lagos won't affect Tinubu because him be the president is the prime position, and from there he can control anything that he wants. So
it would affect him.
As I say, we are in a deep, we are in trouble. Put it that way. Now concerning I don't want to trigger Madam H. Let her just wait for me. No, I just want to say something.
Is it possible not to address her?
No, I'm not. No. Anyway,
please.
You see, when we talk about prayers, and causes and all sorts, God does not get involved in the election. He doesn't vote. It's we that will leave our houses and go and vote. Nigeria. Let's get this fact. The state of Nigeria is because of the Nigerian citizens. We've allowed the mess to go on.
Not vote.
Mama Icho, you are next. Don't worry. Mama Icho, you are next now. You are next. You are next.
God does not support injustice.
Mama Icho, you are next.
God does not support unfairness.
I agree with you. God doesn't.
When you
let Patrick finish.
You should know that God does not support injustice.
Thank you, Mama Icho.
Can I continue, ma? Thank you very much.
Go on.
The state of the country is as a result of its citizens. When they offer you bribe, and when you see that this bribe leads to crime, the person that is giving this bribe is going there to commit crime, kill a lot of people, and when we take those money, so that's the system. So the politicians there is as a result of all of us. Prayers. When we talk of prayers, if we are talking of prayers, Buhari should not be there by now, because many churches have prayed for him to die, but their prayers didn't work. He's still there, and by May 30th he will leave and retire back to his whatever country home, and life continues. So it's not about prayer. They've prayed and prayed and prayed. He's still there. Prophesied. He's still there. So let me just say, God does not vote people. It's we. The state of that country is a result of these citizens. So I rest my case.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. So Mama Icho, now you can rain the curses on whoever you think deserves it.
You see, sometimes when we talk, I just wonder, does God support injustice? Does he?
Simple answer, no.
So why are we coming here as if we really don't know what is on ground? How many of you, I'm still asking you that question, how many of you will work so hard for something and it will be taken from you, and they go say, make you sit down, not do nothing, and you go be happy? How many of you will agree not to do nothing, to retrieve what you have worked for? If none of you will do that, then stop preaching this rubbish to my face. How many did you come on? Una hear wicked very well, loud and clear, commanding people to do evil to your own people in Rivers State. And so youth copper, some of them may not even survive. And their parents will lose them for doing what? for going to become electoral officer for INEC. Now the offense where they commit with that too. Their mama go bury them now. And on a day you say, Nigeria system, we are what we are today because when it started, don't do anything. Our parents, they saw it, don't do anything. Now, it has become a big monster. In our country, so one will not ask for justice. Then in 2027, it go be a walkover. Not only Lagos and Port Harcourt, now monster, give gun to people, shoot any person, rig the election. Then when they don't take over for 36 states, create plenty monster in 2027, now machine gun, and they go take Weleuna. In Lagos, that they tell them, say, if you don't want to vote this party, no vote. So in 2027, in all the 36 states, they go come tell them, if you don't vote this party, don't vote. Now that one I won't wait for. My children, they could not give me evidence. If they're not let una fight from home, I will fight from here. Because I will not wait. Una not the shame. Shame, you know the catch una. Shame not the catch una as a Nigerian. Are we supposed to be here? As una dey intelligent rich. Now person when he forged certificate from Chicago University, I go produce you see that Chicago University, we go present everything when we get to the White House. Because I won't really know whether I go to Chicago University. I won't know. If I want rest, make una dey preach rest to ourselves. Don't tell those children not to fight for their mandate. The only thing you can tell them, fight peacefully. And tell una Nigeria government, they shouldn't go after them for crying for their mandate. Talk to your government not to go after them like they did in ESAS. Don't preach to them, say, don't cry. When your mama beat you, your mama tell you something, you not cry.
No, she didn't.
So why are you telling my children not to cry? Why are we deceiving ourselves? Why are we deceiving ourselves? Listen, Africa is in a siege of wicked politicians. And they will never, never give it to us. Are you not even ashamed? Look at where the world is with all your intelligence and smartness. Look at where the world is. Where are you people? And you people want to continue to be there? To remain where they put us? Is that where you people want to be? We are still fighting the monster of Nigeria. We are still fighting the monster of Africa. We've not faced the challenge of the 23rd century that is before us in the global war. Not the Chinese people don't go do police station for us, for inside our territory. Not the Chinese. Una fit get police station for China. Una fit. Make una dey they preach Simon. No problem. Shebuna won't go second, third slavery market. They go bow now neatly. Now go be slave forever. Black people, you want to be slave forever. You will be slave forever. That is what you people want to be.
No, Mama.
You want to remain a slave forever. The rest African country are looking up to you, Nigeria. You people are so smart and intelligent, but no. You want some idiot that are quarter to go to the grave to dictate your future. You and I come to this place. They treat us like rag. they go to your country, you treat them as king. You give them cook. You give them drivers. You give them luxury men and women. You give them security. But yet your people don't have security. You and I come here. We have to labor for anything. And all we put it in paying bills. Is that what God created us to come and become on earth? I'm asking. And who put us in it? All these leaders. All these leaders.
Okay.
So you people should go and think beyond. This is not Obi. You people should remove Obi, come out from this equation. This is about your brothers, your younger ones, your children that doesn't have a destiny, that they have turned to become Boko Haram, that they have turned to become kidnappers, that they have turned to become Yahoo boys and girls, that they have turned to become Olosho. Do you know what is happening in the Olosho world?
No, I clearly don't.
Good. Do you know what is happening in the hookup world?
No, never.
Look at the Facebook, you will see their confession.
I don't use Facebook because it's too toxic.
You will see their confession. The other day I was listening to one. She said, I went with my friend. And my friend didn't return back with me. She was killed. She didn't return back with me. And the next day, I saw her corpse in the school compound. I couldn't tell people that I knew what happened to her. And ever since then, I am guilty. And I know the mother is looking for her, but I was there. I was the one that convinced her to go with me so that we can make some money. And you people are here telling them to keep quiet.
Mama Icho.
Have you seen the one? Did you see our youth? 19, 17, doing what? Using their mother to do ritual. Using their mother to do ritual. Is that what we want to continue to experience?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Have you
Mama
seen?
Icho.
Have you seen a little girl less than 15? Two of them. With a baby in back bag from Owerri to Imo State. What are they going to do to sell the child? They kidnap that little innocent child. Put that child in a back bag. And they were going to go and sell the child. They were less than 15 girls. You people don't understand. Because of the nature of my work, I've seen so much. So when I come here to talk, that is why this cannot happen. Please.
Mama Icho, I mean, those are very touching stories, and you know, we all feel bad about it, and we would work in different ways. We're all looking for the same thing. We won't work the same way. Some people would follow the route you follow.
Let's stop this stealing.
Yes, we will.
Let us say, let's fight for it. If at the end of the day, we didn't get it back, we will pat our shoulder, we'll say we fought.
I agree.
Then we will also know we have to strategize, but not doing something at all will create 36 monsters of Wike, of Jagaba, and MC Oluomo for us in the 36 states, and we won't be able to stand it.
Okay.
And the Biafra agitator will come like a rupture, and it will consume us. But if we fight,
Mama,
and they know we are fighting,
Mama, I read this book by Willie Jolly.
Oh, this won't
Sorry.
work.
I read this book by Willie Jolly. The title of the book is a setup. God, I kind of forget my line that said a setback is a setup for a
Nigeria,
comeback.
how did we get here?
So Mama, this might be our setback, but equally, it will still be our setup for a better comeback.
How did we get here?
So,
How
Mama,
did we get here? When it
Mama
is
Icho,
not me,
I think
I will say
Mama,
your
hold on.
husband.
I think you should
Or when
take a
it
minute.
is
Maybe,
me, I will say
Mama
fine.
Icho,
How did
Mama
we
Icho,
get
I think you
here?
should take a minute. I think you should
Mama,
take a
drink
minute
some
just to calm
water.
down. Turn
Take
your
some
turn
water.
your camera off.
Here,
Take a minute, okay? Mama Icho, turn your camera off. Take a minute. Catch up. You know,
Get here.
turn your camera off. Take a minute, and you come back.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
just for everybody, just the fact that Mama Icho is gone, she can still hear you. So please, whatever you say, let's not trigger her. You know, I'm not saying walk on eggshells, but let's not say anything that would just make her jump out and come back.
Yeah, but we also need to work on our family values too.
Yeah, we do.
Things like that border on family values. You won't blame the president for that. Like, I mean, just like stealing, touches on social vices, right? Prostitution is also part of social vices.
I
kind
of understand.
There are millions of women going through hardship, but they didn't take themselves
Black
there.
League, please.
No, I'm just talking.
I hear you.
No,
I
Black League.
I know
Black League.
how
We
this is gonna end.
all understand. It is life. It is life. Things are bound to happen.
Let's
Even
just
though,
it's life. That's how life works.
Black League.
Okay, let's say.
Black League.
Let's say we all decide the country is bad.
Just wait. Jay's been here for a minute, okay? Because I don't have the right to add or remove people and to mute people. So for those who are wondering, what's this guy doing? Just letting things go out of hands. I don't have the right yet, but don't worry. Watch out for me. Next week I'm going to be global, removing people, adding people, muting people. I'm working on my license. Okay. So Dr. Damages,
you're still on temp now.
Yes.
You're still working on the temp agency.
I'm an apprentice. So Dr. Damages, is going to do some stuff. So he's logging in and adding people. If you see people coming, because I saw someone Amaka saying I should send link. If I can't send link, I should do. So Dr. Damages comes in to add people when he can. He's the one adding and removing people. So don't think Sure is just ignoring. I'm keeping an eye on the comment, but I cannot do that. So what I'm trying to say is, Black League, I like where you're going with that, but I just, we need to manage it. So I know Jay's been here for a minute. I don't know, if he's got anything to add to the conversation. I will come back to you, Black League, and you can carry on from where you stopped.
Oh yeah, I think it's the way forward. What we can do next. That's what got me intrigued to actually chime in. Thank you for this opportunity. I agree with mostly what Black League said. But I think when the results were coming in, I was paying attention to how many registered voters each state came with, and how many voters they were being canceled. Some state had like 35,000, 70,000 votes canceled, which that's a lot. So, and the way the election ran, it didn't look like they had any kind of practice. They didn't like prove run. It didn't look like any of that happened before those machines were sent out. It just looked like everybody was learning at the job the same time with, so that, and I think we can run these systems before the main election. We shouldn't just wait till the year of election and then now everybody is now scratching. I think 2 years in, after the election can be a test. We can run a test to check on, because I think the Beaver system is the way to go. I really think is the way to go. I mean, the human factor is going to come into play. Yeah, we shouldn't ignore that aspect of it, but we should train with it. We should have time to spend with it, because it looks like they just got the machines and they didn't have time to actually go and train with it.
Jay, quickly on that, would you expect it to perform better on Saturday next week?
No, this year is too close to tell.
Okay. Yeah, carry on.
This year is too close. I'm just talking about in the next year or two, we should have a test run with everybody being trained, everybody being certified. Like you went through a program to be able to get to that point. Not on the year of the election that you start running. Right. And I think I still think we should have a general consensus of what it means to be a Nigerian. If you ask, what does it mean to be a Nigerian? What aspect of it will you say is being protected? Are the youth being protected? Are the unborn children being protected? Are the elderly people being protected? What aspect of you being a Nigerian will you say that there's no, all I say, like underlying law that's protecting you with whatever reason. And we should have like a common goal. We have a lot of differences, but we should have common goal. Everybody agrees that the security should be put in place. So regardless whether your party wins or not, we should all have like that general idea of, we have the security, we have agriculture, and we have, light. These are basic needs that no Nigerian should be denied. Like, we should have our basic needs not denied at all. We don't have that yet. Every party comes with their own, their own ideas, ideology, and not improving on what already has been going on, and just going with it. So that's what I really think. We should come together, see who has the best idea, and then have a common goal and tie it under, Wazobia. I think that's a huge formula that we can actually put it under and just take it from there. So that's where I kind of.
Thanks a lot, Jay. And a quick question. There's a question for you in the chat because I'm keeping an eye. Someone said, "Are you from Plateau State?" Maybe they know you from somewhere. It's just a question. That's all. Are you from? I don't know how but yeah. Okay, very close. All right. So, Charlo, your question has been answered. Very close. Yeah, I think someone probably fancies you. Just joking. Now let's go to Ify. Ify, are you ready?
Let me ask the panelists. Sure. Let me ask the panelists a question. Would anybody here be surprised if the beaver work better this coming Saturday?
So please don't answer that question just yet. Please don't answer that question.
Okay.
Please.
They may have set it up for the presidential election to achieve their objective.
Answer that question before you make your submission.
Okay.
All right, so Ify, so before you make your submission, please answer that question in like 30 seconds. Do you think beavers will work?
Do I think the beaver? Do I?
Yeah, man of Prestige asked the question just now.
Oh, do you think the beaver?
Repeat the question, man of Prestige.
I heard him very.
Will anybody be surprised? This is just hypothetical. If the beaver work better this Saturday, because I'm thinking maybe they may have done it for the presidential election.
Just for the presidential election
to favor their own candidate, but they just leave it open, make it better. I mean, let it be the way it's supposed to work at the governorship election. Would anybody be surprised that happen?
All right, so
I doubt. So listen. 2 days ago, 3 days ago, I asked a question, do we still believe in one Nigeria, right? Okay. And I said something that we are not ready. We are not yet ready to take back our country. The reason why I say that is that today I saw MC Oluomo's son posted something on social media. We own Lagos, now we own Nigeria. This is the mentality this young generation has. We own Lagos, now we own Nigeria. And this is the same people, the same youth of tomorrow. Tomorrow, he's going to tell you that he's going to become the president. And guess what? It might happen. We don't know. But nothing is far from happening in Nigeria now. Anything can happen. Anybody can be president. Sure, you can be president. It might be your turn next 4 years. Or Paul, it might be your turn. Or even Janaba.
You'd be surprised all the clips people put from these shows and go and say, show said this, show said that.
Yeah, it says it's turn by turn. So it could be anybody. It's all up in the air. You were saying something about, let's wait for the next 4 years and see if the beaver is gonna work. I think Black League, did you say that? Something about maybe the next election the beavers will work. I don't think so, because they know what they're doing. The next 4 years they're gonna be in the election. It's even gonna be worse. Tinubu is gonna be in power, or Shetima, whoever, one of them is gonna be in power, and it's still gonna be the same government. So how do you think that they're gonna let you win an election in the next 4 years? So it's not gonna work. I don't know where we're gonna head or where we're heading to from this election moving forward. To be honest with you, I feel Mama H's frustration. But the point is this: I'm even tired, honestly, because any way you look at it, it's gonna look as if we're not making forward. Janapa, yesterday, I know you left before I say something. Everybody's, all the case, your pocket. All the people Tinubu is gonna surround around himself. I saw what's his name? What's the other lawyer? The one that always makes noise, that talks like a tout.
Oh, Fani Kayode.
No. Kayode. No. Not even Festus. Kayode. This is somebody you're gonna put. Don't be surprised. Somehow, he's gonna get an appointment, and you're gonna put that person approximately, appropriate, whatever, as a minister, as something in a country of 200 and something. And what did he do? Nothing. Look at our airport. He was aviation minister, right? But our airport is the worst airport I've ever seen. We don't even have toilets. You have to ask for toilet tissue when you want to go to the restroom. You could barely breathe when you come to the airport. The heat that will salute you, the smell that will welcome you. International airport. So I don't even know, honestly. We are not making progress at all. It's not that, okay, this person is coming, is going to do something. We are getting worse and worse and worse and worse. If you think, when you think Buhari is right, oh, wait till Tinubu get there. We're going to use, very soon, we will miss Bubu. Very soon, whether you like it or not, there is nothing like that. I promise you, and I bet you, Tinubu is better than this man. Oh, watch, we are all here. We will all come, we'll talk about it. Paul, watch out. You'll be the next president. Since it's your turn.
Thank you, Ify. Just to read some of the comments I've seen, I do this slightly different. I'm not as busy as Dr. Damages. When he's here, there's like 1 billion people he's managing, so I've got more time. So I keep an eye on the comment section. I like what people are saying in the comment section regarding the beavers. The system works. It's the people behind the system that's not using it properly. Beavers is okay, but the people have deliberately decided not to use beavers. So it will never work for as long as they choose for it not to work, which makes a lot of sense. So Shegun, and Osas have, said the same thing. So we go to John Abba. John Abba, leave Mama Icho alone. Whatever you say. Oh, Paul, I think it's because John Abba and Jay came in about the same time. So just want to hear from them. Then you're next, obviously.
All right. Thank you. Thank you once again for having me. Now, the deal is this. If he was saying about the possibility of the next...
Jonaba, check your audio. Your audio is a little bit shaky.
Oh, hold on.
I thought it was me. That's why I was...
No, my Jonaba with this is $3 earbud. I go buy $25.
Paul, calm down. Now, let's make a deal. Right? Now, the problem we have is not because of the system is not working. You remember the Peace Trinity they went to sign, and Sowore was there. And Abd Salam, which was ex-president, he says when Sowore talked, and he said, oh, if you become a president, then some of us...
Huh? NEPA don't take light for Texas. Jonaba, are you there? Oh, you got a call. You got a call.
But I can say something real quick. I think with the beavers, I think it's the way to go. I don't know any other system or what else we can implement. We gotta keep trying and seeing what loopholes that are there and work on it, and just keep improving on those things. Because doing it manually, I don't think is the way. I think it's a faster way to actually manipulate.
I don't think anyone said scrap beavers. I think what people are saying is the people behind beavers, the people you've handed it to. What have you given?
So that's what we should keep.
I mean, you can have a loaded gun. If you don't pull the trigger, it's not going to do anything.
I think in as much as we want to blame the people because we don't have good institutions. So this is the problem. Like we find ourselves in the West. What do you hear? Sure, I know you are an IT person. We all hear something that you call project management. You bring professional, you give them a job task to carry out this task. When they finish with it, you understand and everything. That is one. Then also, INEC itself. I don't think it makes any sense. As we are talking today, some kids just turned 18. They deserve to get their voter's card. They don't need to say there is an opening for you to get your voter's card. You understand? So these are all the problems. So when you don't have all these things on ground, yeah, you might do the project management and bring some other persons to come and help you. You understand? Upgrade your systems, do everything. But the beauty of it is that you already have a system that is working for you. You know, so 3 months ago, First Bank and GT Bank, sorry, I'm deviating a little bit. They came out, they said, we are lacking our IT staffs and it's affecting us before these things came up. You understand? The jackpot thing, guys are running. These days, UK are taking guys that can even work from Nigeria. They can work from home, so they don't even need to stress themselves with visa to run all the way to UK. So if I'm working exchange rate and everything, I'm making millions a month. Why do I want to do that unnecessary or guy in the banking hall? You understand? So these are all the things. So in as much as we want to say the beavers is working, no, there is no system on ground. My brother, they just order maybe 3,000, 300,000 beavers, just order these things and just believe they're going to give people and test them for 1 week training and everything, then believing they can use it. So it's not even about the people. The people did not get the training.
Yes.
The people did not, first of all, they didn't get proper training about it. You understand? That is where we started hearing the word transfer and transmission. You understand? This guy from Canada the other day, Eddie, said something. Why do you want to transfer from your polling units to your local government, to states, to federal? You understand? If I have access to transfer direct. So there is a problem. So in as much as we want to blame the people, they did not put anything on ground. They just order things that over time they're going to sell them again. They're going to go missing, the battery going to go flat, everything just not going to work. Then they'll allocate another money again to other state-of-the-art facilities again. You know, these are all the things. So let's not only say let's not blame the people too much, because if you did not train these people properly with it, I don't think it's still going to work for the people. That I can tell you. So it's a peculiar problem. Then, you talk about the Lagos issue between PDP and Labour. I think to some extent it might work. It may not give you the best because it's too late. But even within PDP, they kind of understand to some extent that, Labour take the shine. You understand? Because Labour take the shine. So if PDP can stand up today, clearly not talk with parable, if the gubernatorial candidate can stand up today and say, vote for Labour, even though if it is 1 million votes, even though if it is 500,000 votes, that we have to go to PDP that have this information and go to Labour, it's an added advantage. You understand? But if two of them struggle with the vote, it's still going to give APC that edge to some extent. And remember, there is no election in Osun State. There will be no election in Ekiti State. So which means the proliferation of talks and everything, they'll probably go recruit from even other places. You know, I said something about the military when people were happy about the military coming to Lagos. Did you see the work of the military? No. And the military that we did see, it comes in two ways, because also other foreign bodies also condemn putting military in the streets and everything. They condemn. And because of they condemn and the military stay back a little bit, it becomes an advantage to this politician to also recruit some of these talks and everything. So I just believe that it's going to be tough. But if the Labour and the PDP people, if they are so dedicated that we're going to fight with tooth and nail to achieve this, to some extent, they might achieve something greater. We never can tell. We also saw what happened in Kogi, Natasha Akpoti. You understand? Even when they say she already won the election, before you know again, overnight again, we started hearing different things. This is Nigeria for you, but it's still good for us to fight the system. Like I said, that's why they use this word, the long arm of the law. It's not easy to change the system when it's so bad and everything. Like Obasanjo will talk, she will always say, you, that in your own time, you write election, you use do or die. So it's very, very painful. Talking about Tinubu's government, if Tinubu will become president in his government, I can tell you, Tinubu government will look like the way so many pastors and Afa and herbalists prophesy, and their prophecy never come to pass. Because we don't know what will meet in Tinubu's government. First of all, remember, the Northern and the office of the vice president, they're going to do everything within their reach to shut him down. That will escalate a lot of problems. Tinubu's government will be a ton of problems because you and I know Tinubu is not having issues in his back, in his leg, anything. He's having issue in his cognitive disorder, his mental state is having issues there. So it's going to be very, very tough. So Tinubu might count on
Let me try and be like Dr. Damages. At this point, I would ask you, so Paul, have you seen his medical file? You know, that's what Dr. Damages will say. That have you seen his? I'm just joking, but that's what Rudolph will say. Have you seen his medical file?
So I like that. So now that you use that word, now use parable to answer it. In as much as it didn't align very well. You know, the age where my mother did now. My mother no go carry me for back now, go find man. You understand? But my wife can easily carry my 2-year-old son, go find man. Why did they give why they lick him my ice cream? They will still give my 2-year-old son ice cream, they lick. You know, gonna say they lick him my ice cream. But my own age, they no go carry me. We've seen it, it's glaring. You don't need TB Joshua to prophesy it to you now. You understand the so many gaps and everything. Some of us who know Tinubu very well. Tinubu is the type that grant interview. If you could remember back in the days, a New Dawn on 10 hosted by Fumi Iyoda. Tinubu comes to New Dawn on 10 every Christmas Day. He donates to charity organization. He comes to interview all the time. You understand? He's a very funny person. That's why this gaffe is coming, because Tinubu knows how to crack joke. You understand? So it's not hard for him to leave that thing. But because of his age now, he's making those gaffes where he's not supposed to use some of those words. You understand? That has been with him. You can imagine that Tinubu could not even grant an interview in TVC, his own media house. If they are running away from Arise, from channels, what about TVC? His own media. You can see the way he's talking, the way the wife, everybody will stand around him. Somebody will talk from somewhere, say this, he will say it. Say that, he will say it. You know, the way you tell your little 2-year-old son, say, greet, say good morning, sir. Then the child will say, good morning, sir. This is what they do with Tinubu now. You understand? It is crystal clear. You understand? So it's not about he's having physical issue about his body. The governor of Texas that is contesting, that will contest for president, is on wheelchair. He won the election on wheelchair in November. And he's contesting for president come next year. He's on wheelchair, but guess what? He has physical, you understand, physically he's disabled. Yes, we agree. But his mental state is still active. But we are talking about this man. It's going to be tough. So we don't even know. You know the way the same Buhari wife cried at my government. We don't know what will happen there. Tinubu government maybe it might work, it might not work. But there's going to be a lot of problems, because the people that will stay in office of the presidency will definitely want to shut the office of the vice president. Remember, the office of the vice president is in Aguda. It's not even in Aso Rock. They're going to want to shut him down, and that will create a lot of problems. So that government is going to be, we don't know what we'll see there. We will focus on like people where they play pool.
So what Paul is saying is that we might have cabal, we might have another cabal. Jostling for power. All right. So the way it would go. No. Man of Prestige, please wait. No. Man of Prestige, please wait. So we'll go to Jonaba. We'll go to Jonaba. We go to Black League.
Thank you, sure.
Igbo Basics. Then Mama
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now I was talking about how the new generation can get the power back. Yes. Power is in negotiation. Power is never given. Power is taken.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Somebody's got some Yoruba in-laws speaking at the background.
Give me 1 second.
Please.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Now
I didn't even know it was you. Yeah, but carry on.
Don't worry, it's your okay.
It's now, my sister.
Yeah, it's your sister, exactly. So this is the deal. And when they have that Trinity meeting, Abu Salam told Sowore that if you become a president, some of us has to leave this country. Then have you heard that before? Do you watch it?
Yes.
Now,
I remember that. Yes, I remember. Yes.
Okay, you remember that. We are talking about how do we break the back of the cabal. It's in negotiation. It's not in the voting booth. If it is in a voting booth, then Peter Obi could have become your president. Whether you like it or not, is the fear. When people even save money, it's out of fear. When people pray sometimes, it's still out of fear. So the cabal that have the power in their hand, they are not, Shore is not negotiating with them well. He's the young guy with them, and they're afraid of him. And he could not get the youth enough. Even if the whole youth of Nigeria go behind Sowore, Sowore himself have a very tough head. He doesn't calm down for them. So I support him. But that is his problem. He couldn't break through. Before the train take over on this election, if this train take over with Papa, with El Rufai inside, El Rufai and Shetima, they are the new generation cabal which we call the Kaduna Mafia in this day. Whether you underestimate them, when the president ruled, he ruled back. And it came through for him, not Buhari. Buhari is not a cabal. So, and the cabal of the West is Tinubu, and Tinubu we work with them better. So if we come here and we think that next 4 years and the youth do not get it together and send a message to who we negotiate with the cabal, you are safe. We're not going to come after you. Let's sign it. Obi did it in one way, but Obi didn't finish it. And before Obi finished it, the train already took over with Papa. Papa is already on the board. So we can't have two captains in the ship. So that is the deal. If we're going to think that it's in the boat and Nigerian, the current democracy we are running, that people will take it out. No, the next thing you're going to do, they will unleash police on the road. They will unleash soldiers on the road. They will calm everything down. So let us be wise about this thing. And for my saying that, no need of anybody sending anybody to the street. Let's just pray. And you guys say don't want to take it. I mean, God don't go to vote. God is not interested in our election. He wants people to be okay, but people should make a choice. I think God respects people's choices. We are not a robot in God's hand, but there is consequences for our choice. The next 4 years we see what Tinubu will do. I believe Tinubu will do better than Papa Buhari. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Black League will go to you. Then after you will go to Igbo Basics. So Black League, please, in 3 minutes, if you can.
As it stands,
we'll come to you, Igbo Basics, just after Black League.
Well, as it stands, whether we agree with it or not, City Boy is our president-elect, and only the courts can overrule that and put in Atiku or Obi. But I think this time around we've improved our electoral process. We've brought in new people. Now new people will start having institutional memory of how things work in Nigeria. And political parties would now start thinking about possible alignments, because as I always say, electoral process is a journey, not a destination. So we still have governorship elections. There have already been upsets in the presidential elections. The governorship should also come with some upsets. I heard a man of prestige asking whether beavers would work better in the next elections, March 11th. I think it will. Well, I think it will work the same, as we all rightfully pointed. There's nothing really wrong with the beavers, because the hitches came from the human factor I always talk about. And to me, that's the most important factor in our elections, right? Where agents are complaining that they didn't even have passwords to upload anything. So they couldn't even get into the server. So it's not really the server's problem, it's the management of the server. So the management can be skewed in a way to deliver victory to a certain party. And that's just how elections run. America is not running a perfect system. Donald Trump still thinks he should be the president as we speak, right? Electoral processes in America are riddled with several hitches. Matter of fact, one time they almost goofed to a point where they nearly elected a comedian, just like Ukraine has elected a comedian, Dick Gregory, a black comedian actually. Before him, Actually, he would have been the only black man to have contested presidential elections in America if Obama had not contested. So this is real. Elections are not just free and fair anywhere. Machines goof, the people goof who run the machines, actually. So we need to start looking at our judiciary. Maybe now is the time that a focus, some sort of focus will be on the Nigerian judiciary, because that's the only arm of government that has the power to change anything. If they don't intervene, City Boy is our president, and you know City Boy doesn't lose elections. See what he did to come to power. Imagine him as a sitting president contesting elections. Not everybody is Jonathan. Not everybody like Jonathan will say, I'll appoint Professor Jegada I've never met to go into INEC. It's not a gentleman's game. As I said, our judiciary needs to be looked at, our constitution needs to be looked at, because as it stands, our constitution guarantees that the end justifies the means, as far as elections are concerned. That means when we contest elections, no matter the irregularities that characterize the elections, we cannot stop INEC. Nobody has the power to stop INEC. That is written in the Constitution. Only the courts can. It's also written that the whole country is taken as one constituency. So once they start announcing the results, they are not stopping for you until they announce everything. So we're bound to always have a skewed system unless we go address the Constitution frontally to say, let it be unambiguous, to say, yes, INEC can be stopped if they do not abide by the Constitution and if they do not abide by their guidelines. No results would be announced. That needs to be in the Constitution. But the problem we're bound to have is, well, who's going to tamper with the Constitution? There's only two bodies that can, the Senate and the House of Representatives. So we need to understand how systems work. We need to understand that to change this, you need to look at the judiciary, you need to look at the Constitution, and you need to look at the National Assembly. Nonetheless, I'm proud that we've at least moved a step forward in our elections. Somebody said, oh, we've taken 100 steps back with these elections. I don't think so. Why? Because we're starting to see other parties challenge the status quo. We never had that before. The closest we went to having that was Showore in 2015. He didn't succeed. He didn't even come close to what Obi's numbers are showing right now. So I think Obi comes with, regardless of all the hitches, regardless of the unfair system, Obi has made a very decisive political statement. And I dare say, if City Boy does not find a way to dialogue with Obi, it's going to be a problem for his government. It's going to be a problem for whatever is going to happen in 4 years' time. Because if Obi continues with this momentum, I see him being able to challenge the sitting government and take them out of power. That's if the judiciary is in place the way it needs to be, and the people come out. Because the people have come out to defeat, states like Lagos, states like Plateau, states like Nasarawa cannot be overemphasized. Nobody gave those states to Obi. So that is the improvement I'm talking about. These improvements can continue. And Obi has changed our electoral map, and I dare say he has changed it forever. We just need to know that elections is not about emotions. Emotions should be, our elections should be devoid of emotions, devoid of sentiments. This is the system we're running. And we should stop looking at America, the UK, and so on. Because in those countries, let's say they had a Senate president. There's no way you can run for two different elections. Senate president ran and lost presidential primaries. How is he now in the senatorial elections? So we have to understand the peculiarities with our country. Supreme Court gives a judgment about the cashless policy of CBN. The president gives a contrary statement. And everything that's just the system we run. So we have to understand it. No two democracies are the same. They might look the same. They might say, oh, they practice democracy, but they are not meant to be the same. The closest country to the America today is the UK. Matter of fact, they're related by blood. But go and check the systems of government they run. They're completely different. So how can brothers and sisters of one house practice two different governments? That's because there are certain peculiarities. The UK can never be America, no matter how similar they are. Not to talk of a country in West Africa called Nigeria, and we want to practice the same system. No. We have to look at our culture, our upbringing. We have to look at our traditional systems also. All these play a role in how we administer.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question for you. Like, okay, I understand all that. So, and we have a lot of people outside Nigeria. Do you think there's a way they can contribute, not just in the electoral parliament? And do you think it's a good idea to actually pursue that kind of thought, or form an association that can actually be? Because I saw an article sometime that aggregated how much money was sent to Nigeria, and it was in the billions of dollars. Like people living outside sending money back home. So we're competing with top industries that are economically feeding Nigeria too, which does a huge number. So do you think is the way we can harness that kind of power that we have outside to be able to help what's going on in the national level in the country? Your own opinion. I'm just wondering.
Yes. If I think you're talking about the diasporans.
If
they were directly involved in the elections, the results will not turn out the way they always do. Why? Because they are more enlightened.
Yeah.
Because more enlightened, not because they are just it's innate in them. No, the opportunities are about, right? You can source for information faster and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So and we've seen countries that are not, some of them not half as rich as Nigeria, conducting diaspora elections within Africa. Those countries exist.
Okay.
Well, wherever they are, once it's time to vote, they actually vote. Zimbabwe is one of those countries. So if Zimbabwe can do that, of course, Nigeria should be able to put in a system. And these diasporans, it's not like they're not, the country is gaining from these diasporas.
Yeah.
If you tally up how much is being sent into Nigeria, it competes with the oil revenue from Nigeria. And that is our source of revenue. So we're almost sharing it 50-50. Also, between the money sent in and the money gotten from oil. Right, so that is a very, and we've seen countries that is the diaspora really took key and important roles in the development of those countries. India is one of them, fast growing and fast becoming a success story all around the world. So yes, if the diasporans first of all have to have groups that would lobby for these things. Groups that would lobby their representatives in the Senate and in the House of Representatives to push a bill for diaspora voting, right? Now, it might start small and then later on increase, but our elections are slowly becoming technologically inclined now.
Yeah.
So there's no reason why we cannot stay here and vote at home. I think that would be a very good improvement in our electoral process. And there's a reason why it hasn't happened yet, because it's going to change the trajectory of everything.
It's deliberate.
Because there will not be any vote buy-in in diaspora. How much would they give you to buy your votes?
Yeah.
And how successful would they be at that?
Something has to be done. Yeah.
Yes. And even if you have vote buy-in, there will be traces. It's not just cash anymore. And of what effect would it even be at the end of the day in the elections? So is actually a good idea. It has been, a process like that has been started. Look up, as a man called Dr. Issa Odidi in Canada. I think there was a group he was a part of that was trying to lobby for diaspora voting, but they didn't go far. But I think ideas like that need to be brought on the forefront. Election is not overnight.
Yes.
They are already planning. We're in 2023. The elections that will take place in 2027, they are already planning it right now.
Definitely.
The candidates are already talking.
Definitely.
They already say, okay, who would get the ticket next time? So it's not a one-day affair. It's a continuous process.
And it's because the questions that was arising, training people that behind the system, that's what is actually wrong with the system, because people that are not really implementing because of lack of training, and they can easily be bought. So that's why I was thinking maybe that will be another route to see how can we put people that can be able to run the system and have sufficient training, and they'll be independent. I think there's no way we cannot deny we have to have technology in our system, in our voting electoral system. There's no way we can just keep
and also, just to add to that, we also have to keep these Western countries accountable.
Yeah.
Because they cannot, I mean, they have vested interest in our elections, of course.
Yes.
A lot of revenue, a lot of resources come from our country. So of course they have vested interest in who takes charge of the country.
Definitely.
They always come with these punitive measures against election riggers and so on and so forth, but they never follow through. Now that there are cases of election rigging, we'll wait and see whether they'll make any statement regarding that. But going from their history and trajectory, they usually just pay lip service and eye service to the whole situation. They are not going to question why INEC would say that we're going to transmit results straight from the polling unit and didn't. There's been reports of several journalists being attacked that even tried to report on things like this. There's been cases of violence. So why do we even invite these observers? What are they doing? If they've observed these irregularities, they've reported it back to their host countries or their unions, be it European Union or whatever bloc they bring. So really, what's the outcome?
It's just to fulfill, I think it's to fulfill all righteousness. It's pointless. The European Union came, they said, the election was flawed. They've gone back, they've left. They're not going to do anything about it. Like you said, Black League, they got vested interest. It doesn't, work in their favor. Thank God, forefather is not here. Will have taken over at this point and just went to town on, European slavery. And yesterday, I was worried for that brother who said, they should come back, and I literally turned off my screen as soon as I said, because I knew what was going to happen next. But we're going to go to Igbo Basics. After Igbo Basics, we go to Mama HO, then we go to This Is Our Niger, then Okija and Okija. So in that order, Igbo Basics, Mama HO, This Is Our Niger, and Okija and Okija. So Igbo Basics, reports reaching you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, I was wondering if you have gotten hold of the speech by His Excellency Peter.
No, I just came back. I left. I went to town. I just came back, so I don't.
Okay, just a couple of things. Toby has spoken. He may have not hit everybody else, but let me get it to. They say the stars come at night, late night on ABC. Yesterday night, I actually took a closer look at Area Father when everybody else was all gone, and I listened to his message directly. Even though the previous day we had encouraged Area Father and a couple of other persons to make a particular move in terms of holding down as long as possible. We were actually hoping that by standing down INEC, that they wouldn't have announced the result when they did. But obviously, as has been explained here, once they kicked off, they had to announce. And finally, like a thief in the middle of the night, they came, 4 a.m., announced the result. So that's where we are now. But some things developed within our late night discussions. And here is my appeal. What came out of that late night discussion was LP has to take Lagos, LP has to take Rivers. Those are financial capitals. And a movement in the background started brewing to actualize that. A Western brother came on the scene and actually said, listen, folks, if you don't get your act together, if you think you're just going to come into Lagos and take Lagos, you have something else to think about. The way that we carry on ourselves here when we address our Western brothers, South brothers, or even Northern brothers, is not the way to go. We have to find a way to form solid alliances so that it's not just a dream, it's actually a reality. It's achievable so that we can do that. So all I'm trying to say in that commentary is that we should really be as civil as if we are in a restaurant or as if we're in a bar talking to, like I'm an Igbo man, talking to a Yoruba man, and we have a civilized conversation, not to make it seem as if I'm saying, oh, okay, come and try me in Lagos. This is my backyard. No, that's not the way to go. We have to be able to dialogue among ourselves, and we also have to be able to be truthful to ourselves. And if we so do, because it's for the good of the entire country. But here is what I have out of Peter Obi's speech. And he goes, he says, fellow Nigerians, at this point, I want to address everyone and all my followers and all humble obedience that your efforts, prayers, and votes are not in vain. It's obvious and clear that the level of manipulation of results this time is well seen with evidence of videos flying all over. I wish to say that this matter is still not over because lies can't stand in this country for long. The truth is coming and is coming with facts. Let all Labour Party voters and supporters be peaceful and be of calm and prayerful spirit. God is preparing something behind the scene. Something is cooking. In this country, Nigeria, Peter Obi will be declared the winner and sworn in as the president of Nigeria. Don't let current drama deceive you or make you feel that God doesn't answer prayers. All are the tricks of the devil. The victory that is coming at last shall be glorious and shall shake the world. This is out of His Excellency, Peter Obi.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sho, for stepping in. If you are still available, I will still need you, but if you are not, well, thank you, Igbo Basics, for that that readout of the statement. Did he read the statement or he just issued a statement?
And this is from his allies, but I'm quite sure that is coming.
So he didn't come out to read the statement?
I haven't seen that read, but this is from the grapevine.
Are you sure? So wait. Did you just read something that hasn't been issued or what?
No, it's out there.
It's out there.
When it comes from certain quarters in Canada, Asiana, it is true.
Oh Lord! All right. I'll figure it out. I'll find out. I'll reach out to people.
I have seen other videos flying around, but including that of Dati with Osolo Kabase. I've seen those, but I haven't had time to sit down and scout around for the videos. But that's the route it's going. Remember, they said there was going to be 3 announcements. Announcement 1, Dati and Osolo Kabase. I saw that. I didn't even look at the video.
Dati made a speech yesterday.
Yes.
And I think the summary is that he's going to court. They are going to court. Then they're just urging us to be calm. I think that's just the summary.
That is pretty much the classic message that is summarized here.
All right. They're going to court. That's just it.
Oh, just in case, because Dr. Damages, I hear we saying if we have all this evidence, why don't we put it out? No. That's not what we're doing here. Why do I say that? The faith-based organizations have the real result. I will not name the specific faith-based organization, but I know that they have the actual results.
How did they get it?
How did they get it? They have their agents now.
Faith-based organization.
Yeah.
Have their agents where? At the polling booths?
All over the place. They have more ability to be able to correlate things. Let me just address the one that I know. Because of a privileged situation, I'm able to know that once we saw the things that was going on as far as the correlation of the results are concerned, and stop the uploading and stuff like that, we knew that the next thing would be to start disrupting or destroying the ones that are on ground. For instance, in River State, as things were happening, the person that I'm in communication with directly, chairman of the River State branch, and their people, it came to a point where we have to say, okay, why don't you snap a picture of that thing that has been completed right there and then send it across? Because we know that the next thing that was about to happen, your phone was going to be taken away from you and smashed, and you find yourself in deep trouble. So we encountered that one-on-one when things are happening, we know. So I've received quite a bunch of the actual results, but we're not going to try because we have to gauge. Then when we have like 85% of materials coming in from Benue, coming in from even Aguashuku, that's why I was very happy to hear from Chime. Coming from different places, we know that we have something brewing. Therefore, at some point, you make a call.
Why don't you have them now? This. If you are blaming INEC for being ineffective or incompetent, why don't you, as a political party with agents at polling booths, why don't you have it?
The press is not the press is not the court. It's public opinion.
You have it.
You don't tip your hand. You don't tip.
No, the first thing, do you have it or not?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So,
but you don't present your evidence before you get to court.
Yeah, I know. But this is the issue. Is you have two issues. One is perception and public opinion. The public is saying that whatever happened is not enough to call for the cancellation of this election. If you put it out in public, nobody's going to say you can't put it in court. You can't show it in court because you showed it in public. We've seen so many of these papers out there on the internet. Some of them will still be used in court. So why are you not putting it out and let the world see? But you don't have to put all of them out. You can pick a state, Ekiti State, and say this is what INEC is putting out. This is what we have. This is the difference.
Yes, Dr. Damages, but in actual case, if you have your star witness, you don't parade your star witness because you know that your opponent will do the best they can to even eliminate your star witness. Okay. So you don't bring out your star case until you get to court.
So next, on the 10 days from now, there will be another election in Nigeria. And once again, if INEC decides not to upload these things as it was going on, we are going to go through this process again. You are going to complain that INEC that what they are publishing is not true. Meanwhile, you have it. Why do you have to wait to go through this? Why don't you put it up as soon as your agent gets a copy? They take a picture, send it to you, you put it up there, and people can tally it themselves and find out that they can easily find out that by their own calculation, and you can do that too, that this is the person that won the governorship of this state. Case closed. If INEC is putting up something different, anybody can check your own site.
The game will be different slightly come Saturday. the 11th of March. It will be slightly different. Why do I say that? Because once bitten, twice shy. This time around, as much as the time is so short, preparations are being made. And I wanted to ask a question. Mr. Scribe was reading to us the other day about civic hives. So I tried to see if I could access that site, the civic hives. Is this civichives.net, civichives.org, civichives what? Because when I tried to go to civichives.com, that domain name is for sale. So I don't know whether it's a fly-by-night operation or whether it is still there. I would like to be educated on that.
Okay, you don't need
what is the actual site?
You don't need, I don't know, but you don't need that. INEC's website is there. So you go straight to the right one. The civic one is not putting up documents. They are just tabulating things. And we passed that level now. Anyway, Mr. Show is can take over too. Let me
Yeah, so Mama H.O., it's good to have you back. You've calmed down a little bit, drank some water. Have you got anything to add to the conversation?
Mama H.O., how are you?
Tinubu, fortify your people, rig the election for the next governorship.
Okay, thank you.
Mama H.O., that was fast. Dr. Damages, before you go, the CNN, MSNBC, since yesterday, I was hoping that I could hear them say something, but we had our, how do you call it, our 5 minutes of fame. Very, very briefly, late night, around 4 a.m., 4 something a.m. before I went to bed. And they're telling us that only 27% of Nigerians of the whole thing voted. That's what they're saying, 27%. And going by the calculations of the result that INEC read out, it seems like it's like maybe about 20-something million people, 27. So I don't know. I haven't calculated it. Out of the 100 and something, 90-something million, that's the number of people that voted. And then CNN was reporting, and that they are very short. I don't know whether it was 30 seconds that they gave us, the whole Nigeria. They were saying that what is lacking in Nigeria, there's no social contract between the government and the citizens. That the citizens of Nigeria, they provide their own water, they provide their own electricity, they provide their own everything, and they provide their own security. That what that all boils down to is some form of apathy where people are just saying, can we just allow us to just exist? That's in a nutshell. So that's a very serious concern, because a country where people are going through what Nigerians are going through, we just have to find a way to say it's not over until it is over.
Okay,
so still in control.
Igbo Basics, hold on.
Yes.
There is no good hospitals, there's neither good roads, nothing worse. The educational system is in shambles, and for once, youth are coming out to vote, and we are being disenfranchised in broad daylight. It is heartbreaking.
Abigail Samuel Spain, shared by other young people who registered to vote in record numbers in this election, hoping to reboot a deeply dysfunctional Nigeria.
I must fight for my daughter, please. I must fight for her. She must have a better life. She must go to better school. I'm tired. I'm tired. We are tired. Me, I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing this crap.
Officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission say they're already tallying the results of the area without the missing polling units.
You know, we use constitution. Anywhere there is violence, there's no way to vote again.
But CNN saw no signs of violence at the polling units, where election workers did not show up as people cast ballots just steps away.
So there will be no other election in these places where the election didn't take place?
There's no other election again. There's no other election. The election we want to do is what we've done.
The disenfranchised voters see this as an attempt to deny their preferred candidates crucial votes by the establishment. In an election without an incumbent president or a former military leader running, it was seen as a fresh start for Nigeria.
We are suffering in this country. We are suffering. It's very bad. I don't even call them leaders. I call them rulers.
Musician Banky W stood on the main opposition PDP's ticket in the Lagos area with the affected voters.
They understand that their votes are their voices and they want their voices to be heard. So when it starts to seem like there's allegedly some sort of intentional suppression of that voice, people get frustrated, people get agitated.
Nigeria's agitated youth could be a powder keg at risk of exploding if enough of them feel that their voices were not heard in the most significant election of their lifetime.
What did voting mean to you?
It's my choice and I did my best. That's what it means to me.
It's clear Nigerians are exhausted and frustrated, and they're taking back their country. I was here covering the 2019 election, and I've never seen this level of participation or commitment, Zain. And that's why you hear these words, suppression, you hear the words of disenfranchisement, and you hear the words of just demanding that the process be fair, be seen to be fair. And I think what you see there is that people will not accept an outcome that they don't think represents their views. That's what's becoming quite clear, Zain.
I mean, the fact that there was that level of palpable frustration in literally every single person you spoke to, Larry, especially Abigail Samuels. I mean, I literally could feel her anger coming through. Larry Waddell, we'll see what happens over the next few days. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And economic transformation, a former Nigerian presidential candidate. He joins me now from Washington. Kingsley, really great to have you and share important discussion. I'm sure you heard there the report from Larry Waddell. Let me get first your reaction to what we heard in the last, 6-7 minutes or so from former President Obasanjo, who says the election process has been corrupted. Your reaction?
Well, thank you for having me. It's disappointing that there have been significant operational failures by INEC, the electoral umpire. I must praise the young people of Nigeria, the youth of Nigeria, who have so much looked forward to this election to be able to express themselves, perhaps for the first time, and feel that they have elected their president in a free and fair election. What we see in Nigeria every 4 years, unfortunately, is that INEC claims to be ready for elections, but at the end of the day, you have very serious glitches that begin to undermine confidence. I am aware that the European Union, the American observers, and various other international observers have expressed some reservation about the transparency of the process, and I think that's very unfortunate. And now we have former President Olusegun Obasanjo chiming in, and that's quite a weighty voice indeed.
Yeah, and it's not just, people, it's not just the glitches, I should say. It's actually electoral officials not showing up, violence too. Obasanjo also said in the last 7 minutes or so, the Electoral Commission should repeat polls in locations where there was violence, where officials failed to show. What do you think, Kingsley?
I think that's a wise suggestion, and INEC might be or would be wise to very seriously consider that in order to shore up confidence in its conduct of the elections. If, as it claims, these things were simply just failures that were operational and nothing more, then they should be able to repeat some of the elections, because if a large swathe or if there are problems in many parts of the country, that could undermine the legitimacy or the confidence that people place in whatever are the ultimate results that are announced.
Obasanjo said that the current President Buhari, Muhammad Buhari, should intervene. Do you think he ought to intervene?
Well, the Independent National Electoral Commission is officially supposed to be independent. Many people, of course, do not believe so. Do not believe that. And in a country where the institutions are weak, not strong, many people do believe that a sitting president certainly can, for purposes of national security, for example, suggest to INEC that they may take this kind of line of action.
I mean, we have so many questions. The most important one, I think, is why did the Electoral Commission get this so wrong? You know, voted blighted not just by delays, but violence, those not showing up. I mean, how much was incompetence? How much was voter suppression here?
It's a large mix of both, to be very, very honest. First of all, elections in Nigeria are run in the usual political way. The elections are a huge logistical operation. Nigeria should take a professional project management and risk management approach to running elections where, in this case, 87 million people collected voters' registration cards, but they never do that. So we see a huge failure of institutions in Nigeria, and it's always at the last minute. There will be huge operational failures, and then you'll just be having excuses. And of course, there was voter suppression. Now, we know that, you know, one of the major surprises in this operation, in this election, was the performance of the third force, which is the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and we saw the upset they recorded in Lagos. You know, but we also know that a lot of voter suppression went down in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State, and reports also we have it in Imo State. So these are very significant shortcomings, and they should not be happening. The security forces came in. A lot of army people were moved into Lagos, but they were not properly positioned to be able to stop or prevent these voter suppression exercises.
Kingsley Mola, really appreciate you taking time to speak to us. Thanks.
All right. I hope that helps to give context to the conversation we're having. And let's go to this our Niger. The next. Oh, you're driving. All right. Okija.
Hello. Good evening, all. I think Dr. Damages. Did you go to soccer today? Did you go
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna start with you. I think you should. You are old enough, to, you've experienced Nigeria. So I think when you come here, stop saying all these things. Like you said, what do you think? Like persisting that nothing will happen, nothing will change. So I think
who are you talking to?
You, Dr. Damages.
Oh, excuse me.
So sit up.
You're in the line of fire.
So when I don't want it to be you are old enough, to be, uncle or whatever, fathers to some of these young people that voted. Stop doing it, positioning that that Nigeria, nothing will happen. No, we can't do this forever.
Did I say nothing will happen? When did I say that?
Yeah, no. Sometimes you have been here. Maybe you don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I don't want you to say inferring that nothing will happen.
Actually, I thought you were talking to Tim, but go ahead. Yeah,
that nothing will happen because.
No, what do you mean nothing will happen? No, wait. What do you mean? Explain to me. I want to understand you.
No, sometimes you presented it that this Nigerian judiciary, they will go to court. The court that rule that they've ruled, nobody obeys them. That they did this before. So that you're implying that it's gonna be the same thing.
Was I not the one that was saying that in Kenya that they overturned an election?
Yeah.
Why would I be saying that?
Bro, we're not talking about Kenya. We're talking about Nigeria now.
No, I've never expressed that opinion. That
maybe I'll start recording you.
Go ahead. Okija. Dr. Damages is supposed to be neutral.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Let him explain to me. Give me an instance again. Another one. Give me another.
I don't know. Okay, I will start. You implied it so many times. The
only thing I'm saying that is I'm not encouraging people to go out there and.
Yeah. That one for sure. That one for sure. But I will start up. Writing it down. If you say it, I will start writing it down. But it's some people already talking about Tinubu's presidency as if it's coming. I don't know, what you expect. these young people, the issue is this, like somebody said President Tinubu. So, some people are, there's one woman, Kate or whatever, she called. She was saying something about Ngozi, that Ngozi shouldn't be talking. I mean, Kate, if you're scared, just stay at your home. Don't talk. Changes, they don't come because people, they sit down. Changes will come. No, people will talk. If you are not in that mood, if God didn't create you, to ask for change, just sit down and eat your fufu. Leave people who want change. Ngozi is experiencing it every day of her life. Let her come here to talk. Just like people of old, like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, people, they've been all over the years. That's how people make changes. You just don't sit down and pray to God. She was saying something like, God, if God was, no. Okay, and I put something on the chat for her. Why didn't you just stay at home, in Nigeria, and wait for God to send a plane to you to transport you to US? You have to put effort. You have to make effort. So, like there is no, okay, some people talk Tinubu presidency. Some people, telling people, oh, stay quiet, don't do anything, Tinubu, changes will come. What do you think will happen? With those who get into power, those changes, like the court didn't rule. I mean, even if Tinubu wins, but I want it to go to the court, let it be challenged. Then court say, okay, maybe do another election, whatever, here, so that people will know that we have making changes. Okay, if it stays like this, Tinubu will go in there. Could you imagine what will happen in 2017? Tinubu, running for another office. Do you think anybody will see Tinubu? And he will even win Lagos, win everywhere. Even the presidential candidate, he will even win his polling unit. That's the Tinubu we see in 2027, without this being challenged. And then again, after Tinubu, you have maybe Shetima. Does Shetima look like you, like somebody who will become like what's his name, Buhari, and say, free and fair election, use beavers? Does he look like that? So we're talking about for another, 3 more elections, we're gonna see the same thing. And these youths now, they're gonna be, start being fathers and probably, grandfathers, and it's gonna be the same thing. Probably, another generation will come with the same thing. If our generation we tried, I was in university when Abacha, Bangida and Abacha, we protested, but you can't tell these people to sit down. This is their country now. I mean, we're not that too old, but it's no longer our country. It's their country now. They have to, redirect the country, make the country work for them. So, I mean, I'm not saying that anybody should encourage them to violence, but we should not, put it in their mind that they should take it and keep quiet. No, we should, whatever you guys need to do, just, do it in ambit of the law. If you want to protest. Because you are demanding for change. What you are demanding is legitimate. You are demanding that your Nigeria will be better for the next election, and that it will be better than this one. Just that the way it is now, it will not be better. It will just go down, and people will keep dying. Do you know what is happening in Nigeria? What is happening in Nigeria? People, they don't get no money, nothing. People are still calling for MFL or whatever. You go to Twitter, you see so many videos about people, trying to pronounce MFL, trying to pronounce his name, to telling him to give them money, to release money. People are suffering in Nigeria, and we're gonna have Tinubu unchallenged. He stole Nigeria, and what do you think will happen? Tinubu's presidency, like he walked in right now. That mentality that he owns Nigeria. What do you think that will change? Nothing.
But okay, thank you.
You can't let this go unchallenged. That's what I'm thinking about.
Let me play this video just to enhance this conversation. I think that was yesterday, and I was joking with somebody, and I told them this may be why the INEC decided to declare the winner the time they did. They didn't want to wait beyond anymore because of what this group said. Let me play.
We have come to deliver a message which we have done very well. But most importantly, what we are seeing here today are just leaders from various youth groups, religious groups, concerned Nigerians, Yellows, and all other people. This is a combination of all people. But as we go in this very spot, should our message not be adhered to, behind us is where the fraudulent collation is taking place. This is the National Fraudulent Collation Center, where we have Professor Mahmoud Yakub and all the other people. Tomorrow, we are calling on the old, the young, the obedient movement across Nigeria to occupy every INEC office. And in this place, we are going to be here by 9 a.m. in the morning. What they haven't seen before, much more than the 1 million march, they are going to see it here tomorrow. Yes! Should they not heed to this call? Yes. We are calling on everybody to be here by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Yes. And the will of the people will be seen in their character. Yes. This is what we are saying. And we're going to continue to be here until this coalition is solved. Yes.
So probably these were the people that basically made the INEC to say, you know what, we have to do this night. And then Tinubu to say, you know what, I have to go out there and make a speech. But I think looking at this, I blame the opposition. I think they didn't do a lot of things very well. The fact that APC will have to come out and sue the opposition party to stop them from compelling INEC from stopping the coalition of the results is amazing. Opposition should have been the one that will run to the courts to try to stop. So I think they are very slow. They are very, I don't understand what's going on.
But actually, the opposition was weighing its options at midnight hour, 2 a.m., on which direction to go. That action you saw there was a message that the opposition had transmitted to the north, east, west, and they were all geared up to be there at INEC offices by 9 a.m. that day.
No, I don't know. I don't know where you got that.
No, I didn't get it from somewhere. I know what I'm talking about in terms of.
Why will Peter Obi be saying everybody should calm down? There's no need to go and protest. And the vice president of the VP candidate for Peter Obi and that of PDP all said no protest. Why would that be? And then this, no, I don't think
protest in this sense, it wasn't go out and knock the place down. It was stand them down. Just be out there, let them see you. It was a silent protest, but you have to come out en masse. Let them see you.
All right. Oh, I thought it's...
Sorry about that.
All right, so let me go to welcome Tim. Tim, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Well, the election will be very, 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 very funny, and for now it's very difficult to.
Yeah, good evening.
Government has succeeded in their plans, and a lot of people have been saying, "Let us protest." Yeah, in our locality and all of those things. In terms of managing protests, managing most of these youth, which are very, very, sometimes they just get angry and do things that you might not expect out of protest. It's very difficult to mobilize people now that the result has been called. And most times I advised them to go to the court, and people cannot interfere in judicial issues. So people are not brought to justice or brought to book by court. It's very sad that Nigeria is still in this path. They are still doing this kind of things that are not good. It's very sad that the government is still working with INEC. It's very sad that up to this moment, INEC is not an independent body, but a government-appointed body, which is very sad that they continuously operate on their status quo, making us feel that they are declaring results, not knowing that during their mind. But there's one thing I always tell my obedient people, I always advise them that we tried our best. We do what we can. Everything is left for God to make decision. And the court, because this issue must be taken to court. It's not an issue that you just put your hand and think it's just forget about it. Don't forget about it. This race that it has been a long way, a long time, long effort, a lot of resources, and there must be a reward for this. But if, like the case, for what we have already, that they have already have an elected president, and we all know who Tinubu is. We all know when it comes to law, Tinubu is the father of law, and he has a lot of cabal who works before the presidential election.
Let me
Tinubu has
ask Tim. Let me ask you. Do you I know you worked during that election. You were moving around, driving people to the polling booths. The one that is coming on the 11th, are you going to do the same thing?
Yes, 11th, I am 100% working with Omagege, which is the voice of Delta State, the interest of my state.
Agege,
Omagege
what party is he?
is in APC.
So, but the last time you worked with the Labour Party.
The last time I worked with Peter Obi.
So you are moving to APC for the second, for the...
I'm moving to Omagege. We are not working by party, we are working by individual. Anybody
Okay.
will feel is comfortable with us. All the parties are the same, they are deceiving us. But we worked with people we believe they have the capacity. The reason we are working for Magege because he has the track record. He's a lawmaker. We have Federal Polytechnic in Orogu. We have how many senators in the state? How many House of Assembly? Ask them how many roads have they done since they are representing the state? What have they done? Look at the speaker. Go and look at Osubi Road. Look at Osubi to Eku. You will ask yourself that this kind of people that are requesting for jobs, what are their legacy? What have they done? Omar Agege brought a lot of transformers to Delta State. Transformers that Delta State are using up to tomorrow. It is brought by Omar Agege. Those transformers was brought by him. He built a lot of school in Delta State. We are working for Omar Agege because we believe in Omar Agege, and we know that if he's governor of Delta State will be better because we have only one party in Delta State. PDP has been ruling for 23 years. They have done nothing. Look at the road from Ugeli to Zoro to Asaba. Look at the road from Koko to Ugara to Sapele. Look at the road from Eku to Abraka. They are not doing anything. They are just wasting our money, taking more loan, and indebting us more. Look at Okowa, who is supposed to be thinking about the loss that he lose, that we deliberately win him, so that we know that PDP is not the owner of Delta State. This time around, we are working with Labour Party and every other opposition party in Delta State to make sure that Omar Agege becomes the next governor. We are tired of PDP. PDP is a corrupt party. PDP is a criminal party. PDP is the problem of Delta State. PDP has secured Delta State in a lot of debt, and they continue to borrow and borrow and borrow and borrow. Every human being in Delta State are debtor, and Okowa continue to put us in more debt. It's very sad that Okowa would, by in any way, imagine that he would. Okowa is the reason. Peter Obi was the one who's supposed to have the People Democratic Party a ticket, but Okowa, Wike, all of them team up and they made this fight very difficult for us, because assuming he was adding PDP structure to the force we add to it, PDP and other people would have put hands together with us and make this work. But because of the capacity of who we are, the government and their crowd are able to underestimate us, and they are able to get away with whatever they tend to do because they have security by themselves and they are able to make good use of the security. But everything has happened the way it is. We believe and we trust on Obioma Agege because we know Obioma Agege is the only person that is capable to take Delta State to the to the next level. PDP as a party is a dead party. We have a candidate who is from Labour Party, but that candidate is not well known. He's not somebody who has represented the state before. He does not have any track record in the state. We don't have any details about him. We are only capable to work with people who already know, from every part of them. We already know they are hold them responsible. Why did we work for Peter Obi? We worked for him because we believe we can hold him responsible when the time comes. Well, now that it doesn't favor us, and the president has turned to the other way around, we have no choice than to grind on the existing protocol. Any other issues depend on the court. There's nothing we can do. Our focus now are on our governorship election, because if we allow PDP to come back to Delta, we are a big problem, because PDP has not a family party. It's not a party for the people. It does not care for us. PDP does not feel for us. They continuously impose their family, their friends into offices. This time around, they fail. APC won 2 Senate seats. It's very shameful that PDP know that they are failing, and they will continue to fail, because henceforth anything that concerns PDP will be totally exited and removed from Delta State. Delta State will no longer accommodate PDP.
All right, thank you so much, Tim. Frank, welcome to the show. I know you are in Ghana, and how did you get the news of the winner of the election?
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I was here before, but then you were going out for a moment, a while.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the chance to be on the program. And my greetings to everyone here.
I was here before.
Thank you all. Again, like I said before, I was here few minutes ago, and I met Madam Gio. And when I listened to her lamentation, the cry of the woman, honestly, I felt so bad. I felt so touched. I felt so disturbed. Yeah, the truth of it is that no one sitting here would want to condone violence or ask for anyone to go for violence. I personally, I wouldn't ask for that. Though I might do things differently if I'm in position to do it right now. But I wouldn't ask anyone to do that, because when you live in a lawless country, you should also be smart enough to know how to deal with issues. We've seen people protested before. We've seen the government shut them down. We've seen people come out for protest without any weapon at all, and we see governments take them with their bullets and guns. So, and nobody said anything, and nothing has happened about it till today. So I don't know why anybody should think that this one will be different. If there's any youth coming out on the street, he should also know that he's signing his own death warrant, because if the government can be brutal just to conduct election in this manner, it simply means anything can go for it. And trust me, these people, they are prepared even before declaration of the result. I was here on this program and I told you something. The results that are going to be given to you has been written long before now. If, Doctor, you can still remember that.
So hold on.
It is improved.
I wanted to ignore that. You brought attention to it again. So you think the result was written where?
If they can prove to the entire world that the result they have given us.
Which result? All right. We'll skip him for now.
Sorry, your network is breaking. I can't hear what you said.
Oh, okay. I said which result was written and where was it written?
Hello.
Frank.
Can you hear me clear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. The result INEC used to declare APC winner of this election has been written before the election.
Where was it written?
The result that is coming from APC has already been jotted down even before the election.
Where was it written?
The issue is that if INEC is saying that what I'm saying here is a lie, they should stand out for it and let's defend it.
INEC didn't say they wrote a result before the election. You said it. I'm saying where was
And
it?
I'm saying it now. So INEC should come and challenge me to come and defend it. Then let's play it out.
Frank, you know
I
that
don't think you are getting my point. I don't think you are getting my point here.
No, Frank, you know that INEC is not going to. INEC doesn't know where you are.
Are you really serious? Then it shows if they are not going to do anything.
Frank, you are making the accusation. You are saying that INEC wrote a result. The result was written before the election. So where was it written? Who wrote it?
Oh, they even have the document themselves.
You are telling us. Tell us the whole story.
Doctor,
INEC is not telling us this. You are telling us this story. Tell us. We want the complete story.
INEC can't tell you this. Definitely, they can't tell you.
You are telling us.
Frank,
I want you to tell us the whole story. Don't tell us the just the talk. Tell us, when did you know about this?
Okay.
And who?
Okay,
wrote
now. Okay, now this is it. Before the election, honestly, I don't want to talk about this. And when I start saying some certain things, people felt
you have to finish. I am Frank. No, wait, hold on.
Now,
Frank.
before the election,
it's very easy, Frank. It's easy. So tell me, I want to understand because I really want to know how these things work. Who told you? Where were you? Were you sleeping, or were you? Somebody called you and told you, I have an big information for you. Listen, take a pen, write it down. How did it happen? How did you get this story?
Yeah, I have people everywhere in the system.
I know.
I worked in 2019 election.
I know.
And I know what we did.
I know.
He saw a governor on the seat.
I know.
I am not telling you the same. I was there.
This particular information you have now.
Now, this particular election, I can tell you that is where I had problems. I can tell you a lot of things playing out now have been discussed even before the moment.
Where was it discussed? Where?
Within the political system, within the contenders themselves, within the 4 major political candidates. They were all away. They have met with INEC, they have had discussion with the people, and they have arranged everything that is happening now.
Yeah, and they wrote down the results. So where was the meeting?
Oh, INEC knows how they prepared that result.
No, where was the meeting?
The chairman knows.
Frank, where was the meeting?
The chairman knows. In Abuja.
In Abuja. And
it happened in Abuja.
Were you there?
I wasn't there.
Who was there? Who told
you?
The
evidences are there. They should prove themselves right.
Who told you, Frank?
I think this is not a law court. This thing should come to law court. Then we can defend it.
All right, Frank.
That is what I can say.
Frank, we have to go. If you come with a story, I like people to tell me the complete story so that we can,
Yeah, Doctor,
hold on, Frank. If you actually give me this story and it's credible, it can be front page news tomorrow in all the newspapers. If you actually have a story.
Okay.
But you don't.
Okay, then
Frank, hold on. Can you acknowledge that?
Doctor, do you know what you have to write to me on my email? Then I can give you all the details.
Let me give you my email. Let me give it to you. Send it to me, Dr.
Damages. Yeah, send it to me on your private site.
No, it's so private. drdamages@gmail.com. Just send me the email. And I want you to send it down so that I can read it and tell the people the big story. All right, let's go to Brown.
Maybe if he had an uncle inside the room where the meeting was being held and his uncle called him, then we can be able to take that seriously.
Brown, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, so happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much.
Yes, so welcome. I got scared right now myself because that's why it's not good to assume stuff. Because the way you were asking that question like the police, like as if you're interrogating.
No, but this is how editors, because anybody can bring a story to you.
Right.
You have to assume that the story is true.
I was scared though. The guy said, I don't want to talk about this.
You have to assume that it's true, but they have to prove it to you, before you can then go and publish it. So like he brought a story that was interesting, but he couldn't give me
morning.
Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Madam H.O., everybody. Okay. Yes. What I was thinking, like I said, it seems like the INEC job like the boss of INEC, Mahmoud or whatever, it seems like that job position is a kind of a job that requires a lot of morals, So I was thinking that what if they start putting men of God, nuns, pastors, reverend fathers, in charge of all these sensitive posts? I was
Wow.
like, you know what I'm saying? I said it could be a little
Like Apostle Suleiman,
something like something like that. Yeah, something like that. So, I said if they put men of God, I'm sure they're gonna want to be
Brad,
like,
it is better we put the devil. The devil is a saint when it comes to Nigeria. The
it's okay.
devil
But
is a saint.
Madam H.O., the thing is that we should also, in this world is a temporary world, we should have a heart of forgiveness, because I believe that's the key to heaven. Because you might be surprised to see Tinubu on your
It is
street in
not
heaven.
out of forgiveness.
You might be surprised to see Tinubu.
You must first of all acknowledge you've erred before you ask for forgiveness.
Let me tell you something. Even Jesus Christ on the cross. No, even Jesus Christ on the cross forgave those that killed him. We should just have a heart of
But
love. That's what.
even the forgiveness, the person he forgave, he asked for it. The person
See if they go heaven, I'm
the
robber.
person he forgave that he told, today you will be with me in paradise. What was his statement?
He just asked, remember me. Tinubu might ask the same thing on his dying bed, that God remember me. And God will remember him. He was surprised, say he go see those people where they criticize now for heaven. You go vex for them again. You go hug them now.
Now the Tinubu teach them, I teach my children how to do yahoo. The decades of our country is as a result of all these leaders that are thieves. So if you see my children doing fraud, if you see Nigerian youth becoming fraudster, they are learning it from these wicked leaders that you people had meeting with.
It's not only Nigeria that is fraud. It's not only Nigeria.
Coming from?
It's not only Nigeria that is fraud. Some Indians call me. I'm in the US here. I'm in the US here. Some Indians call me to fraud me. So what are you talking about? The fraud is everything. It's everywhere. Wickedness is everywhere. It's not like because of the situation. If somebody want to be
number one capital of the number one capital of the world. With all the things, Papa God bless you now rich. The only thing you people have for your citizen is poverty, lack of food, no social amenity. They have to provide water for themselves. They have to provide medication for everything for themselves. And at the end of the day, you people no shame, now still loot their mandate. God go punish all of you now.
No, the way they think, the way God they think.
Shame on Nigerians. Shame.
Hold on. What happened? Brown, I thought you were speaking. What happened?
I was speaking. Ms. H.O. just hijacked my.
Now you carry talk, reach my hand, and any person who carry, he go get them hot. So,
the point, Mr. Dr. Damage, thank you for the time. You know how Ms. H.O. is like a dynamite. Once you light her like this, you don't go. That's what I was thinking. I said maybe these sensitive positions should be given to respectable people of the society.
Where do you find them? Who is respectful? Who in Nigeria can you now?
Like Adeboye, like people like that should be INEC chairman, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
They cannot integrity.
Which Adeboye?
I believe they do. Like Reverend Fathers, not PSD.
The Bible says there are those are sheep and those who are goat. All these GO, they are God Christian.
Dr. Damages, I was talking.
I will take care of it. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. All right, go ahead.
So that's why I was saying. I think
that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Because in England, the people who install Queen are, whatever, religious fathers.
Instead of going for the pastors and why don't you go straight to babalawos? That's everybody will behave. You know what I mean?
That's what we used to do in the olden days before the Igbo people came. The babalawo will swear.
It's the fault of the Igbo people.
Let's go to Baba I go to the spiritually because I waited that they fear be that.
Yeah, you know, I watch Igbo movies. No, when they want to give Igwe, they will go. If you carry the staff, come up for ground where they put the priest put up, something like that. That's our own democracy those days.
Okay.
So now we both say, you know, I say Bill. Those days now who pure, who get good mind. Now it doesn't matter who you are. If you feel by people,
yeah,
you will become who
sure,
you want.
might say something.
No, I was just asking if Brown is trolling us or is he serious or is he
No. I'm just thinking because that guy,
Brown, let me cross.
I beg your pardon.
Let me cross examine you. Let's look at it this way, okay? I don't actually think that is Mahmoud that is the problem. You know,
Okay.
I don't think he's the one telling the woman, let me play the video, the man or the woman who is changing figures to do that. I don't think so. I think we have to accept responsibilities. The people who probably, and Ngozika said it here. Ngozika said that even when she was doing her job, and we had a lot of people who did this work for INEC, people approached them and they were offering the money to change things for them. So the assumption that is the people at the top. So when you bring Adeboye and make him INEC chairman, that doesn't mean he can control the people down there.
Right.
There are people who collected money, like the man that was arrested the day to the election, who collected money, and they are going out there to give people money to change outcomes. So it doesn't have to be the person at the top. It's easy for us. That's what we do with Buhari and whoever is the president. It's easy for us to hold that person, and that's our target. But that Buhari is not responsible for what is happening in your village, in your police station, so that's something we have to think about. So we always want to get a solution, what do you call it, a gold bullet or something that will solve everything, magic bullet, but I think it has to boil down to us.
It's like a domino effect.
Yeah, we have a role to play, all of us. Anyway, we'll continue. Let's go to Victory.
But we have a lot of church in Africa. People full, instead of here, if you see big warehouses, now companies there, you see docks where trailers, semis.
Yeah. I'm about to
sure. Dr. Rudolph, is it my turn now?
I think.
Oh no, I don't know what happened to you.
This our Niger. You don't call me before now. I was driving. So I'm back.
Okay.
I'm okay now.
Just hold on, okay? I'll get to you quickly. All right. Victory. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I think, I think sometimes we're kind of missing the point because I don't believe there can be any credible election in Nigeria. That is not possible. Because if you look at what the politicians are coming to get in terms of how much they will make when they get in there, any of us here will do anything. You will kill, you will do anything to make sure that you get into that position because you know what you're going to get. Politics is simply too attractive in Nigeria for people not to spill blood to get in there. That's number one factor. Secondly, in any electoral process, especially like a place like Nigeria, you have to make it in a way whereby you need to eliminate human intervention at all costs. So for example, now people going to vote, instead of using it like thumb printing on a piece of paper, whatever, or like the voting sheet, they can have a touch screen whereby you go there, you touch, you print the screen, you touch the screen, vote for the party you want, and that is recorded automatically. Right? There's no paper. There's nobody writing down anything. Right? So if you go there, you press the screen. If you're voting for any party, that goes straight to the server, and everybody can see that in real time. Once you remove the element where people can watch what is happening in real time, that election is flawed already. As long as that happens in Nigeria, I don't think we can ever have anything credible in that country.
See?
Are you saying that they won't destroy?
Brown, you have your INEC chairman, Victory. You're looking for it at Sokoto. It's in Sokoto. You're looking for it in Sokoto. It's in Sokoto. What am I saying? You have your INEC chairman here, Victory. it just touched on key things, you know. So I don't think we need to go far to go and get a priest from a church. I'm in a lighter mood today. But Victory, thank you so much. You pointed at good points, you know, and I think that that's part of what they wanted to do with the new system, but they didn't.
But that failed. That because there's there's so many human.
They didn't follow through. Yeah, but that's why I think personally, I think that it may be good for the courts to weigh in, not even if they don't change the outcome, but at least to say maybe the court, if the court says you must do this, maybe that's when they will do it.
Doctor, I don't think that will ever happen. No, not
don't say that. Don't say that. There are a lot of things.
Doctor, I'm telling you, this guy is going to double down. Is going to double down on the process. I'm telling you,
there's something you talked about. You know, we haven't done. You can say something like hold people accountable. You know, if we change just that alone, that will change everything. If we can do that, and it's possible. Nigeria is not. We're not the worst people in the world that cannot be changed. You know, where is Mohammed? I'm actually getting to him and he disappeared. Anyway, this is our Niger. I've called this name before today.
Yes, that's what I was saying. That you called me while I was driving, and I said, "Yeah, thank you for the opportunity."
Yeah.
Good day, my people. I hail you now.
Dr. Mohammed, I just you disappeared. After him, you speak.
So I just want to touch on a few things that was concerns to me. Yeah. So the first one was someone saying the youth should calm down. See, for me, I feel I'm with HO on this matter. The truth of the matter is, just so we know, evil. You see, evil things, they are like weeds. They tend to increase. So if you keep on saying no, 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 I bet you it will always increase. You understand? So I think the best strategy of dealing with evil is to tackle it immediately, because it's like a seed that grows. And another thing about evil is that, and that's with regards to Obi going to the court. For me, I'm 100% aligned with his decision to go to the court, because I feel evil hates exposure. So him going to the court is another way of it exposing more of these guys, their schemes with this election. So I'm 100% in agreement with that. Now, with regards to protests for the youths, see, I've concluded that Nigerian youths or the Nigerian people are so fearful. But I want you to understand that these guys, these thugs, these guys who do all these things, they are very, very much fearful. Those guys are very, very fearful. So just a little resistance against them, they will flee. I can understand how 7 people will go into a place with over 200 persons and be able to subdue the 200 persons. That to me is a mystery. I just don't understand. And you see the 200 people running away. I don't understand. They are, you say, calm. What stops 10 people? Assigning 10 persons to one, and let's see how those guys will overcome them. You understand? Just the truth is, Nigerians are fearful. Okay, you see, and okay, you're in a polling unit, and you tell the staff to upload. Now look at it. Look at the logic here. The staff is saying he's not going to upload because he or she is afraid of what the superior or whoever after is going to do to them. And you have a mass of 100 or whatever saying upload. And you're telling them no. The staff is saying no. What stops 1 or 2, 3 persons to also follow the same strategy? Because these guys are following the strategy of fear. To counter it, I'm not saying you go and fight, but you're going to use it's just psychology as well. Counter it with also the same strategy. If you know upload here, you will collect 3 slaps, and let's see if they won't upload it there. You get what I mean? So I'm not encouraging people to fight, but there are strategies. That's what I'm saying. Okay, now Victory just suggested something about the thumbprint. That's also a strategy. I believe so much in strategy and structures. To stop these guys, you have to put the strategy. The Nigerian election would have been flawless if they had followed their uploading those due process, right? And it would have limited to a great extent the number of rigging, right? That tells you that structure would have achieved a result. The only problem is that these guys didn't follow the structure, and that's why what happened happened. So what am I saying? Now we talk about protest, and some people are worried that okay, these guys will raise up soldiers and they'll kill them. This now it brings us to the place of planning. If you properly plan this protest, you're going to achieve your results. You get. How about going to a place?
Hold on.
How about going to a place where?
Hold on.
Okay.
What happened at NSAS? Didn't they plan it well?
Okay. With regards to we've learned our lessons. They planned it well, right? But we've learned our lessons. How do we counter it?
What lesson did you learn?
The lesson is that you go out on the wrong place, you'll be shot there.
Which one?
How about looking for?
Hold on. What place is wrong and what place is right?
That's you're cutting me short. Let me land.
Okay.
So we look at better places and strategic places. Close down the airport. Go to the airport areas. So how are they going to shoot you? Are they going to shoot?
Don't go far. Don't go far. So you think if you close down the airport, the government will just allow you to sit down there and no flight will come in, no flight will go out?
You're staying there. Definitely, even if they're going to be shooting there, it's not going to be as bad as it is over there. And of course, it's going to call. Okay, imagine the Nigerian airport is shut down. Of course, the whole people, the international community will be there. CNN will be there. They will be careful with where shooting.
Yeah. But they will make sure that there will be flights coming into the country. No government in the world will sit down there and watch you close down the airport.
Protest. Go over there. I'm talking about strategic places. Of course, they will make sure.
Yeah,
of course they would make.
So that's not the strategic thing. All right, let's go to Dr. Mohammed.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you can come back. We're going round. You come back. I'll hand over.
Yeah, good evening. I want everyone on this platform. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So, Dr. Damages, thank you for giving me opportunity to express my view on this platform because I have been following your program for a long time.
Thank you.
And I've been having a lot of things that bothers me that make me feel like I have to come on this platform and express my own feelings so that I can share it with some other of my brothers that are on this platform. It will shock you if I tell you that I'm obedient in the sense that because as a medical personnel, I do my NYSC in the Igbo land. I live in Owerri. From Owerri, Odu local government, and from there I moved to Aba, where I lived since 1996 to 2005. That is where I've been given a chieftaincy title as a Hausa man. Anya Oha, one of Aba.
Anya
Oha, one of Aba.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
About what?
So now I live in Igbo land as much as more than the age of my time I spend in my own hometown. I have my children who go to school in Igbo land, who speak Igbo language better than other Igbos that live in the north. But unfortunately, because of my profession as a medical practitioner, I couldn't have enough time to express my Igbo feelings by communicating with the people in order to know how to speak it very well. But I can understand it fluently. What I'm trying to say is this. There's many people like me who live in Igbo land who fall in love with Igbo culture and tradition. Presently, I could remember vividly. In 2000, there was Aba crisis. And we are 7,200 Hausa Fulanis that live in Aba at that time. And these 7,200 of us were saved by the same Igbo people who are hunting to kill the Igbo people. Many of us have been taken to CPS by the Igbo people. So if they wanted to kill us at that time, no single life of Hausa or Fulani will remain in Aba. As of February 28, 2000. So what I'm trying to draw your attention to it is that there's a propaganda of politics and politicians which bring a lot of difference among our livelihood right from 1999, the assumption of the political season of democratic system. Before 1999, 2000, when I was in Imo and Abia, I have never felt discriminated. I live in the most difficult places in Igbo land, like Omunachi Ezebok in Imbise, where a lot of Igbo people, when you tell them to go to the Imbise, they will not go. They will tell you that nobody goes to Imbise. And I live in Ahusulu, in Ungwa, where a lot of Igbo people, when you tell them in Anambra to go to Ahusulu, they will not go. But I have been received there with love, care, and protection. So what I want to tell you is this. An average Igbo man who lives in any part of the Igbo land will tell you that he has one good story to tell about his living in the north. But the problem we are having today is the politicians succeeded in breaking us by tradition of culture, religion, and otherwise. My joining the team of this movement is nothing but just getting better Nigeria. But the only thing that breaks my heart at all times is that when I come to this platform, I realize that there's a lot of brothers and friends here who love to make Nigeria better, but they are not using the right word or the right way of getting to that promised land. Discrimination, war, fighting will never take you to a promised land. But when you have a policy that you adopt that help you to organize people, extend your hand of friendship, love one another, will make you to create a great impact in every society. You can live with your enemy. If you're too good to him, he will turn to be your lover. We have Christians in the north. We have Muslims in the north. The same thing we have them in Igbo land. Afi-Igbo. A lot of Muslim community that are Igbo, they live in Afi-Igbo. Every Igbo man knows them. But what I'm expecting here is that I want us to believe ourselves as a common Nigerians. Nigeria problem is our problem. We should treat ourselves with respect and honor that we are Nigerians, not because you are a Fulani or you are a Hausa. Now, you people that are living in the South, if you see anybody in the South, you call him Hausa, but 99.9% of them, they are not Hausas. They might be Fulani, they might be Kanuri, they might be different tribe, Jukun, they might be different tribe. That is the same thing happened to us. If we see anybody in the north, we call them Igbo. Whether they are Ishakiri, whether they are any other tribe, we don't differentiate them because we only know the Igbos. At the popular face, we know. So, presently, we have a situation where both of us, we are losing our minds, forgetting that we that are here, I thank God that we are all living out of Nigeria and we are concerned about what is happening in Nigeria. But I'm sorry to take your time. I'm only trying to make a little point that I believe it may touch some other people in this forum. One cannot label everyone in Nigeria to be a bad person. We cannot say the Igbos in general they are bad. I will be one of the people in the north who will tell you that if you are looking the best loving people to live with, choose the Igbo people. I went to a village where a father denied his daughter who wanted to cheat me. and made the community to take care of me in Igbo land, which if it is in the north, I believe some of my brother will side me and make sure that that daughter of them will be taken away of the community without being prosecuted. But I was being taken care by the community to prosecute their own daughter who want to cheat me. That happened in Igbo land. It doesn't happen anywhere where they respect a visitor in their midst. They protect a visitor to make sure. I'm telling you that the day February 28, 2000, is an Igbo man that kept me in his house for 3 days after the crisis before he brought me to CPS. I will never forget that day. When he was taking me to his house, I was seeing where a Hausa man, a Sushana, was running for his dear life. They are following him with stone until when they overpower him. I could be one that day. But I stand to give a glory to God to repeat this statement today to tell you that it's not the Igbos that are bad. It's the political sentiment among us that made us feel bad of ourselves. I want us to calm down and understand the terrain that we are trading with. The weapon we are using of words is not building a healthy society for us. So please, let me not fill the space, but I just want to let you know that what is happening today in Nigeria as the claim of winning election, and people are complaining that how that election could be win. Nigeria has never done election that has never had a problem in the system of history of Nigeria. I don't know about Africa, but I know about Nigeria from 1999 to date. So please, let's come down and think about how to move forward and how to make sure that the northern side of Nigeria, we should extend more friendly relationship to be able to build a network that can protect votes over there. Because this election that took place, 60% of the polling stations is what the Labour Party cover. 60% or 68%, I could remember. This APC that win election, they win election with only 83% of coverage. PDP cover 93% of coverage. But that is not where the issue is. The issue is that we did not have enough manpower in the north who monitor and protect our votes. That is exactly what has happened. But please, let's be able to now embrace peace and find a headway, not to make things worse for ourselves, because already Peter Obi is a hero, because nobody in the history of Nigeria have a very new party that go to this level he went. And I believe that if we build on what we have now, the sky will be our limit. Because now agitating a problem, I don't expect it will be a solution. It will not be a solution, because whoever is in control of power may decide. Today, England has congratulated Bola Tinubu for winning election. So because of that, let's put our head together and find a way to fine-tune the type of politics we need to play that will give us a strong grip to have our country back. But the more we continue this way, the enemy will advance in our territory, and we cannot be able to protect ourselves against the season that we are going through. Thank you for listening, and I will appreciate if there's anywhere I make mistake, please forgive me, but I am trying to make a point to show you that a Fulani man can love an Igbo man can live with Fulani man, but it is not a crime until when the introduction of the politics, because people use the Fulanis. It's just like when Jonathan was the president. The Ijos were regarded as a problem. Now Buhari is the president. Oppositions now think that Buhari is a Fulani man. Let's demonize his tribe so that we can make. Truly, a lot of problems happen within the region of the Fulanis that are not right. But definitely, somebody might be behind it in order to make it that way. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Thank you for this. Mohammed made several efforts to join, and even got my number, called me, and so he needed the time to express himself, and I appreciate this. So, this is one of the reasons why I enjoy coming here and doing this, which is you don't know who will come here, you don't know the opinion that we express, and how much it will have impact on your understanding of our people and the country. And so I thank you, Mohammed, and I hope, just like I told the other Mohammed that came in the morning, my hope is that there will be more of these conversations going on across the country. People will have opportunity to meet people. Part of the problems we have in Nigeria is that we don't know each other, despite everything. We don't know. People don't know the other person. So if you don't know people, they become strangers, they become enemies. And there are bad people everywhere, and we know that. It doesn't mean, and I'm one of the people that fight against trying to generalize about anything, any kind of situation. There's always exceptions, and that's something that I hope everybody will take to heart. Um, I wish I can be doing this every day. I really would love to do this every day, and just sit here and listen to people and try to guide sometimes, and try to question, and try to probe, and try to get more information. I love it, but unfortunately I can't do it every day because I have to make a living. You can make a living from this. so so this will be the last of this conversation during the weekdays. I will go back to Saturday, Sunday, but within the month, I will talk to several people and see if we can share the role of moderating. If we can share the role, and I can get a team of people who can help to do this, I don't mind, coming in, even if it's 2 hours, 1 hour. But I won't be able to do this every day on a daily basis because I have to go back to work. I actually took time off because of elections in Nigeria to see, guide, and see how we can do this. But I really, Mohammed, I appreciate you. One of the things I want to say, and this is something I've been saying, this is open forum for anybody. Apart from people who, how did Mahmoud say that about Dino? People who you're becoming disruptive. Apart from people, I allow anybody to say anything. And recently, I've been, because we're getting, people are referring to what we're doing. This is getting so far, and there is that need and that demand that we should make sure that we don't pass across false information and news. So that is making me to now pause, stop some people, and try to question them more, which is something I don't want to do. But I know that we are living in a world that is information just fly out. And when they put my picture, I've been seeing people taking pictures of this and sending out and taking small clips. This is what they said, and I see myself like, ooh, somebody said it, and So it's very important that we say, when people talk now, I think I try to make sure that you don't just get away with saying just anything. But Mohammed, thank you. One of the things I appeal to everybody is, this is an open forum. You can come in anytime. The problem we have is really that we don't talk to each other. We don't know each other. I may not be comfortable, especially at the beginning. Okija, for instance, I've known Okija for how many? Maybe 15 years. But today Okija attacked me. I don't know what I did and accused me of. But I'm saying that even though it may not be comfortable sometimes, but people are people on a personal level. I can't wait to go to London and see show. I've never made show. I think everybody I've seen here are my friends. And Madam Echo, when I come to that corner, I will come and see you. But that's what I'm saying. It's beyond, just like politicians play to the stage. We also play on this place. People have different names. Igbo Basics, that's not his real name. But he's
Dr. Mohammed, once an Aba man, always an Aba man. I'm an Aba 1, Aba 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So in Aba, I live at number 8 of Kigwe Road. And anybody that live in Aba for the last 10 years, my clinic was one of the 3 clinics that Aba have UCI care. Anybody you ask in Aba about UCI care, I've been there for 25 years.
Wow.
So And if you ask them about Anyaoha, I'm the only one that have Anyaoha as a title in Aba.
So Mohammed, where are you now? You're in New York.
I'm in New York.
Okay. So
Buhari drive me to New York.
We'll catch up one day. So in summary, involvement, appearance, people. I'm really happy. This is something I could do for the rest of my life. Just listen to people, get them together and have conversations. We learn a lot and we understand each other more. People are basically people. It doesn't matter where they come from, and I think we can build. And the politicians are doing this very well. It's just that ordinary people like us don't do it as well as politicians.
Is it, Dr. Rafael, nothing better than having people around you? Because when you have people around you, you have the good, you have the bad, you have the ugly. But at least all of them would be a lesson to others.
Yeah.
So me that is speaking to you, if somebody will tell me in 2019, I'll be in the US, to live in US, I will tell that person it's wrong, it's not true. But with time, I'll be able to unfold the political positions I hold in Nigeria before I leave Nigeria. I'll be able to educate some of our youth what Nigeria is made of, that makes Nigeria to be a country where people are living together. The ideas that I have regards to what is our problem of today, maybe I'll unfold it gradually when I understand that we are all thinking in the same direction, so that it will not be on a negative path.
Yeah, even when it appears as if it's negative, I think nobody will come here and waste 3 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours, like 8 or 7 hours without the care for that country, the feeling that it should be made better. Nobody.
If there's anything that made me to be on this platform, is because of the love I have for Nigerians and people like mine. When we start this movement in Nigeria, I was expecting that it will be a movement that will unite Nigerians. It will be a movement that will incorporate all parts of Nigerians to be a system that will continue running Nigeria as a system. But unfortunately, the political system is being started without getting some basics. Those basics are that we did not build the blocks of friendship that will be able to conquer those opposition in the other side of the country. If I tell you that this politics, what play in this politics today is just about religion, forget about whatever they may say. Whatever happened there is about religion, because for Labour to win Abuja and Nasarawa, testify to you that the large population that located in that Nasarawa, more of them are from Abuja. They are all predominantly Christian zone. If you now take why PDP win the order is a sympathy vote for Atiku, because the Muslim clerics have made Atiku to understand that theirs, because some of them now break from PDP to APC, and some Muslim vote for APC, some Muslim vote for PDP. But Atiku has majority in that aspect. So if we did not remove religion and ethnicity in our politics, we will never be able to succeed in conquering people that are making Nigeria cripple. We have to remove that religious sentiment and cultural behavior that I am. We have to remove that. No Muslim, no Christian in the north that enjoy the way Nigeria is as of today. So if we are now voting for anybody in office who will come and worsen the Nigerian situation, it is not a welcome development for both religions. So we should try as much as we can on this platform. Maybe people will understand that it is not a platform maybe to encourage religion violence or to exchange word on cultural behaviors. But if you can be able to remove these two out of our policy, we can make a lot of progress.
All right.
We can make a lot of progress.
And that makes me to always say there are only two tribes.
Let's keep our faith to ourselves and focus on Nigerian project? How can we be able to get Nigeria into a working condition? Let's forget about, if we can pray to anything we are praying, let's do it separately, but let's not make it public. Because I cannot convince you to be a Muslim. You cannot convince me to be a Christian. It's needless for me to condemn your Christianity or you condemning my Islam faith. But if we think about Nigeria, everything will come together and work for us.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. Echo, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I say what he said makes me to always say one thing, that there are only two tribes in Nigeria: the tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. And in the tribe of the oppressors, they don't divide themselves with religion. They don't divide themselves with the so-called.
Like she's muted.
But in our own
She's on mute.
No, she's not. I can hear her.
In our own tribe.
But I cannot hear her.
Oh.
In our own tribe, which is the tribe of the oppressed, they allowed us, and we take it to divide ourselves with religion. Oh, is a Muslim. Oh, is a Christian. And we also divide ourselves with, oh, is Igbo. Oh, is this. Until we realize this and know that we are the one that will continue to suffer if we don't unite ourselves the way they unite to fight. They will not leave power, never.
Okay.
After if something is done to Tutu, Shetima will not leave power. The thing is, our father served them. And we are still, and we will serve their children if we don't change things.
All right. Echo, thank you. We'll go to Emma and Ike. Sure, can you, I sent you a message, if you can look at it. Yeah, Emma, go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. James.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Like my name is Emmanuel. I've been listening to your show for over 6 months now, but I've never joined.
Wow.
Each time I join, it's always full.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah. I sincerely appreciate Obi. He has brought a lot of things into this Nigerian politics. In my own view, Obi have shown us that he can contest an election in Nigeria without looting treasure. To contest an election, you don't need billions to contest an election. Secondly, Obi have shown us that the citizens all loved one another, because everybody, they think that they say they will not vote for Obi. Hausa people voted for Obi. Yoruba people voted for Obi. So the problem is not among the followers. The problem is among the leaders. That's where the hatred is coming from. Thirdly, Obi have demonstrated that if people, the highest currency you need to trade in order to build a nation is trust. Because people followed Obi as a result of trust. That's why I keep on telling people now. I have seen some people, they say they are in the United States, they are in Europe, they are in here, they are here. When you are leaving Nigeria to move to United States, you don't know how United States look like. But because of the trust you have that that place is a better place, that's why you believe to board a flight to go to that place. That's why I ask people who's saying that I don't know this candidate. Our people don't trust him. I ask myself, when you come to a family, a man and woman, what brings them together is relationship. In mathematics, when you say S is equal to Y, we are talking about relationship. In a relationship, what binds people together is trust. when the trust is broken, it's difficult for them to work together. So when you come to ourselves now, when we are talking about in country, the trust we are talking about in a country, in a bigger context, like for example, if you see a Christian, he asks him what a Christian believes that is truth is his Bible. That's why when they want to speak to you, they quote Bible. If you see a Muslim, what he believes that is a truth is what? Is Quran. He speaks to you by quoting Quran. If you see the traditional rulers, they believe by quoting what they believe in. So man draws his truth from what is believed that connects him to the Creator. But when you come to a setting, when you have a different set of people, the truth that will join all of them together is the law. So the problem I see in Nigeria, we are not obedient to the law. If we obedience to the law, we can live with one another. Like the problem we are having in this election is disobedience to the law. That's only the problem. I'm not talking about who win or who did not win. It's disobedience to the law. INEC deviate from their law. That one made they run into the crisis of what? Distrust. If they obey the law, they won't have problem. And like people are saying that some people are asking those contestants, show proof. They don't need to show you proof. If you are running an organization, it has to be transparent. When your name is at stake, when people are saying that, please upload this thing. If I were to be the chairman, I will upload it if there is nothing there. It can go extra mile to build that trust. Because when that trust is broken, you can never build a nation. It can be a president, but it cannot build that nation. And if you have the mind to serve, which means the aim of going there has been defeated from day one. Are you getting me?
Yes.
It has been defeated from day one. Like, for example, some people are saying that are calming people down. I accepted that fact. But let me tell you, calming people down has a limit. Like, let's see NSAS. NSAS is as a result of distrust built for a very long time. Like when you see most of the Nigeria, are you surprised they are very aggressive when they are speaking? When you go to Western world, do you see the way they speak? They are different from Nigerians. It's just because Nigerians are speaking as a abundance of frustration. If you grant them interview, see the way they speak. So what are we saying? A trust, that's why they believed in INEC, because INEC sold a valid currency of trust for them. They bought it. The INEC was disappointed them. So he left for the Tinubu now to build that trust. And Tinubu need to work towards the expectation, the people that voted for him to build that trust. Because if Tinubu started working and reestablished the trust, people can start believing in him. And they can now build a nation. Because let's take, for example, if you get a rubber band, when you apply a force to a rubber band, let's use Hooke's law, for example. They say that force is directly proportional to extension, provided that that limit is not exceeded. Those people that push into frustration, they exceeded the limits. So those people were calming down. When you are now not giving good leadership, you are putting people, pushing them to poverty. And when a man is pushed to a poverty and he has no anywhere to establish himself, life has no value. And when life means nothing to somebody, it can do anything. I'm even surprised. That's why I keep on telling people, Nigerians are resilient people. If they are not resilient, some of them will accept to what? To go on what? On that protest. They don't mind if they will die. So that's why I'm appealing to this politician. Let them do something. Like people that live in the country, what is pushing them out? They have exceeded their limits they can take. They now move out of the country to have a breath of fresh air. So that's why I keep on telling people. That's the problem of that country. If this 1999 constitution, we are saying that is bad. If we obey that 1999 constitution, that country can be right. But we are not obeying it. That's the problem. The law of Nigeria is not like, look at people you see over videos committing a lot of atrocity during the election who have arrested them. Those guys who helped Tinubu to win the election has already been embodied. They can commit more crime. So how can you build a nation in that aspect? Even people, like for example, if I were happen to be Buhari, Buhari is already old. He has spent 8 years. He's not looking for another. He's not going to qualify to run another presidency. I would have used this my opportunity to test my power on those people who committed all those crimes, even though they are in my party or not. So in this case, we can build a nation. So that's what I'm saying. That's only what I come here to say. So even the technology, they say that it's going to bring efficiency and the confidence. There's no efficiency or confidence in this election with this technology. Like I keep on telling people, they say that if you like, deploy any type of technology in this election. If there is no will to do good thing, it cannot work in Nigeria. Because the problem in that beavers, I believe in my own confidence, it's not a problem of technology. It's a problem of will to do good. That's the problem of Nigeria.
Thank you, Ima. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I will hand over to Mr. Shaw to guide you guys for the rest of the night. I'm sorry I have to run, but I thank everybody that joined us, and I will see you Saturday. All right, sure. Unless something big happens, then we'll come back. And then I'm working on if we can do it every day, but that will be in a while. All right, Mr. Shaw. Thank you, everybody.
All right. So who's next?
I think it's
I'm not too sure. I've lost track of him.
It should be IK. IK should be next.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, thank you. Dr. Mohammed has left also? No. Okay. Well, listen, I believe that I want to thank Dr. Mohammed for coming in the platform and for expressing himself to us to know. And this is a nation we call Nigeria. This is a kind of a country we want for Nigeria, for everybody, for our children and our grandchildren, where each and every one of us will live as neighbors and brothers and sisters, no matter the language we speak. I happen to live in the north. I lived in Kaduna for almost 5 or 7 years. And my best friend is an Hausa man from Kano, from Bebeji local government in Kano. And during my days in the north, I had the privilege to travel to so many parts of the north and to get used to them. You know, during the time of NRC and the SDP, if I remember, I was campaigning for the governorship candidate of NRC, which was Alhaji Lara or so. You know, so we have been part of this game for so many years. But what happened on Saturday, 25th, you know, I think it brought another sad memories in the minds of a lot of people like us. Nobody is saying that Mr. Peter Obi must win this election. But what Nigerians were asking is free, fair, credible election, where everybody will go to the contest, whosoever.
But what Nigerians were asking is free, fair, credible.
So what Nigerians were asking for free, fair, credible election, where the political parties will go for the contest, whosoever wins. If he wins clean, every other person, I believe, will accept the result because it was credible, it was free, it was fair. And because INEC showed Nigerians, build the confidence, the hope of Nigerians with the technology. He went to the Chatham House. He told the world. And for more than 4 years, Mr. Okoye, who is the spokesman of INEC, continued to sell the hope to Nigerians. For almost 4 years, we were sure that we are going to have a credible election. We saw what happened in Osun State. It was good. Probably Anambra, it was good. And on 25th, they decided to do what they did. Not that they did it in secret, but it is something that was done for the world to see. That there is nowhere you can continue to defend the indefensible. And I think that P2B has become an institution. He has become an institution that was established in less than 1 year that uprooted the political criminality of Nigeria, that have decided to destroy the criminal foundation of Nigerian politics. He has become an institution that people will begin to learn the man called Mr. P2B. That institution has become the solid rock. And there is no way anybody can clean it up. But rather, that institution will continue to grow. It will continue to multiply. And I am hoping that on Saturday, that institution is going to multiply. This governorship election on 11th of March, I believe between tomorrow and next, P2B will make a statement. And I believe in my heart and heart that is going to go to some state to encourage their governorship candidate and encourage Nigerians to go out en masse to cast their vote. Because we are going to establish that institution. That new Nigeria that we say that is possible today. So anybody that is talking about violence, no, nobody is praying for violence. But if you know the story of Mr. P2B, you will know that he's calm, humble, quiet, respectful, but he's a man that never gives up. So if anybody is telling you that this election is over, you have something else coming for you. Because this man is going to fight this election to the uttermost end. But not with violence, but not trying to be disruptive of the processes of the law of Nigeria. No, he's a man who believes in the process, because it was through the process that he got back his governorship to become the governor of Anambra State. So he's not going to go against that. So I don't want Nigeria to be in a crisis mood, but we have to call a spade a spade. Anybody in Nigeria today that will try to convince anybody that accept this election, it is gone. Oh, let's forge ahead. Another 4 years, another 5 years. 4 years is coming. Listen, I don't know how I can call you a Nigerian, because most of us who are living outside are living outside Nigeria because of circumstances. Most of us did not plan to go and live outside for the rest of our lives. I know what I suffered in the north, in Kaduna. I know what I suffered in Mali. I lived in Mali for 13 good years. Most of us, we didn't go to university. We are not graduates. We are not professors. But life itself has taught us so many things that we have become more than the professors in the universities. So if any Nigerian, any right-thinking Nigerian who eats from his mouth that will tell me that this election, that we should accept this result as it is, for the sake of we want, let there be. No, we are not. Nobody saying Nigeria should go to war. No, there are processes. But what I want is that I want P2B and Labour Party to follow this process to wherever it leads, because Nigerians, the citizens, decided to take back their country. In a broad daylight like this, they were robbed of their citizenship. And somebody will come here to tell me to preach peace, preach one Nigeria. After all, what are we preaching about? So, in as much as we all are praying for a better country, a better Nigeria, the starting of that better Nigeria will start with this election. We shall go to the end. P2B have retired all the politicians in Nigeria today. They said we don't have a structure. They said it was only 4 people who were tweeting inside the room. They said, oh, he's going to go away after 2 months. Oh, after 6 months, he will fly away. Oh, he doesn't have the money to do the lecture. Oh, he doesn't have political friends. Oh, he has no political connection. If P2B has no structure, if P2B has nobody to run the election for him, why do you have to rig the election? The man that has no structure, why did you decide to rig the election? Allow the process to go through. The same man, he said that he cannot stay for 2 months. The same man that he said he doesn't have a structure. The same man, he said he doesn't have a local government chairman. He doesn't have a councillor. He doesn't have a house member. He doesn't have governor. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. On the day of the contest, you decided to rob him of the election with all your structures, with all your governors, with all your local government chairmen, with all your senators and House of Representatives and all your governors. You couldn't win an election with the man who doesn't have a structure. And you are coming back to tell me, oh, let us swallow it. Oh, in this Nigeria, there is nowhere in Africa that election is fair. Who told you? Kenya did it. And he recovered his mandate. There is no place it cannot be done. Nigeria is not going to be an exception. All I'm asking, obedience. And Nigerians all over Nigeria today, 11th of March, on Saturday next week, the same way that they went out to vote for Mr. P2B, they should go out and vote for the governorship candidate and the State House of Assembly, because we want to take back Nigeria. Because when it goes to the local government election, the same thing we are going to do. We want to uproot that system. P2B said that I am coming to destroy the criminal structure. It is that criminality. And the journey has started already. So anybody who is telling me, oh, let's forget, no, he should fight it and go to the end. When we reach to the end and we couldn't get anything, but we have started the process. We have laid a foundation. And that foundation is a foundation that our children, we that live outside, our children will go back to Nigeria to stand on that foundation to build a better Nigeria. Because I'm living outside here. My children and my grandchildren can't go to Nigeria. They cannot go back to their country. And they think at my age I should be rejoicing, I should be clapping hands for Mahmoud and INEC to rig an election that is clear to everybody that Nigerians want to take back their country. Why? For security reasons. I am from Odu local government, if you don't know. From Hitenansa to Ito to Bibito, there was no single election in Imo State. In the whole of the town that made up of Odu local government, there was no single election. There is no more young men in the whole of Olu zone. Everybody has to run away from Oluzon because of Governor Uzodinma. Because anybody there, they see you, you a member of ESN, and the next thing they will do, they will kill you. Nobody is going to ask. Is that the same country we are talking about? Is it the same place that I have to take my children and my grandchildren to go for the sake I love Nigeria? No. I cannot do that. And I am not advising anybody to do it. Because until we get that better Nigeria where you can fly at the airport, the immigration, the people that connive at the airport to steal from Nigerians who go outside in the rain, in the sun, in the snow, in the heat, to make a better life to help Nigeria to become a developed country. When you arrive at the airport, they want to strip you naked. Is it the kind of a country that we want to live? When you travel from where you live to another place, nobody touches you. Only do they present your passport. Most of you who live in the US, you have an American passport, you have a Nigerian passport. Where I live, if you want to get their passport, you have to forfeit your first nationality passport. I have decided that I am not going to do that. For how many years? I know what I go through when I travel with green passport. In the whole of borders of Europe and America, as a Nigerian, with Nigerian green passport. But you can decide when you are going to Nigeria, you change your American passport and you pass because you have American passport. But I need my green passport. I said it in this platform. After what happened on Saturday, I told my wife, get my documents, I'm going to go and get a Dutch passport. Because I am sick. I am sick and tired of a country called Nigeria. I fought for the welfare of Nigeria anywhere I have lived. And this is what I get at my age. This is what my children get. Daddy, when are we going to go home to eat bitter leaf soup? Because all this one you buy from Amazon, it doesn't taste like bitter leaf soup. What are we talking about? It is sad.
All right, Ike.
Thank you, Mr.
Totally. Yeah, no worries at all. Totally understand the frustration. Obviously, I've not lived in your shoes, so I can only imagine what it feels like for you. We're all working to get Nigeria that we all desire. You know, all hands have to be on deck. Like I keep saying, we won't do it the same way. We all have different ideas, but this is what forums like this are for. So you can say the way you think we should do it. Mama Echo will come, you know, with fire and brimstone and prayers and curses. Some people will come very analytical steps, you know, on how to do it. But one day, I hope and pray in our lifetime, we'll get the Nigeria world desire. Is it Emma next or Lake? I'm not sure who came in first. Let's go with Lake.
Yeah, okay, because I was here when Emma was speaking.
Yep, go ahead.
So, Oga Ike.
Yes, my brother.
Make you cool down, I beg. Cool down, I beg. I feel you. Honestly, on that 25th, I don't know if I would have. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't go to work. I didn't do anything. I had to stay back at home. I was here also in the program. I didn't do it because I was so weak in my bones that we could all see this fraud going on right in front of us. You know, it was so bad. I was watching Ayofa Eche's program. I think either Arise or Channels today.
The Tinubu station, Tinubu television station, TVC or so.
No, it wasn't TVC. I don't watch TVC.
I saw him briefly on that station, briefly.
Yeah, and I was looking at him, the kind of accolades he was giving P2B, that P2B is a warrior, that P2B is just too much, that P2B is like, I was getting goosebumps, although I know he's against the PDP, you know. He was really, and if you really think about it, you know, just as you said, Ike, someone that doesn't have a governor, someone that doesn't have uh, uh, a senate, someone that doesn't have the police, someone that doesn't have the army, someone that doesn't have thugs that fight for him. But he was able to win the election. We know he won the election. And there is nothing anybody can say about it. He won the election fair and square, with just the help of the obedience, his followers. He won the election. Earlier today, when I was in this program, I was telling Dr. Damages that what these people are doing now is that they go to, because I follow other platforms. They'll go to various platforms. They send people to various platforms to like try to calm your nerves and everything, and tell you, let's know how to work this together and everything. That's bullshit. You cannot tell me not to vent my anger. I have the right to speak. I have the right to say something because we saw the ill there. And you cannot force Tinubu down my throat to be my president. He's not my president. No. When Trump won here in the US, we also said that he's not our president because he didn't win the majority votes. At least Trump tried. But Tinubu did not even with all the fraud, he did not even get up to 40%, I think 36%. If the election was free, I bet you Tinubu cannot get even 10%. There's no way he will get 10%. And then you want me to call him my president? He's not a president. I don't regard him as a president. We don't regard him as a president. And coming to what Peter Obi said, I think he addressed his campaign team today, and he was telling them that they shouldn't worry because that's right now it is they've put him in his comfortable zone. He made mention of what he did in Anambra because they threw him out. He won the election. They did the whole forgery and everything. He wasn't in the presidency. He wasn't in there because then it was Andy Uba and his brother. Andy Uba was personal assistant, man, the closest ally to Obasanjo then. His brother Eselo was in Anambra. So he had nobody. But this man stood to his guns. He did not shift. With all the promises, with all the negotiations, he made sure that his mandate, he didn't shift, and he made sure, and by God's will, and also his efforts, he prevailed and got it. They impeached him, he came back. They took him away and said, okay, he still came out. So what I'm saying is, all hope is not lost. In fact, we should be even more stronger than ever. Imagine Delta State, that is vice presidential candidate for PDP, Okowa. He lost to who? To Peter Obi. Peter Obi without structure. Peter Obi with 4 people in the room tweeting. Lagos, Port Harcourt. He won in all those states. Enugu State, the governor had to lose his senatorial seat. The governor that at one time Peter Obi will call him on the phone, he wouldn't answer Peter Obi's call. Peter Obi will call him on the phone. When they were doing that horse trading, they were going to America, London, when they are going to all those things. Peter Obi was running around G5, G7, Jackson 10. Peter Obi will call. At the time, Peter Obi said that, look, what kind of insult is this? Him and the Ebonyi State governor, they were not picking his calls again till this thing happened to him. And now all of them are running around. The governor he wants to anoint is running around. All of them. So you cannot. He's just Peter Obi is he came at the right time, and he did not choose the obedience. The obedience chose him. And what I want to tell everybody is that no matter what, I have strong faith in this man. I know that he's not the kind of person that fights and run away. No, he will fight till the end, and he will not compromise that position. They will blackmail him. More things will come. They might even arrest him at one point in time. They may try, but that mandate, I strongly believe that he's going to get it. And anybody that wants to come out and tell us that that we should try and see how we work together and do this thing, that's nonsense. I don't have time for that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lake. I like the positivity that you brought into it. You know, you're not backing down. You follow the due process. You know, Peter Obi's team, the Obidati team, they will look at the evidences they have. If they feel they have a strong enough case, they'll go to court. As much as we don't trust in our judiciary, it's the only place we can go to. So I'm all here for that as well. If I was advising them, I'll say go to court. You know, it's the only hope you have. Even if you go to court and you're cheated, at least it's on record that you didn't abandon your mandate and run away. You know, there's no going to Dubai. Peter Obi has no, well, don't let me say he has no house in Dubai, but at least it's not going anywhere. Rodolph and okay. Yeah, so Tim, have you got anything to add to the conversation?
A lot to add to the conversation, especially
let Lake know that you are the people that voted Okowa to lose.
Sorry?
You're hearing me?
I was telling Tim to let you know that they are the people behind Okowa's loss in Delta State because he had the right go at Okowa not too long ago. Tim and his goons.
Okowa we still lost again, and this time around the defeats would let him know that PDP has crippled Delta State, and as well PDP has is the problem we have in the state. If I tell you that in Delta State, there's one road that PDP has been doing for the past 24 years, you will be surprised. From Isoko to Ogwashuku Road, you'll be very surprised. That road has been ongoing for the past 24 years. And they keep eating money, squandering money, without no project. Nothing is being done. And it's very sad that we have continued to support them, because we supported them before. We supported PDP before. We worked for them before, but it comes to a stage we lost our trust on them because they are criminals. They are the problems we have in the state. They keep causing problems among ourselves. When they are interested for any position, they will cause issues, problems, fights among ourselves. And we already find out that the government are our problems. And that's why when we decide that some Agege that we are voting for is never a political party. When we worked for Labour Party, we worked because we have interest for Peter Obi and we delivered. All other parties that day of election, they do. Nobody came to the polling unit. Even our mama, our grandmothers, everybody were voting back to back for Obi in all the polling units. So this time around, and if you listen to the yearnings of the people of Delta, they continue to say, this time around is Omagege. We are not even talking about political party, we are talking about the individual, because we have feel the presence of Omagege, who he has continuously to work. Despite he's just a lawmaker, not an executive. He's not an executive yet. Yes, he was an SSG. We are aware of that. He worked very well as an SSG with Ibori. We feel the presence, the work Ibori did in Delta State. Ibori is the only leader who has worked, and we feel the passion that somebody worked for the state. And the only person we are trusting and we believe we still have that impact in the state is Omagege. Look at the Federal Polytechnic Omagege built in Orogu. Look at the light project. Look at most of the road in Delta Central. Look at most of the secondary school. He has already shown the blueprint that he has the capacity to deliver. He has the capacity to make sure that Delta State move forward. And also recently there was an issue raised. There was an alert in our community warning all the youth that nobody should protest concerning the election, because people have started to get worried. There was some noise from some various people that we are going to stunt the King Palace, close the road, and all of those things. And people started to raise alarm and nobody should protest. At the end of the day, our community has warned everybody that whoever that protests is at his own risk. And we are also advising the reason why we don't want people to protest in Ugeli. We know how Ugeli people behave. That protest can lead to something else, because we know Ugeli people, they have hot temper. Maybe the security mistakenly come to the protest ground. They tell the security to go back. They don't want them. Maybe issues, chaos would come and fight would lead. It might lead to destruction. So we told them that it is preferable that they should go to Asaba or to INEC office, not INEC office in Asaba, or go to Abuja to protest, not in Ugeli, because if Ugeli boys immediately they mistakenly protest, there's always an unrest in every part of the state, and there's closement of movement, there's loss of business, and a lot of damages are made. So that is the reason there was a quick call to everyone that please, nobody should protest. Now we have done our part. Look at what happened. If we have our own results, so the issue should be taken to court, and the court will make declaration, because we know Nigeria, no matter the protest, no matter the destruction, their mind will still not change. The government are evil and they are happy being evil. And we already know that they are evil, and we have been observing them as evil. That is the reason we vote at PDP. Because
My brother, I have a question for you. Sorry. From what you are saying, have the Delta people decided that it is Omar Agege, you people are going to vote in the governorship election on Saturday?
Well, Delta people, everybody, Delta people, you know, it's made up of several tribes and religions, and a lot of people have their own candidates. But what I'm saying is the majority of these voices, the minority may have their say, but the majority may have their way. So minority may be working for the PDP because of the money they are collecting. But what I'm telling you is that most of the nearness of our parents, like the issue of Peter Obi, it has been a crisis. The entrance issue came and all of those things. Peter Obi, every store, every places you go, there are so many women who voluntarily do a campaign for Peter Obi without asking for that. Our parents, our mother. My own mother called me and warned me that the only person in our house will vote for is Peter Obi. My mother is a teacher. My father is a teacher before I lost my dad. My family majority work in civil service and work with the government. So we understand how these things work, and we are very careful, because in terms of election, everybody have right to choose who they want. Everybody have right to decide, but the majority yanis of the people, and if you ask people in Delta State, they will tell you that Omo Agege as a senator is able to attract projects to his constituency, also to Delta State. That shows you that if you have the power to engage in executive role, you'll be able to do more. We have a lot of senators today who has been Senate president, who has been deputy Senate president. They were there, they did not do anything. They wasted our time, they wasted our strength, they wasted our resources. They only think of how to travel abroad, train their children in school in abroad. They don't do anything in the state. We have a lot of senators. We can name them. We have their names. Those that has become Senate president, deputy Senate president, they did not attract any project to their own constituency. We know them, and when the time comes, we start calling their names. That's why we choose that Omagege is the right choice, because he has worked for the state and it is payback time, because Omagege is somebody who has worked right from when democracy restored back to Delta State. A lot of people is not working for the Labour Party candidate because we don't know his track record. We don't have any idea about him. We don't trust him. We trust Obi the other time. We voted for him because it was Obi. Not even assuming Obi was in Abga, it was Abga we were supposed to vote for. Assuming Obi is in a PDP, we would have ended up voting for PDP. Assuming Obi is in any other party, we will also end up voting for Obi. It's not about the party, it's not about the individual, and how accessible we are to the individual, and how we can trust the individual that this individual can execute. We trust Obi because we know that if we have the mandate, he will be able to restore unity, he will be able to bring stability in our economy, he will be able to impact in the production segment, he will be able to impact in the other entrepreneurship engagement, and also engage with the youth, and also enable Nigeria to grow forward so that everybody will be carried along, and as well there will be progress in.
All right, Tim. If you round up your thoughts in about 30 seconds. But you touched on something that I quite like, and I'm going to build up on that. But round up your thoughts in about 30 seconds, please.
So one thing we believe, and one thing we better know, like what I'm saying, is that Omo Agege is the only candidate, the only one that is able to turn Delta State into the state we want, the state we admire, and the state we have interest on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tim. Submissions like this make you ask questions. I know this is a rhetorical question, but submissions like this make you ask the question: if someone like Tim is clamoring for more Agege because of the dividend of democracy that is brought to his people, it makes you ask questions. Why don't politicians do similar? If you give to the people, they will keep you in power. You wouldn't have to induce them. You have to, let me use the word induce now. Induce them over the 4-year period you're in office by doing what you promised them. Even if you give them 50% of what you promised them, the chances are they will keep you in power. And now I'm not familiar, I'm not deeply rooted in Delta politics, but just taking Tim's submission on the face value. Do what you've promised the people, and you won't have to come back and beg them and promise them over and over again. But what I said Tim touched on that it's been playing on my mind is the election coming up on next week, Saturday now, the governorship especially. Apart from somewhere like Lagos, where, Gbadebo Road is quite popular, and, Lagos is Lagos, everybody will be keenly keeping an eye on that. The other states, I am not worried because I don't know these people, but do you think, this is to everybody here now and the guys in the comment section, do you think that the gubernatorial candidate for Labour might miss out on the Obi wave because it's not on the same day as the presidential? I think it was easier for the LP candidate to ride the Obi wave because it was on the same day as Peter Obi election. Now, Tim's just said the Labour candidate for gubernatorial, you don't know the person, you don't know your track record. But if it was on the same day, the chances are people might just be like, you know what, top to bottom. May we never say that again, but top to bottom, just vote LP everything. Do you think there's a chance that the gubernatorial candidate for LP might miss out on the Obi wave because the election is being run on a different day, especially if you're somebody that the people do not know? Emma, I'll come to you.
Okay.
No, we'll come to you later, but Emma, yeah.
Okay. I cannot say.
Let me go to Emma quickly. We'll come back to you, Tim. Emma.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want Ify to go or somebody else.
Okay, so Emma's not responding at the minute. So we'll come to Ify, yes.
Hi, Uncle. Hi, good evening, sir.
Bless you, my sister.
I can feel your pain, so bad.
I'm sure my sister, that's where we find ourselves.
I can feel your pain so bad. But Tim, let me. I have a question for you. I know 2 days ago, I think me and you went back and forth. It was on this channel, on this platform, that you said that Nigeria is working for you, and in this on the same channel, you are now saying that you guys have a bad road, and that's a question mark for me. I attacked you and I asked you. I don't mean I'm not fighting with you, Tim. We are just rubbing mind. We are just talking. And I ask you, tell me how Nigeria is working for you when you don't have electricity, you don't have good roads, you don't have education, you don't have nothing, you don't have good health care, you don't have security. It was on this channel that I asked you that question. You did not respond to me. You kept telling me that it's working for you. Maybe out of 1 million people in Nigeria, maybe you are the only person, together with elites, that this country called Nigeria is working for. Because again, I keep saying it, it's not working for me. But I'm not here to attack you. You know, if it's working for you, fine. But I can bet you that millions of all of us, all over the world, including people right here. I'm sure Emma, sure, Uncle Ike, and Lake. I'm sure it's not working for you. I don't know where Lake is, but I know sure it's in London. I don't know where Emma is. I know Uncle Ike is somewhere in Ireland, and I'm here in Georgia. It's not working for us. I told you guys a story how I came to Nigeria to renew my passport, and I paid 10 years for 150,000. And the person even told me, no, you can't go home with it until you pay 20,000. If not, I have to wait until after 1 month. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to give you this 20,000. I'm ready to forfeit the 150,000. The next thing, 2 days, he called me and said, oh, the controller said that they're going to waive the 20,000. I took that passport. I did not come back with the passport. It's still in Nigeria. I did my American passport here. 1 month. It took 1 month. If you want to expedite it, you have to pay $65 extra. What I'm trying to say is that my question, why is it so difficult for us to work in Nigeria? Why is it difficult? Why is it that we have to clap for our senators when they do something? When we put them there, we put them to serve. People don't know that leadership is to serve the people. Serving is not that easy.
Hold on, Tim. Hold on.
But when we do something, we clap for him. We clap for them. My friend here, she's pregnant, or rather, she was pregnant with twins. And they couldn't give her mother a visa. Guess what she did? She wrote to the House of Rep of her constituency. Chika, she said, I can't do this alone. No, I have 3 young kids, and with these twins coming, I can't do that. And you know, for you to get a date, you have to pay a lot of money just to get a date. Guess what? They responded to her. Guess what? They gave her mother visa. Guess what? She did not pay. She did not bribe anybody. All he did was just place a phone call to American consulate, and they gave her parents a visa. Why is it so difficult for us that the people we choose or we have chosen to represent us or to serve us, we can't even approach them? Instead, we see them going around with siren. Everywhere you go in Nigeria, you won't even tell who is who. Everybody's walking and moving around, flying their flag. Why can't we fix common electricity? It's the easiest thing. A country without electricity, tell me how that country is going to function. Common electricity. Tell me how it's going to function. We keep saying, oh, we are growing. Since 1960, we are how old now? Is it 40-something years or almost 50 years? Or how many years we have? We don't have nothing in that country. When Buhari came, he gave a lot of people hope, a lot of us. Look at where we are today. 8 years ago, during Jonathan Goodluck Jonathan, we are all screaming and shouting. Look at us today. 8 years ago, look at where we are. 8 years from now, it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. Let's understand that. How much is dollar today? $1 to, I think, 700 and something naira. It's not going to go down. It's going to go up. If possible, up to 1,000 or 1,000 plus. Then tell me how Nigeria is going to get better. Tell me how small businesses are going to survive. in that country. America thrive on small businesses. They are pumping money into economy, supporting small businesses. People starting up during this COVID, a lot of people started their own practice just because the government pumped money into the economy. And we're still gonna clap for our leaders. When they open dig a borehole for us, we clap for them. We are providing our own water to drink. How long are we gonna do this? On this platform, I ask a question. Is Nigeria working for you? Sure, is Nigeria working for you? I'm sure it's not working for you.
Not the way I want it, no.
It's not working at all. There is no way, not the way. It's not working at all. Tell me what is working. Sure, tell me.
Let me do something.
Tim, hold on. Tim, hold on. Tell me what is happening.
I have a lot of things to. I have a lot. I've saved a lot and I've written a lot.
Tell me what is
Oh,
working.
that you want to say, Tim? Oh, me,
Okay,
I was just being diplomatic. Of course, Nigeria's not working.
We said Nigeria.
Wait, Tim. Now, Shebi, you and Ify, you have another half an hour to go back and forth. Just wait. Let's touch base. Then you can come and answer Ify.
She's talking something which I need to clarify.
We'll come to you.
What
But
she
yeah,
said
we'll
something
Hold on, Tim.
Don't worry.
And Tim, you said
So what I'm
Nigeria
gonna
is
do
working
is-
for you. Fine.
Can I make a comment?
Emma.
Shall
Oh,
I?
Emma, we were calling you. I was calling you to speak. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can I make a comment?
Yeah, make a comment. Is Nigeria working for you?
He's frozen.
Emma, your internet.
It's frozen.
Lake, is Nigeria working for you?
I have to make my full comment though, so it won't be just that question. Of course, Nigeria is not working for anybody.
It's not working for him, but I think it's only working for Tim because Tim told me that it's working for him.
Don't worry,
what
Tim,
I'm
you have your
saying
go.
is this: that's Tim. I'm not attacking you. You know,
Yeah,
we're not fighting.
okay.
We're rubbing minds. You know, but what I'm saying is that what.
To make. That was why I said.
Calm down, calm down.
Wait, Tim.
You put all the structures in the house. In Nigeria, the structure of Nigeria do not see human being as an asset. That's why if people go using a protest in order to show your frustration, government cannot listen to you because you are not an asset. In the Western world, human being is the greatest asset. That's why when you are protesting, they listen to you because their economy rests on taxation and taxation rests on productivity. So when you are protesting, you are not working, they are losing money. So they will listen to you. In Nigeria, in Africa as a whole, their income is rest on selling of assets, which is natural resources. So even though you are protesting, they are still earning their income to sustain their power. So they won't listen to you. They will kill you and crush you. So that's why when you're talking about why are people giving you why can't you do a good work, then you send it to people for them to vote you into power. They don't need you because one, they want to go to an office to sustain a senator is to sell Nigerian oil. So that's why all this, until we change our architecture, and this thing will be done by a statesman, this thing will continue. Because only the people who can shoot gun, who can destroy human beings, can get power to an office. It's only by God's intervention Obi entered Anambra State. It's not by the strength of Obi or Relaxing. It's because Ngige refused to dance the tune of Andu, but that's what brought in Obi. Let's set the record fast, straight. It's God's intervention, and it's not everybody can be lucky. So if you are not ready to shoot gun, you cannot have an office. That's why Jagaban told you the labor will labor in vain because he knew what he's saying. If you are not ready to bribe INEC, you cannot get there. Like this Nigeria, to me, only two ways we can solve this problem. Either we can, by grace of God, we can get a better leader to change the course of the country or through revolution. Apart from that, bros, forget it. We keep on telling you, calm down, calm down. calm down, things will go in. That's my own view.
Okay.
Let me finish up something.
Thank you, Emma.
Emma.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was just reading something. Somebody wrote, Amaka Ayeni said, Haba, if you be truthful, America is not good as you paint it. No country is good, but America is good, whether you like it or not, Amaka. If you live in America, then pack your stuff and move back to Nigeria. If it's not that good, pack your stuff and move back to Nigeria. So you can't tell me America is not good. If it's not good, we will not be here. Yes, it is good. Is it perfect? It is not perfect. But this is where I feel safe for now. I can go 2 a.m. and come back anytime I want to. I am not afraid to leave my house. Go anytime, come back anytime. So don't tell me that don't paint America as good. America is not as good as she painted. Yes, it is good. Yes, you cannot compare it. And unfortunately, let me break your heart. It is the greatest country in the whole world, like it or not. If you don't like it, go bang your head on the wall, because that's what it is for me. So before, I have never been a fan of Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. But after this election, I started having a thought, why they are fighting what they are fighting. But Emma said, how are we going to do that? We're not going to fight these people. It's the same group of people. Since I was born, I heard of Obasanjo, I heard of Buhari, I heard about Babangida, war against the indiscipline, all those stuff. It is the same people that are still in power. So I don't think election is going to change anything. In my own opinion, I don't think so. If not, it would have done that this election. So we are still very far. We are still not truthful.
Yeah, can I? Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Go ahead, Lake.
Okay. Actually, what I wanted to say after you asked the question is Nigeria working for me,
working
for us, and you were referring to your exchange with teams. I don't know. I didn't know the context of the question, because there's somebody that asked me that same question, and where the person was going to was, okay, if Nigeria is not working for you, why not support the people that want to separate Nigeria, segregate Nigeria, and then that kind of. So is a question that you have. Some people want. I don't know how teams answer the question.
Let me clarify you. Let me tell you.
Hold on. Generally, Nigeria is not working for anybody, and all we're doing is just to hope and try to work towards a better Nigeria. We're just hopeful, and working towards there. And then getting into the about the election with P2B, I think you've said it all. We just have to keep on moving, keep on doing what we are doing, and hopefully we'll get something out of it. Hopefully we'll get something out of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lake. I think what worries a lot of people, myself included, is the fact that and some people have mentioned it here, probably in stronger terms, is if someone like Jagaban becomes the president of Nigeria, is the president-elect. There's no denying that. There's fact that you can't deny is the president-elect. If he gets sworn in, based on what we've seen in Lagos, a lot of people worry that when they have the full power and instrument of presidency, how do you wrestle power away from them? That is what worries a lot of people that are saying, once Tinubu gets in, someone said it, I can't remember, I think it was one man when he was here earlier in the evening, he said, prepare for, he said you're going to call him supposed president if you want to, but it's going to be for 8 years, and Shetima is going to be your president for another 8 years. So he said it, almost jokingly, it's very condescending sometimes. So he said it just to get reaction out of people. And I find it quite interesting that people bite when he says whatever he says. Thomas comes, Kulata, and people bite. And I'm like, okay, maybe we're different. I know what to expect, so I don't necessarily bite or engage. But jokes apart, he said it. He said Shettima is going to do 8 years. I mean, if he works out, that's what they've done in Lagos, basically. So people worry and say, even by the time Tinubu is done, let's say 8 years, how old would Obi be? Do you necessarily think he will want to do that? You know, when he's 68 or 69
70.
or whatever.
Yeah,
exactly.
honestly.
So that is what worries a lot of people when you say, let's just chill, let's just wait our turn. And I'm not saying don't wait your turn, but this is why these sort of conversations are good. So when you throw out your ideas, somebody will come and say, okay, Lake, as good as that sounds, don't you think this will be the disadvantage of your approach? Then somebody like Mama Echo will come and say, let's just go and scatter everything, everybody carry gun. And people will say, no, don't let's carry gun. We don't have as much ammunition as they do. So it's just to rub mind, have conversations until we can find something that will work for everybody. And I see somebody saying, you know, Namaka, Ifi, your eye don't clear now, and all of that in the comment section. You know, another worry is the fact that people will want to start saying, we're going with IPOB. If he's not thinking Simon Epa, you know, the good guy is probably the good guy. Dozie said the other day that he's going to pick up forms. And this, you know, these are the sort of fallouts that I expected. But I just hope that in our lifetime, like I keep saying, Nigeria works out for us. How we'll get there, I couldn't tell you. If I knew the answer, honestly, I'll be worth a lot more than I'm worth right now. I don't think anyone has the answer. But we'll keep rubbing minds and hopefully we'll get there. So Tim, quickly roll out your points why Nigeria is working for you, because I think that's what you wanted to say. So in about 5 minutes, please, because Jude is here and Jude needs to have like 10 minutes of uninterrupted. I'm in charge. Jude, you have 10 minutes. Go on, Tim.
No problem. Why I said Nigeria is working, I wanted to ask a question. And the question is Nigeria working for Dangote? Is Nigeria working for APs? Is Nigeria working
Please
for Innocent?
don't interrupt him, please.
I'm asking this question because I know that the richest man in Africa is from Nigeria, and the top 60 richest men in the world. I can assure you that a Nigerian man is there. So, I always say this, that whatsoever you don't believe can never work for the person. I know a lot of people in this country who has made their money from this country. Till tomorrow, they are still making their millions in this country. America, people are saying today, yes, say that they are running to. I can assure you that the USA was not built in 60 years. We are just a baby democracy. We are just growing, trying to build ourselves. And also we have problem of uniting ourselves. And it's unfortunate how can a house stand when they are not united. They will continue to cause chaos. The little they have, they will destroy them. And as well, come back to square zero. Because at the end of the day, after the noise and the shout and every other thing, they end up come back to square zero. Because it doesn't work. If people who has made their millions in this country, we have a lot of foreigners who come to this country to invest. Look at MTN, look at a lot of people who are making money, making millions of dollars from this country every day. Look at Boas mates. Me, I don't just have much to say concerning if the country is favoring me, but what I just said, at least someone just need to think deep and know that it is possible. If you can think something to do in this country, you can become who you want to become. When you work hard towards it, you are determined, and as well, you work towards being progressive. It is unfortunate that most people do not believe in something. They expect to have a reward from what they don't believe in. What you don't believe in cannot work for you. It's what you believe in. If I tell you that Nigeria work for me, I'm living in Nigeria, and Nigeria must work for me. I cannot put myself on the negative side. It does not work for me. It must, and it will work for me.
Okay, Tim.
Okay, Tim. So Tim, I get your perspective. I think it's a positive affirmation type of, is working for me, and I'm with you on that as well, because I'm a Christian, born Anglican, joined Pentecostal, Pentarascal, whatever you call it. So I do the affirmation.
It's Pentecostal, not Pentarascal.
What people are saying is because because examples you gave, and they're very good examples, Dangote and all these people, is good. But I think what people are, was it Thomas Sankara? I'm not sure who said it, that would you rather champagne for a few or water for everybody? You understand? So what people are saying is, if you look across the spectrum, more people are in abject poverty. Some of the things, see, so for someone like Ify now, she lives in the US, and electricity is not an issue anymore. She doesn't have to pray about it.
No.
Water, she turns on a tap, 100 out of 100 times, water will come out.
Yep.
These are the things we're not talking about driving a Bentley. Most of us will never drive a Bentley or Rolls Royce in life. But turn off your light, you turn it on, it comes. You turn your tap, it comes on. You drive in the UK. It's possible. A lot of people don't know in the UK, if the roads damage your tires, you can claim from the council.
That's right. Yeah.
So these are some of those basic things. When people say it's not working, they're not saying, oh, if I'm not Dangote, it's not working. So I think probably because, yes, sir.
Sorry, let me give you this example. Here in the United States, right, where I live in Texas, right, several times I've had to drive out from my garage of my house, and I'll forget to press my remote for it to lock back. Do you know I will go out for almost 12 hours to 18 hours, especially if I'm working double, and I'll come back and I'll drive, and I'll notice that my garage was open. And from my garage, you can get to my entire house. But that can never happen in Lagos or in Nigeria. Before you would have come, your entire house would have been, in fact, taken away. So it's not all about money. It's not all about being in Nigeria and making money. That is what is working for you. Peace of mind, quality of life, breathing good air. Not Nigeria that is smoke. Look at the kind of rickety cars that goes out at times if you are driving, when they accelerate, the gas, the fume that will fill all over the air. People will be breathing this thing. That is why people are always sick over there. I know people are sick here too, but that is no quality of life. Every week, every month, you are taking your car to mechanic to fix the shock absorber and all those things. Is that working? That is not quality of life.
Excuse me, Juden, and show. The funniest thing, we're not even asking for too much. That's one thing about Nigerians. We're just asking for the basics. I told you, I don't know if you were here yesterday when I said I went to Turkey last year with my co-worker on vacation. Yes. And we were talking, the person that delivered food, and I asked him, he said he's from Ihiom, and I asked him, what are you doing here? And we talked for a long time. He's been there for 6 years. And something led to something. And he said, my prayer every day is to make $20 a day. Did you hear me?
You see?
$20 a day. Guess what? My sister is here. She's upstairs. And she was looking at me. I broke down. I started crying. And I turned to my sister because she came from Nigeria. I said, Chisom, you will not understand. We are complaining, but this guy is saying that he wants to make $20 a day. Can you imagine? Wow. So I gave him $15 equivalent to their money. Come and see the prayer. This guy was shouting prayers on me. I mean, oh my God, it even made me more cry. I cried. What I'm trying to say is that we are not asking you to be like Dangote. All we're asking, give us electricity. The guy said, if Obi wins and give us electricity and internet, I will go home. That is what the guy said. We're not asking for too much.
If any president of Nigeria, anybody that will rule Nigeria today, will give Nigeria good road, electricity, uninterrupted electricity power supply, let's forget about pipe-borne water, but that is also included. Yeah. Then what again? Good healthcare, good healthcare, and good road network system, and
maybe
and
security,
good healthcare, good education, and ensure security. Forget, if you like, take all the money of Nigeria.
They will not complain.
In fact, 5 years, Nigeria will become one of the leagues of nations because Nigeria has the talent, have everything to develop. But it's these wicked leaders that have been hindering us. They have been hindering us.
So
when we talk about,
let me bring something in. let me bring something into conversation. Yeah, go on.
Oh no, I wanted to say, when you're talking about rich people in Nigeria, please, I always contest against anybody talking about Dangote. You can't tell me Dangote is one of the people. Dangote is a quota system rich man. If even a fool, even a blind person, if he's given the opportunity Dangote was given in Nigeria, if he didn't make it, then that person is not a human being. So let's forget about Dangote.
Can I say something? Yeah, okay. Right quick, and I will just something you said about Dangote. It was on this show that I asked them. I think somebody, I think there is this guy that came to Dr. Rudolph's show, and I asked him. They were talking about refineries, and I asked a question: why is Dangote building another refinery? Why can't we fix our own refineries? We have 4 refineries, and none of them is working. And somebody somewhere is building another refinery. Why? So are you telling me that Dangote is richer than the whole Nigeria? Yes, I agree. But does it mean that Nigeria cannot fix not even at least one refinery? We are importing, we would drill and take it to another country to
refine and bring it back and be charging and be charging what is it called?
Pay for it. 4 refineries.
And they will tell us they are subsidizing in subsidy for our own product that we produce.
The largest
people have killed us. People have killed us.
We don't have a refinery,
all
and we have
right.
oil.
So with regards to this conversation we're having about Nigeria giving our citizens the basic things, someone in the comment section, Oga, quite active in the comment section, said US that we're comparing Nigeria to is out of our league, that we should be comparing Nigeria to Ghana and African countries. What do you say to that?
I agree.
It's true. It's true, because many African countries are doing far worse than Nigeria.
Rwanda.
Do you know Kenya, Rwanda, even the war-torn Rwanda 10 or 15 years ago, they have uninterrupted power supply.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know in Nigeria, no state, in fact, no local government area in Nigeria today can boast 1 minute in the entire local government area of uninterrupted power supply? Is there any such place? Somebody can tell me if I'm telling right. In the entire Nigeria, no one local government area, right, can boast 1 minute of uninterrupted power supply. That is how bad that country is. And yet, during Obasanjo time, we spent $16 billion for electricity. Atiku gave it to his cohorts. He even said it in an interview that they collected all the money, they paid them all the money, and they collected it. And I was expecting the interviewer, the journalist, to ask him, okay, when they collected this money and they didn't deliver, what happened to the money? You see, our brown envelope, journalists who doesn't even know and zip from left to the right about journalism. Yeah? I was expecting that guy that day. Ask Atiku, okay, when he said all these people collected those money and they didn't deliver, what happened to the money? And what effort did the government make to bring back the money? Because if you pay someone to execute a particular contract for you and the person fails, of course you have to retrieve your money or you hold the person accountable. But no, you know why? Those were the companies that when he came in, he told Obasanjo, please, we should not be doing open corruption. Let us form what was that name he gave it? There was
SPVs,
a name he gave it.
SPVs.
SPV.
He didn't give it SPVs, special purpose vehicles, yeah.
A special purpose vehicle. They use special purpose vehicle of carrying our money. Those were the people that he gave all the contract, plus all the companies, all the Nigerian companies, asset that he sold, all of them to his cronies. So imagine Enema Petrochemical Company in I think Akwa Ibom, right? This thing cost 2.something billion. How much did Atiku sold it? He sold it about 30-something million to his cronies. So many of them, I have everything. I have where I wrote all of it. All the company this man sold that were built with billions of Nigerian money, dollars. When money was money, he sold it to his cronies. Okay, look at the thing that pains me to my bone marrow. All our people in Nigeria. If you engage them in any phone conversation, the next thing they're talking about data. Do you know any social media call. It's free. You're not paying any extra dime. But these fools bring all these companies abroad, plus the one themselves are operating, and they bribe them and they allow them to exploit their citizens. Their citizens. If you go home, all of us know how much you spend whenever you go home just to buy data. Video call. Does anybody pay WhatsApp call? Either WhatsApp, what is it, video call or Facebook video call or any internet video call? Does anybody pay that lives abroad? No, it's free. As long as you pay your phone bill, you don't pay any time.
It's not free.
You got your data.
You need a data to access it. Without that, I can't access it.
No, but
so
it's not
Okay, let me tell you now. I have unlimited data. I don't pay any extra.
It's
because you pay monthly now. When you subscribe for monthly, you cover the whole month.
Unlimited. Cheaper.
But you can't compare it to the kind of money they spend in Nigeria.
Here compared to it.
Each time I go back home, right? 20 and 30,000. It doesn't even last me for 10 days. 30,000 data that I buy and put on my small mobile this thing that you buy from MTN, Wi-Fi something, 10 days it doesn't. By the time I finish checking my sending email or whatever, or listening to my or any of this program, it's gone. It's gone. They can just export our from every week.
Good, well done. Also, well done.
Uzol.
Okay. As I'm the messages in the afternoon.
I was just going to say, welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah. Let's open another platform where you have higher traffic. Someone like you can, control the platform where we, let's say Division 1, Division 2. If you try here, it doesn't work. Another one. Because at the platform, everybody, every day, most of us, if you didn't log on like this, it seems like something is out of your body. You do like you're missing something. You always check. He opened 11:30 today. I was like, by the time I start checking.
So this is your addiction.
Yeah,
honestly, I am so busy, but I have to rush. I just finished a course and I said, let me
like you need to spread it.
Do you guys know what time? Do you know what time it is in the UK?
It's
almost 3 o'clock. 3
It's almost after 3 though.
Yes, it's after 3. 22 minutes after 3 a.m.
That's how it starts, And this is Mr. Jude.
I have to make coffee.
Yeah, anything you said is true.
Can I say something regarding this election and this thing, right?
So you've not spoken? Oh, okay.
No, I've not spoken.
2 minutes, please, so that we can hear from Uzolo.
Now, what I want to say is, like I said yesterday, right, and 2 days ago also. Yes, this man has been declared a winner. Unfortunately, by his partner in crime, the INEC official. But do you know, up to today, so many facts still continue to emerge from the election that was held on Saturday about the extent of the rigging. As a matter of fact, from the fact we have on ground now, one can unequivocally state that this election is the most corrupt election Nigeria has ever had, at least in my lifetime. Okay? Somebody can say he disputes it, but the evidence on ground, okay, undoubtedly, of course, I'll lend credit to this assertion. Now, yes, no problem, but the point is that at the end of the day, they are going to go to court. LP will go to court, and even PDP also will be one part of the plaintiff. Is it plaintiff, right? That will be in the court for that. So
there seems to be a problem with your mic.
Is it my mic?
Noise is coming from somewhere.
Not my mic. Somebody
there's an echo.
should.
If you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself?
Uzo, please. Thank you. So we should just, be patient and although they are trying to organize a rally, in some places before the end of this week. Yeah, but the thing is that at the end of the day, after all dust settles, after everything is done, all said and done, Obi is going to be the president. He's going to emerge as the president. There's nothing anybody can do about that. I mean, there's just no way. With all the abounding evidence, the extent of rigging that this election has witnessed, there is just nothing that anybody can do. The owner of the throne will ascend his throne by the grace of God. And those who are jubilating that they have elected a thief, a fraudulent man, a man that throughout his lifetime has been characterized with fraud, a man that cannot even trace his origin, that nobody even know what his name is, what his age is, even up to today. And people people are happy to elect such a thief. Anyway, the point is this: it will only take a thief to elect a thief. That is the point. That is point blank. Anybody that is okaying the election of this man himself, if he have the opportunity, he will also steal. Like this man has been stealing from the people of Nigeria, particularly from the people of Lagos, whom he has hijacked the entire resources of Lagos to himself and to his family. So let's keep hope. God is going to help us, and new Nigeria will be born.
Jude, you know he has senior advocate of Nigeria speaking for him. You have Keyamo, you have another lawyer, Femi Fanika.
Keyamo is a thief now. Are you kidding me? Keyamo is a thief. Keyamo is a thief.
You know I'm only kidding.
It will take only a thief to support a thief. I've never stolen in my life. And I hate corruption.
But it's coming from somewhere, please.
Yes, go ahead, man. Where is this thing coming from? This noise coming from?
It's Uzo, no, you just stop it now.
Uzo, I think it's from you, the noise.
Uzo, do you have this open on two channels?
Yeah, it's 2 channels. Can you close the other one? The one that you entered this.
Yeah, maybe you can close. If you're open on YouTube, you can close that.
Yeah, go back to the one that led you to enter here. And then you can shut off just the volume.
Can I say something about this election?
I will go. Sure. What I want to say here is we will be speaking well, but I still stand on my word. Obi should go to court. Whether something come out of the court or not. One thing I want to tell, if I'm him, in fact, I'm fighting right now. I will do this momentum that he have now. Let him dislodge Lagos, and Port Harcourt. If you will dislodge Lagos and Port Harcourt,
Lagos, Port Harcourt, Benue.
No, Lagos and Port Harcourt. If you will dislodge those 2 states, take out APC in Lagos State, put a LP governor of Syria, take out Port Harcourt. I tell you, APC will be on the news. Then Papa take Kanu and some other states. Then let them start taking out states like Imo State, Abia State, all these states. Let them put a LP candidate in there as a governorship candidate. Then I tell you, by next election, nobody will ring anything. The number will be up there. So that's what if I have to go to court, I will tell you the truth. It's only in Nigeria I will tell somebody who will tell you go to court. Here, you don't tell me go to court. If I had to go to court, if you start begging me, please don't go to court. But in Nigeria, go to court. They know that there's nothing to come out of it. No justice there. So court or no court. The Tinubu winner. Just let's not wish him bad. Let's wish him good.
No, Producer.
Let me finish. End of the day, he's going to offer as the president. All of us if the country is good, all of us will believe. If it's bad, all of us will be shit. So what I will tell you to do, we should go to court and try to claim his mandate. But end of the day, he didn't claim it. We will only pray. Let him be a good president, so that all of us will not be here stuck here and keep on suffering for next 8 years. So there's nothing we can do. We cannot go and remove him again. We don't have to support. We are able to make Nigeria a better place.
So we don't have to like. I know I was in Lagos when he ruled Lagos. I know how it is. Yeah, if Tinubu was younger, I tell you, he's the best man for this job. All right, but his age just talks a lot about him. That everyone was like, he's old. He's even more older than Buhari that we are managing. But the one thing I will assure people that I'm not the Tinubu fans. I will assure people is this: Tinubu has dislodged the Kapa in Nigeria. Somebody like Obasanjo, Vangida, or Abu Salam. You saw those people? They're all gone. All of them are going to retirement because he's going to retire all of them because he's the main Kappa. That guy is the Kappa of all the Kappas. So that's why I don't want you to come into see it. Now the guy is there. All of them will have no say in Nigeria anymore. But on the youth, Tinubu is a comedian. He's a real comedian. When I say he's a comedian, if that's what's going to happen, how it's going to work. At the end of the day, we thank God. So let me just leave you for here. I'll talk later.
Yeah, let me say something quickly.
Thank you.
You see, if Tinubu, because I don't know anybody that had in mind to be a president of Nigeria and his party is the ruling party, that would not want to do everything to support the party to succeed. So that, because he knows that the more the party succeeds, the easier it will be for him to get elected when it is his turn, right? Okay, so if Tinubu did not have the magic to give to his party, led by Buhari, to succeed, such that his party had given Nigeria the worst administration ever, has put Nigeria in the worst, in the most catastrophic way place ever been. What magic does any human being that has his senses on his head think that this man will now come and perform now that is his form? So was he keeping all those good things he would have recommended for his party so that his party will succeed? Was he keeping it for himself so that when it will come to him, he will now perform the magic? The answer is absolute lie. He doesn't have anything to offer Nigeria other than the status quo and continuing with the status quo and continuing with the suffering, putting Nigeria into the suffering that they have already been. That is number one. Number two, how can everybody, I still continue to say this, how can anybody in his senses be happy to see this man? For instance, during UN, and this man will gather in the committee of presidents of nations to see such a man representing. Come on now, how can that say that man is my president? What is he going to talk? Okay, does it mean when he's going to man the podium, all those people that gathers around him, that pushes him so that he doesn't fall, we go there and hold him as he's delivering a speech, and he go there and begin to blab and begin to say blah 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 blah, because this is the reality of his health situation. There's nothing anybody can do about it. They say it's always good to bow out when the sound was loudest, but he doesn't want to bow out, and he's going to bow out in shame, because the time will come when they will handcuff him and throw him out of White House. Then the rightful owner and duly elected president of Nigeria, Peter Obi, will mount his throne. I believe God allowed this to disgrace him forever.
You've been in America for a very long time. Our president will live in the White House. He lives in Nassau.
Can I say something?
No, 1 second. Let's go to Ike. Let's go to Ike, please.
Okay.
I think he's been waiting to say something. So we'll go to Ike and we'll come to you, Lake, quickly. Thank you.
What I wanted to say is that I wanted to let you guys know when I decided to invest everything in my life with this election that took place. And my joy today, the joy and the pain that I have today, the joy part of it is that those people in the eastern Nigeria that feel that they are the political demagogue in the east that worked against Mr. Peter Obi, that tried to reduce him to look like he's nobody. He has destroyed their political career forever. They have no more, none of them will ever have a say in eastern Nigeria till tomorrow. Their political career is gone forever. Is he the governor of Anambra State? This why I don't know how many years that is remaining for him in that place. His political career has gone for good.
Dead and buried, my brother
You
Kapus.
understand what I'm telling you?
Kapus, one time governor.
The man from who called himself Chief Olas, and he said after he said that Peter Obi is to vote PDP, after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, he's cooling in prison in London. Let me tell you, the Bible says, "Touch not my anointed, do my prophet no harm. For whosoever touches the apple eyes of God." Listen, Peter, when all of us are Christians, but when you read the story of Peter, listen. So my joy in this pain I'm going through is that in the eastern Nigeria today, Peter Obi is the king in the eastern part of Nigeria.
That's right.
Ibazu in Abia State, who never did anything for 8 years in Abia State. Uzodimma, them all of them in the whole eastern Nigeria, they have gone.
Now
Labour has taken over eastern Nigeria. And that settles it. This is my joy. Look at all those senators. Ekunife. Oh my goodness, God. Did you not hear what all these people are saying? You know, the day I cried in my house, my wife was asking me, my husband, you want to die for your country or what? The day that Atiku went to Enugu and said that it is only through him and Igbo man who will become president of Nigeria.
That was insulting.
That was insulting, man.
In my sitting room here, where I'm sitting in this my Dabrecho room. Listen. Listen, for almost 2 weeks. Almost 2 weeks.
My brother,
I could not really define what is happening with my life. And when he said that, the other guy, former deputy House Speaker, this man from BC, Emeki Hedion, when he said his own again, oh my God. I said, okay, listen, I'm not in Nigeria, but I am going to follow this election I will follow it to the end. Because in Enugu, that was supposed to be the former capital of Nigeria, Atiku came to Igbo land and declared that only through him an Igbo man will become president. And the Igbo politicians and the elite were following him at his back.
They even clapped. You hear them at the background, they were clapping. I said, Jesus Christ.
Oh my goodness.
In my mind, I said, come on, guys. Instead of him to bring it, let it not even come at all.
In fact, that was even a slap on their faces. This man came from Okan and slapped, in fact, an insult. This was the type that Achebe said, if a man come to my house and defecates in my, should I leave him? I will take a stick and break his head, for that is what a man does. And this man did that and went away.
This is the thing that inspired me. And when I see the result of the whole eastern part of Nigeria, even though as much as they try to rig that election, their political career has gone forever. They will never ever have the privilege to speak in Igbo land anymore. Look at in Enugu State, an Okada rider won House of Representatives on that level.
I think it's Kaduna.
Is it Kaduna?
Kaduna or Abuja?
Or Abuja, to one of those places.
No. Yeah.
Under Labour Party.
Under Labour
Party. Under Labour Party.
Kaduna.
Jesus Christ.
You understand what I'm telling you? So,
are you kidding me?
My joy today is that in Eastern Nigeria today, if Peter Obi speaks, everybody will shut up.
Yeah.
Because all those senators from Anambra State, the only person who escaped was Ifeanyi Oba, and I didn't know how he escaped.
No, let me tell you what Ifeanyi Oba did though. You know, okay, Ifeanyi Oba is from my same senatorial district.
Where are you from, Lake?
I'm from Nnewi South.
What part?
Maine.
Okay.
Oh, you're from Osume?
Yeah.
I want to
so,
if you're from Nnewi.
Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah, if Ayoba, he's a grassroots person. Forget about he
Was
has.
it the one, like, there was one guy in Ninewi that was contesting, right? He told the people that they should please his own people that are contesting, campaigning for him, right? And the people you're expecting to vote, that they should vote for Obi for president, that when it comes to the senator, let them try and vote for him, that is going to campaign for Obi. I don't know. There was
No, it
somebody
is
that,
Almost
it
all of
is
them.
it is the wife of Obiano, the former governor
Yeah,
of
wife of
Anambra State.
Obiano
He
said it.
went to Onitsha, he knelt down in the market. She was kneeling down.
wow.
Here on the channel, listen. Because how to really afford
All of them were saying it, even if Ayoba.
We know they are not.
They
We know
wanted
they
to,
are not.
they fought. If
Did
Ayoba
she
would
win?
get
Did she win anything?
Win what?
I would have been said, God forbid. Abba,
No,
no,
because
thank
they are
God.
they
Thank
are
God
all
he
in
didn't win
the same
anything.
senatorial district.
After his husband has messed up everything that Obi did in Anambra.
The same senatorial district with who again? I think there are like 4 of them, but the Labour guy wasn't so strong.
Oh man.
So they all of them were talking about Obi's votes. Nobody's touching it. It's their senatorial vote that they started fighting, shooting. I think one of them they shot. I think his car was bulletproof. They sprayed bullets in his car. It was bloody.
So the one they shot, the one Abarebe, that was way before election. Now, not my cousin. So 2 of them from Unewi Pota. I think he was previously up on a House of Rep, then left, joined
Chris Azubog.
Chris Azubog. Now, not my cousin. So he now wants to contest for the senatorial seat against Stefan Yoba. There is no way, okay, so we know that there is no way that would have happened.
My brother
is well known and new, he's very popular.
If I buy grassroots, if I buy
very popular.
If I buy way is, he will do small things. Especially people in the streets. He knows how to give them, if it's drinks and everything. He knows how to do grassroots work. Okay. That was why he won.
You see why everybody, one of the reasons why everybody should continue to pray. Especially, I'm talking this to everywhere, meaning Nigeria, that want that country to progress, that P2B eventually and Obidati. Because these 2 pair of candidates, now I don't know any time in history Nigeria will ever have these 2 pair of candidates again. But I know. You see, one of the reasons is this, and the thing that makes me, apart from the killing, that makes my heart bleed. Look at somebody like Innocent. If not Innocent were to be in an ideal society, Nigeria would have been exporting. In fact, would have been servicing all African countries cars. And imagine how much employment it would have brought to all. In fact, by now, I'm sure Innocent plant would have been in every state capital in Nigeria, producing high quality jobs that will increase quality of life for our people, and the government will in turn be the beneficiary of it because more taxes will be paid. But instead of encouraging this man and every other people like him all over Nigeria, they continue to kill them. Look at, all those cars this man, Buhari, gave to Niger. Those were cars they went outside Nigeria to import. Innocent can produce even better cars than that. Because Innocent produces car with Nigerian, standard, with a rugged, road, according to those who have
driven.
Sure, you understand what I'm saying? There are many people like that government should have encouraged. Look at how our Peace has been struggling with his airline. Peace is just struggling with his airline because of bureaucracy, because of all the obstacles he has been going through. Why is it that today no international airport in the east?
Yeah.
That one in Enugu, is that an international airport?
Yeah, I said that yesterday.
Why is it that up to today? And then in that same country, the Igbos are the most traveled, and they are the people that uses in fact, international distance more than any tribe. I'm not saying other people doesn't travel, But why is it that they continue to do all these things to frustrate us and everything? But in an attempt to doing that, they don't know that they are doing the entire country. Because when one place is prospering by what they are doing, it's going to affect every other place. Every other places, because no one part of Nigeria that is living in absolute isolation. No. Dangote now, is he not the one that has all his businesses across all over Nigeria? If people are impoverished and they don't have money, will he thrive? No. This innocent means so much, because imagine where a federal government will say, okay, all our vehicles, let's leave the private sector, but all federal government vehicles must be bought in Nigeria-made car, whether it's innocent or anybody, whether it's from Yoruba or Hausa, as long as that is what you produce, as long as it's Nigerian product, that is what you're going to buy in every government parastatals, and every government official must use government Nigerian produced vehicle. These are the only ways you can, some of the ways you can encourage your people to produce. And the more they continue to produce, the more they continue to expand and also innovate and also enhance both quality and quantity. At the end of the day, we'll be exporting. We will be going to Africa, or Western world to continue to patronize them every day when we can get the same thing at our backyard, even at a cheaper rate. These are some of the things people don't think. Out of wickedness, their mind is so blinded, their sense of reason is so clouded, because of tribalism, because of politics. Come on, look at
I don't think it's wickedness. I think it's more greed than
wickedness. It's the same thing, Show.
I might be wrong.
What wickedness and greed? There's so many things. Imagine if all the airports are functioning. Imagine the kind of job is going to. In fact, all these teaming graduates that are there not having any job to do. Imagine the kind of quality employment it will provide for our people if all airports are functioning. And then imagine the quality of life it will enhance in people living in Lagos, because the dreadlock of traffic hold-up, that every day an average Nigerian worker that goes to work, that have a pay salary, that goes to work, spend nothing less than 4 hours going and coming back every day. Quantify that in money. Nigeria loses billions of money every day as a result of traffic hold-up. It's only unfortunate we live in a country that they don't take statistics of all these things. They don't know how much we use. The quality of life.
You're very right.
Well, we had the presidential. Well, our president-elect said it one time that will be, sharing statistics with good job. So don't expect much statistics in the next 4 years.
I was watching an interview. That was an old interview, though, of the Innocent. I think when he was saying that during Obi's president, when Obi was governor, I think Obi came to him and then asked him about, can you do pickup? He said Obi that he has not started doing pickup, but he can do it. He said, can you do it? He said he can do it. Peter Obi now paid him cash up front.
He paid him in advance.
Because he knows that somebody starting,
money.
You need money, and accessing bank loan in the bank, it's not for that kind of manufacturing that is starting. It's not easy, and
he didn't disappoint. He delivered. He delivered.
My problem with this Tinubu because we know during that
you expect that kind of man to go and encourage innocent? No way.
During that Tinubu's time, I was coming into Lagos once in a while, for business and everything. And we know how he ruled Lagos. He ruled Lagos with thuggery. We know what happened to, mysteriously Funshaw Williams and the rest, And the way he's going, you see how he started his election. He's choosing. You see, Benin, he has that guy they call Kabaka. You see, if you go to Enugu State, him and someone like Chimaroke and Naman with their own talks. If you go to Anambra State, they have their own people. That is how
Lagos Olumo, I'll be waiting then they call him.
all over the country, and that would be like it will be like in fact it will turn Nigeria to a jungle Nigeria.
I'm telling you.
That is what we're going to get. And then coming to the effect of, I think we were talking about what effect will Peter Obi's, I think, show you were the one that was asking it, the effects, how will it affect the gubernatorial election? So I think what's going to happen in this election is
not being on the same day with Obi.
Yeah, Obi's presidency, the obedience chose Obi. It wasn't even Obi that gave them the obedience; they gave themselves obedience.
Out of his name, they call obedience.
And those obedience, they have the mind of their own. They just look, they are voting personality. Take for instance, case in point, if you go to Enugu now, Enugu Labour Party candidates, I think he's from the same senatorial district with the outgoing governor. So there is another sentiment there, someone from this senatorial district coming in again for the governor. So what's his name? This former minister, Frank Nweke, is in Abga running for governor. And I think I was looking at Aisha Yusuf's page, they were promoting Frank Nweke. So you see that the movements will just choose on their own
who they want to support.
Who they want to support, not necessarily
LP.
Because it's LP. In some cases, it might be that way. Like Lagos, from what I'm hearing, looks like they are trying to fall behind
PDP
LP candidates.
I thought it's PDP. I thought it's PDP.
Yeah, some people are saying PDP.
No, I just wish they would, out of anger, go and vote out anybody.
Somebody from, I called one of my friends in Alaba. He was saying that I tell everybody that his Labour is the guy that they are going for. Because
exactly, good.
If
Lagos is fully legal.
If APC carry Lagos, they will pursue them come out. So
it's no longer APC now.
Lagos is legal.
Even some APC are even tired of Tinubu and his gangs.
So they want to make sure that APC doesn't stay there. If not, there will be problems. Look at them burning their place. Look at Ladipo burnt because of
even in the north. Even in the north, our people's businesses in the north are
Monday market mainly is Igbo dominated now. It was burnt.
Was that recent?
After the election now. Yeah, because they voted for Labour. They voted for Labour. Like if you watch this thing, because I went to University of Maiduguri. There's a place called Bolori. That area is Igbo dominated, and their market is in that Monday market. That area, Labour won inside that area.
Yeah, but was any market burnt in Lagos though?
No, Ladipo was. I don't know if it was intentional because it's so much of a coincidence. Just immediately after election, the Ladipo market.
It wasn't a coincidence. It was a deliberate act.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't debunked. It was bunked. It was bunked. So all these things.
I'll check that. Someone is saying it's old in the chat because I checked Twitter. Someone in the chat is saying the old pictures because I checked on Twitter when I had the new and I couldn't find anything. But if you're saying it happened, of course I've not checked that. I can't refute it 100%. But something that I found quite interesting was I'm not sure if anybody saw Gbadebo Rootsvive, or the Labour candidate for Lagos. He did a video yesterday. Let me get the date right now. Wednesday. He did a video to address Lagosians, encourage them to come out to vote. And he had to, because there have been, not memos now, but there have been, WhatsApp messages circulating. If you have members working in RN, URT, and LASMA, and he's planning to sack your family members and all of that, because he's saying that the Agbero system is not something he would, carry on with. He would redeploy them, he would try to engage them and, find employment for them, but the Agbero system would stop. So there've been, there'll be messaging circulating around Lagos to say, if your family work for NURTW and last man, all these things, this boy's coming to take away your jobs. And he also had to mention something which still shows you clearly how divided they try to make us. He had to mention it that, yes, my mom is Igbo and I'm married to an Igbo woman.
Hausa man.
Because
Or
that's
Yoruba
also,
man.
being perpetrated to say, exactly, because, people are saying it in Lagos that always is an Omo Igbo, Chinedu. Chinedu of his names, but his first name is Igbo. So it just shows you how divided.
I think
we
his
can
mother
be.
is from Anambra self.
You see, if you go to
The fact that they
Lagos,
have to
I
come
don't
out
know.
to say, yes, my mother is Igbo, my wife is Igbo.
Yeah, when it comes to market, you tell them I'm Wadiala. That is
But
yeah,
in
go ahead.
reality, for me, I don't care who wins Lagos. If any other party can win Lagos, I will be happy. I don't care whether it's Labour, DDP, or anybody. But not
No, we want Labour to win.
Yeah, I know, but
I think the best bet is for
Okay,
them to work
except
together.
APC, right? Any other one except
I think the
APC.
best bet for them is if they can work together with PDP, because that other guy, the PDP guy, he's more of the streets. He's more like
John Doe.
John Doe is more, he's always out like, that he will give APC whatever they bring, he will give them double, all those kind of threats and everything.
Why not? Okay, this is, is it possible for P2B to go there and campaign?
It's possible he can go there and campaign for the.
Lagos might be
Yeah,
one of the
he will definitely go and campaign. If he's going to campaign, he will definitely be for the Labour.
He can go there and campaign for a Labour.
That possibility of, for the Labour Party to win over
He
there.
can go there and
It's for him
campaign.
to go there and campaign seriously for whoever the candidate is. Because other than that, they're going to hijack this election. Because MC Olu came out and said that we own Lagos, now we own Nigeria. And you see, that kind of mentality is what I don't understand. For a child, I call him a child, for a child like that to publicly write out on his social media that,
that they own Lagos, they own Nigeria.
Yeah, they own Lagos now.
Can
Now
you
they
imagine?
own Nigeria. And you see, these are the things that, that really piss me off all the time. And I keep asking, do we even still want this Nigeria? So
This is why some of us, people like us, don't believe in this.
and I love my Nigerians,
If
and
not
they
for
gave
Obi,
it to him. I
if
love
not
my
for Obi,
Nigerian people, and they gave
nah.
it to him. So I don't understand.
So after everything you've seen, the election on Saturday, the result has come out, the announcement by INEC, the lawsuits that's likely going to follow, and everything, and all these MC almost children tweeting and posting on Instagram. Are you still going to encourage your family? Because the five of us on here, nobody lives in Nigeria. Are you still going to encourage your family members to go out and vote on Saturday? Are you still encouraging people to vote gubernatorial, or have you given up on it completely?
No, it's good that they should vote. They should go and vote.
For me, my senior brother and the family and most of my family live in Lagos. No, I've been talking to them since even from 25th. You understand? That's what I'm telling you. People who were close to what is going on in Lagos, my senior brother and the wife, they suffered so much of what was going on in Lagos because of this. When they come to the market, they want you to bring your people.
Yeah, what is that?
I know what they went through in Lagos. Sorry.
Keep your heads up. We will reclaim our stolen mandate. Atiku tells supporters.
Yeah.
So that means and then Daddy Freeze asked a question. Please, whose mandate was stolen? Atiku.
Leave that. It's a loafer. Leave that.
We
that Dubai guy.
For Saturday, people are going to go at that. What I did throughout this 8 months. After Saturday, I started telling them, listen, the fight is not over until it is over. Now we have members in the House of Representatives. Now we have senators. We want to have governors. We want to establish the institution. By the time the local government election begin to go from state to state, we want to get local government chairmen. We want to get councillors. This is what we are talking about. So nobody's going to stop because we know that the election is still on. So we cannot say because of we don't want to say no. I'm just waiting for what P2B will tell the world tomorrow, and looking at if he's going to visit some state. I do hope so, because Plateau State, the way they read Plateau State, that the governorship candidate, Dr. Patrick Taku, he need to win Plateau State, and Nasarawa, and Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. He need to visit those states, because I need labor in the South. We need labor in the South. So I think, we are encouraging people. We have not stopped. I'm not stopping because I've started it. I'm going to finish it. I can't stop. I'm not going to stop by the wayside because something happened. No, we got to.
Okay, that's good. I think Jude is itching to say something. Jude, go ahead.
Yeah, what I want to say is this: why is good that people should not, the obedient should not despair, but to go out even much more than they have voted. Because I still realize a lot of people couldn't vote in this presidential election. So if all of them could turn out in all the states and go and vote and put a Labour candidate there. Obi has always talked about stopping this, what is it called? Structure of criminality. You see, when politicians talk about structure, we have seen what the structure is about. It's about what happened on Saturday. That is what their structure is about. So by the time Labour Party gets in all of those places, at least we are going to be guaranteed that come the next election, we will have a very smooth, clear election that people will not be going out to vote and they will have their heart in their mouth thinking of what is going to befall them. People will peacefully go and cast their vote electronically, not even this beaver of transmission of 18. Everything will be programmed in the beaver if we have not even brought a newer technology there, because what they are using now, this beaver is even 18th century something that US left behind only God knows how many years ago. Okay, because that is again the way our leaders have always seen us. Okay, to be worthless people who doesn't deserve anything good. So whenever they want to buy anything for Nigeria, they will go to countries and buy what they have left, what they have abandoned many years ago. They are looking for who will take it out of their warehouse. They will go there and buy it at a cheap price, and they will come and told us they bought it in several billions of naira because nobody audits them. Okay, so it is necessary that people go and vote so that this issue of criminality and vote buying and all this vote corruption, election corruption will cease. Because if we have senators that are LP, of course they will know what LP stands for. They can't go there and mess up. Otherwise, they will throw them away. Okay? They will have senators, then nobody will rig election. Because we have a president that believes in sanity. And then it will cut across every state. So that is why it's important that Labour Party claim as much as they can claim now.
Okay, I was going to go to Lake to answer the same question, that is he still encouraging people? But before you answer that, Lake, I'm just going to add something else now, because Jude touched on it. Do you have, speaking to all four of you now, do you have any worries that some of these senators, honorables, House of Rep members, do you have any worries that some of them might defect? Because it's not something that's not uncommon in Nigeria, that people get into office on a platform, they ride the wave and they defect.
Yeah, it's very possible. It's very possible. Like I was speaking to who was I talking to today? In Abuja, I think the Labour Party woman that won in Kaduna, even in Anambra, a lot of, in fact, Obiano, the Abga people in Anambra are like crying. They say like what's his name? The governor.
Governor wife?
No. the present governor, Soludo killed them.
Nonsense.
Yeah, Soludo killed. They are complaining that Soludo really, messed them up. So it's very possible. Politicians, no matter who they are, they always want to stay in the place that they are more comfortable. It's very possible that I just hope that P2B will definitely prevail, and that might not happen. If P2B prevails,
He's going to prevail.
When he prevails, you understand, you see that a lot of all those other people
will defect.
They will defect. But if he doesn't, a lot of them might still, go back. But the good thing there is that with Labour Party has already shown them, Labour Party has given them a bloody nose. They've shown them that the will of the people will always
prevail.
Yeah.
So let me tell you. Many of these new members from the House of Rep and Senate they are going to come to Labour. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they are.
Whether this struggle goes to the end or not. You know why? Because they know, they have seen
what the youth can do,
what the people themselves can do. And for them to have a political future, for them to have a political foundation, they need to go to Labour. Because with Labour, it is credibility.
You're also right.
Does that not worry you? Does that not worry you?
No, but because it depends.
I hear that. Doesn't that worry you? That you not end up with the same people that we've complained about?
No.
I mean, who's going to be the gatekeeper to say, you are allowed, you are not allowed?
Okay, you know why? You see why for now it's not...
Yeah, go on.
You see why for now someone like me is not. I'm not going to be what initially I was asking this question right before this election. But now that I have already seen the outcome of the election, that Obi is going to claim his mandate no matter what. This is written and it's going to come to pass. And by the time Obi gets there, and for whom he has been, I believe he's going to sanitize so many things. Not just only him. You see, and again, one of my greatest joys is that, for what I know, I don't know that is so much, but from the little I've known him, he has almost the same mind. He believes almost the same thing. Okay? In fact, that guy, I'm even thinking that he's going to be more brutish in the good way or not in the bad way. Okay, to curb this kind of menace corruption that we are witnessing in Nigeria today. So that's why I say these two pair, they are like made in heaven and sent to us.
But Jude, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know this court thing? Do you know, does this one have a duration? I don't know the Electoral Act. I know at one point they said that for electoral tribunal cases will have some sort of
for now, we don't have any electoral tribunal. That's the good thing. Okay, we don't have any electoral tribunal. And then again, where I am very optimistic that no matter what, by June, highest July, the whole thing would have finished, would have been over. Because this case is not like any other case we have ever seen that goes to the court. The evidence is just overwhelming. In fact, I was even saying, I am not a lawyer, but I can win this case for Obidem if they give it to me. You know what I will do? All I will do is to just go look for a high-tech, somebody that is very savvy in high-tech, bring all these videos and everything, compose them together, bring a very large screen. When it will come to the presentation, just present it for them, including the reading, including the INEC boss during that time he was pronouncing all those reading all those results, right? And then showing the differences between what was received from the polling centers and what he was reading, and then the variation, and even why two states should have the same results. So after presenting all these facts, then he said, judges, okay, it's up to you. I don't even need to say any other thing.
But sometimes, No, sometimes in Nigeria, the legal proceedings doesn't, go as simple as that.
Do you know how many obedient, millions of obedient?
A lot of cases have been thrown out, just because of technical. It might not even be. You might have all your points, but just because of technical issues, they can throw it
I
out. So,
forget. By the time obedient,
I trust Peter Obi when it comes to being very thorough to choose the best. He might not. He might not be like the celebrity sans you see him with. He knows how to follow his cases very, very well, and is very thorough. I think he has good precedence in that. But why I was asking about the duration, because of these cases, these electoral cases, they say that okay, it might not exceed like 100 days or something. So I wanted to know if that's
the actual duration, right?
Yeah, if this
I'm sure it's not going to be more than 3 months, highest 3 months. But I'm very optimistic that no matter what, by July it would have been ended.
Another problem, if it's by July, that means Tinubu will be on the seat that place. And my fear also, the only thing I have full confidence in Peter Obi, but my fear also is that Tinubu is a tiger when he doesn't have power. Mm-hmm. But when he have power, just multiply that his viciousness.
And 10, right?
Probably by 100.
Good.
By the 100 power. And right from time, if you check all the cases, because I don't want to say this, but in Nigeria, judgments most times
delayed.
You understand?
My brother, this is a peculiar case. This issue, they say why I'm very optimistic, and I say with whatever I'm saying with confidence is that this situation is a peculiar case. It's an isolated case. Okay, imagine each time they will be hearing. Imagine just visualize how many thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of obedient that will gather in the court. All those judges, are they not Nigerians? But when they will see all those crowds,
but for Tinubu being in the presidency, he can also gather his own crowd also against. So
how many of his crowd? How many will be his crowd?
He can gather. So far, he's in power.
Huh?
Okay,
I'm very optimistic,
but I'm just trying to play devil's advocate and say.
Then in that case, Nigeria will break apart. In that case, Nigeria,
Judas leaving us again. How many times? Just I thought you forgiven Nigeria. Just for this time.
No, if it's going to be a problem, but while I'm saying I don't see this I don't see how he can pull off from this thing. I think what God is doing is that God have just raised him to disgrace him. Finally, to just put him to just retire him finally in disgrace, because when somebody refuses to bow out when the ovation is loudest, he ends up bowing out in a very ignominious and shameful way. That's exactly what is going to happen to these Jaga bandits.
Yeah, because why I was asking if it's a case that going to be sure if it's a case that they will handle very quickly, how possible will it be that the case will see the light at the end of the tunnel before that May 27th?
My own take is that there will be an interim government.
If that happens, then
there will be an interim government that will supervise and then accelerate that case. That is what is going to happen. Trust me. That's my own take.
Are you a prophet? Are you a prophet, Jude?
Well, I'm not a prophet, because if Nnamdi were to be a prophet, they would have said he was a wonderful prophet, because everything that is playing out for the past several years now in Nigeria, Nnamdi said everything. He can go and play his videos. He said everything. But nobody believed him. They were calling him, some people were calling him madman and this and that. But everything he has said, go back to check all his videos. I'm not his follower, but whatever the things he has said, I can't, they say you can't throw a child with the bathwater. everything he has said about Nigeria
most
and
of his
about
videos are now
about Buhari.
trending now. Like people are sharing his videos,
Of
old
course,
videos.
you will
Of what
listen to
he
it. You will
did.
like Jesus Christ. Even
Yes.
when he said that Fulani Buhari will send his people, they will come and pursue, or they will send they will first of all disarm every Nigerian. That time, this thing hasn't even happened. He said that in many years, that they will disarm, first of all, disarm every Nigerian so that nobody will challenge them. And he will send his people, arm them with AK-45, and they'll be killing our people. He said it. He said
Okay.
it.
So something that I picked up while Jude was speaking, and I think Lake buttressed that point. It's just something that, because I've listened to a few of our brothers from the North speak on this platform. There's one in particular, I remember the face, but not the name now. And I'm not saying, they're not correct, but I'm just trying to ask, because you, my brothers here, are from the East, I'm from the West. Jude said, Dati Baba Ahmed might even be the sharpshooter. Lake said it's probably the sharpshooter
No, I
and
said
everything.
a straight
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he says it as it
He
is.
doesn't
I
like
get it.
corruption. You see him, he doesn't like corruption.
Just hold on, because we've got about 15 minutes. I need to shut down. It's 3:30. It's going to be 3:30
Oh, okay,
in the
sorry,
UK in
man.
15 minutes. So what I was trying to say is, now you are talking about Dati Baba Ahmed. Now you know him. You won't see him and say you don't remember him. I want to ask, is he known in the East? Because I've seen a few people come here and say, Obi is not known in the North. Nobody's
Forget
heard of him.
about those.
Wait,
That's
I'm going somewhere, because I remember, I don't have amnesia. It's only 2019 that Obi was Atiku's running mate. So when they say he's not known, almost like nobody's heard of him in the North. So I'm trying to find out, do you think people back in the East, if you show them Dati in 4 years, would they say they've never heard of him? They don't know him. They don't remember. Because I try to draw the parallel, except you can't draw a parallel between the East and the North in terms of maybe exposure and things like that. Without being, disrespecting people, I'm just trying to see why they keep saying Obi is not known in the North when only 4 years ago he was Atiku's running mate.
That's right. Okay, you know why? You know one of the reasons I will advance to that to answer that question. Number one, this feeder system they are practicing there is inhibiting those people from knowing what is happening in the outer world. In fact, the system there can as well be likened to the system that operates in North Korea. Okay, where they completely shut them off from the whole world, from the internet. Do you know in North Korea they don't have the same internet that you and I have? They censor everything that they see. Okay, they have their own kind of system that they operate there, internet and everything. All right, so they only listen to their small radio, and they broadcast in Hausa, and and again, some of them also are using that as, how would I put it, as a coded language to tell you that they will vote for an Igbo man.
Is this confirmed?
They use that, some of them are using that kind of rhetoric as a coded language to tell, because they cannot come out and say it. So in other words, they will not tell you, nobody know them. They will come and campaign. When Obi have been canvassing everywhere, even this, apart from being Atiku running mate, who will say he didn't know about Obi when he has been going every nooks and crannies of Nigeria? Vote everything. Does it mean they don't watch TV? Does it mean they don't go to YouTube? Does it mean they don't go to social media and see everything? It's just one of those coded language.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Welcome, Chief Okoro. Let's give you about 7 minutes because we're running off. I just thought I'll let you in so you can share your thoughts with us before we shut down. I'll unmute you. I think I muted you. You need to unmute yourself.
Chief Okoro, unmute.
Chief Okoro.
Oh, it's not even.
Yeah, hearing me now?
Okay, we can hear you now. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
I was saying I'm very, very happy to hear young people share their brains together to come out to a reasonable attribute to issues. There are only a few things I wanted to point out. It's like the other day I was a little bit angry when I heard somebody say something and I mentioned about going back to England 1960, that has, what I said, exhibited itself last weekend. Tinubu is able to do what he did because he had the support of the British people. Or else he wouldn't have been able to do it. Another thing here also is we are all Nigerians. We talk about Nigeria. But I don't think a lot of Nigerians understand, have been able to travel the whole Nigeria. If you are able to travel the whole Nigeria, know each and every part of Nigeria, the east, the west, the north, and the south, you are able to make a value judgment of what is going on. I don't think most people discussing about Nigeria have had the opportunity to know exactly the different cultural aspects of Nigeria. They know what people tell them, but they don't know exactly how the people live. But if they're able to travel around the whole country and know how each and every individual lives, they're able to make a valid conclusion as to what is going on. Why do I say that? Sometimes when I hear people talk, I say to myself, oh my God, I had an opportunity of traveling all over the country of Nigeria. When I came back, I was born in Cameroon, went to school in France, came back to France, then came back to Nigeria and worked for Federal Nigeria Limited. I did most of the road constructions in Nigeria. I've been to all the states in Nigeria, from the Kwara State to all the way to Chad. I know each and every corner there. But what shocks me most is that people think when they talk, they say Hausa, Fulani. Most Nigerians cannot differentiate a Fulani man from Hausa man. If they're able to differentiate, then they will understand what is going on. The Hausas have been marginalized. They don't have a say in Nigeria. The Fulanis have a say. I was in Nigeria recently. You go to Nigeria, there is no border from Sokoto all the way to the deep end of Chad. There's no border. They go in and out without anybody questioning them. But from that area to Lagos, you have 60 checkpoints. From Lagos to Lokoja, you have 200 checkpoints. Why? Because that's how you marginalize people. You put them in the place, you control them. You tell them what to do. You tell them where to go. All we do is talk. Like I go back. The other guy came last week and said 200 million people, 2 million people in Anambra State. While there are 4 million people in Kano, Kaduna. Who are the people living in Kaduna? Go to Kaduna and find out who are the people living in Kaduna. 83% are Igbos. 70% 10% are Hausas. The rest are all Fulanese who travel between the Niger Republic, Burkina Faso, on the other one back and forth. Until people differentiate them, it's difficult to tell what is going on. But let me end it because I don't want to go too far. Tinubu is not going to be our president. Peter B is going to take over within the next 2 weeks. When the truth is out, he'll be handcuffed because the Europeans are getting the heat. America don't want to face the heat that's at a distance. Britain don't want any part of it anymore. They don't want any part of it. Why? Because if they let Tinubu stay, they're going to bring back all the gold they stole from Nigeria, because there are young Nigerians born in Britain and all over the world ready to do something. And Britain don't want no part of it.
Interesting.
And I'll tell you, you'll be looking for me in the next 2 weeks to say, how did Mr. Okoro know that? I was the youngest Nigerian consul. I was I speak 7 languages. I speak 12. 5 are dialects in Africa. 7 are worldwide languages. Anybody who knows me can speak any language. But within the next month, Tinubu is not going to take the position. They're going to handcuff him. The army is going to come and back up P2B, and then the country will move on. And that's the way it's going to be. It's been said already. I've heard it from my colleague. I was a foreign officer. I left it because of money to go and join the construction company, Fijero Nigeria Limited, SGA and Nigeria Limited. I brought them to Nigeria. I was the personnel officer. I run the immigration quarter, and I know what is going on. So let's be patient a little bit. Let's nobody talk about war or fighting. Just be patient. There's no going back. They know that. Tinubu is not going to.
Okay.
We are going to get our goal. Let's be patient. That's all I ask.
Thank you very much, Ifukoro.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It'd be nice to see you here in about 2 weeks, a month from now.
Yes.
Just for you to tell us that. So yeah, exactly. So it'd be nice to see you in a month or 2 weeks, like you said, to rejoin us on the show. Just for you to tell us that I told you so. It'd be nice for you to come and say that.
I will be here that day, and I'll be jubilating.
Yeah, that's good.
Take it from me.
Okay. Yeah, we look.
Thank you very much.
We look forward to seeing you.
I will be here.
Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm not good with computers, but I have 5
We look forward to
kids.
seeing you then.
They are going to put me. They do all the operation for me.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey.
No problem at all. That's fine.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Take care. God bless. Cheers.
Okay. Thank you.
Spirit lifting.
Good night.
All right. Take care.
Thank you.
Closing thoughts, please.
Oh, the closing thoughts.
Yeah, just a minute or two, and just closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts. It's still the same thing. Just as Chief said, it's practically the same thing. I believe that the mandates, P2B is going to get the mandate back. I strongly believe that. And what happened in Anambra is going to repeat itself, no matter no matter what the enemies or APC or whoever is trying to throw at him. They will throw, but they will fail. And the more they try to block him, the more they entangle themselves and even create a better path for him to win it. I know PDP is trying DS2 to go to court, and I believe at the end of the day, all these commotions will end up giving P2B the last laugh. I think that's just what's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been a pleasure having you. Ike, what keeps you up at night, as Dr. Damages will say?
Sure. What keeps me up at night has been, for the past 8 months, has been Nigerian election. And I
Same
think
here.
that, yes, I think that, when I remember some of us, some of my classmates in CMS Grammar School, Lagos, some of them are Major General today in Nigerian Army. Femi Kuti was my classmate, but he was in Ibobi College, and I couldn't be able to finish school in CMS Grammar School. I have to start life in order to survive as a young man, and the life has taken me to so many places in this life. But the only thing that I always remember, that in all these journeys of life, I have never ever soiled my hand in anything. And I think that's why I'm still alive today.
Yeah. Okay.
So
that's what's keeping you alive, but what's keeping you awake at night? Just in like 30 seconds regarding Nigeria.
What keeps me late in Nigeria is when every Nigerian like you and me can just decide one morning, you take your small traveling bag and you say you want to go to Nigeria and spend some 1 or 2 weeks. A kind of a country that I want to see. That's what keeps me late at night. What can I do?
Okay.
What can we do to see that any of us who want to go to Nigeria, you just buy your ticket, you fly, you go, you move around. In the morning when you were speaking, I was listening to you. When you say your mom will say, hey, 7 o'clock, where are you? Hey, the gate, they locked the gate. Where are you? This is not life. This is not life. You don't have freedom anymore, even with some of your schoolmates that they are still in Nigeria. For you to go out and enjoy the good old days. It's no more there because everybody is afraid of everybody. You don't know who you have to trust. So and that's difficult, my brother. So my prayer for the future of Nigeria is that I want my brothers and sisters and my friends that are in Nigeria to have a better life. God has blessed me already where I am. I am not looking forward tomorrow to go to Nigeria and build a state. No, this is my hope. This is my life. I'm not struggling for anything, but I just want a country that I can take somebody from the beautiful island where I live. I say, let's go to Nigeria, my country. Let's go and spend 2 weeks or 1 month. Take them around Nigeria because they feel Africa. They want to. They hear Nigerian football. They hear a lot about Nigeria, Nigerian movie. This excites them, but the security you cannot. You are not sure of your own security. How do you ensure the security of a foreigner you want to go back to Nigeria with? So, my brother, this is it.
I think I think that's true for most of us living in diaspora. The same way a lot of people, you live in Ireland, I live in the UK. I live in the UK, yeah. So you hear a lot of people say they're going on holiday to Marrakesh. Everybody's going to Morocco, and you think that's Africa. I want to be able to do the same, to take them to the northern part of Nigeria, which is quite similar to Morocco and all of that. And hopefully we'll get there. We'll get it right someday. Jude, if you can do it in 2 minutes, as my girl would say, what keeps you up at night?
You think Jude is still there? I think he has gone.
In 2 minutes, so we can end this.
Well, I wouldn't really say there's so many things about Nigeria that I think, and then I feel pain about it. And one of which I'll quickly say is, and if for be by the grace of God, by the time he comes in, this is one of the things I would love him do. I would love him to put sanity among the Nigerian police and the military. A situation where you'll be walking on the street of Lagos, you see military or police manhandling the citizens. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. It makes us, okay, for instance, look at, I don't know if any of us see the video that was flying about of those individuals they caught during on Saturday, how the military were flogging those people. My brother, no matter what those people have done, don't we say we have a law system? They should be arrested, handcuffed, and put to jail and be tried. But beating them like that, already, white people regard Africa, regard blacks as animals, as uncultured people, as people who cannot rule themselves. We all know this. We all been stereotyped everywhere we are in all over the world, even in America here. You need to do much more extra to prove yourself as worthy of somebody that's going to be in their midst or that will want to work in that establishment. But when they see this kind of picture coming out from the same Africa, they see that they already think that they are animals. They can't rule themselves. My brother, what do you think that is going to go into their mind? They will say, you see, I said it, look at how they are behaving. Even those military that were flogging those people with stick, they're even they're even more animalistic than the people they are flogging. I mean, these are eyesore. You go to the street, you see military officer beating up policemen, because maybe they are organizing traffic in the traffic stops, and they have not been allowed them to pass quick. You see them jumping out from their military. There was one that happened in Lagos. They even killed the police officer. All these things it drives me nuts. It's not a civilized society can't do all this. They need to put them in check.
Well, one step at a time. One step at a time. Thank you.
There are so many things you need to put right in that country. And those one, my brother, that one, it doesn't require so many story. All you need to do is to give the commanders or whatever directives. This is what I want. And if any of your I don't know what they call them, all those sergeants, all those people they send on the way, if any of them misbehave and you trace it to the commander who is in charge, if I am a president, I'm not even going to deal with all those people on the street. It's their commander I will set as an example. And then inspectors and all those people that sit in the office and tell their boys to go to the street and be harassing innocent motorists and cyclists who are struggling to make a living and collecting 100 naira from them. It's those inspectors that send them wherever they are coming from that is in charge. Those are the people I will set as a scapegoats.
Okay, thank you very much, Jude. Now we know what keeps you up at night. Just before I round off, before I end the stream, I'd like to appreciate everyone who's joined today. Obviously, as you all know, I'm standing in for Rudolph. Thank you, Jude. Thank you,
Ike. Thank you, my brother. Sure.
And for the guys in the comment section, I've seen quite a lot of people very active. Amina Mohammed, I've seen Emi, I've seen Noble, Oga, and a few other people who've been very active and have left now. Thank you. You've all made it a very robust discussion. We don't always agree, but we have to respect one another's opinion. So on behalf of Rudolph, I'd like to thank everyone who's dropped a super chat earlier today. For those of you who've liked the video, thank you very much. For those who haven't, you still got the opportunity to like the video. It's just a click of a thumbs up. It helps the channel to grow. So please click the thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, like the video, and share. I guess Rudolph said he's not going to be back until Saturday. So we'll see you again on Saturday and on Sunday. Take care, everyone.
Yeah. God bless you, everybody.
Yeah, God bless you.